Welcome to the last call.
That's Jeff from NE_Booster Club.
And that's Chris Freitas. Let's start the show. Welcome, everybody, to Raiders Last Call today with myself and my main man.
That's four Raiders.
Here. So, we got a special guest tonight. Chris, you know who he is?
Yeah, I have a feeling. I think I might know him. I'm not sure. But let's.
Now, before tonight, Chris, have you ever met this gentleman before?
No, I watched his live shows.
You've seen the shows.
I watched the live show a few times. I actually never met him. You know, this be the first
time.
I'll
tell you what, great guy. Super nice guy. I give him probably the biggest credit. He was the first one to ever have me on live. One of the first, actually the first show I ever did on YouTube live was coming on his show as a guest. So without further ado, we are going to bring in Captain Jack.
What's up, brother? How you doing? You bastards out there! How's that for a fucking intro? There you go. Oh, I hope I'm
right. You can talk however you want on this channel. You're good.
We expect nothing less from you, Captain Jack. Nothing less.
Well, there are shows that I don't, and to be honest, I don't swear on my show as often as I used to, because I kind of got, when I was on the Roku channel originally doing from the National Streaming Sports Network, they said there's no cursing. So I didn't curse for the longest time. And then they changed the values where like adult, an adult content show. So I was allowed to curse. But people that were on it from way back when, they shh, you can't. And they're like, no, you can fucking curse now. So I have them out there. And so there are people like, oh my God, the gentleman lives in Maine. And his last name is, he's the guy like the voice of God, the voice of the devil. It's like JT, not JT the Brick, but John. I can't remember what Mr. But he has a really deep voice, and he'd be swearing. It's even deeper than that. I can't give it justice. So I do. By the way, I know all you fuckers are asking, why am I wearing a Boston Celtics jersey? I'm gonna allay all of that right now. Okay. I'm going to let you know why. I'm going to let you know why right now. Look here. What does that say in the corner? New England Raider boosters. So out of support for the New England Raider boosters, and Chris told me I'm a fucking Lakers fan, man. So that shit is nasty to me. But in support to the New England Raider boosters and all the chowder heads up there, I wore a Boston, and I don't like the Celtics either, but it also was until I got other pieces of attire that were green, this was my St. Patty's Day attire, so people wouldn't pinch me. So, and it's an old Rajon Rondo jersey. I got it at like fucking half price, and I liked Rajon Rondo, by the way. So it was
I
a nice
did too. He was a Laker, so I like him too. So
yeah. So I like, but it is my only Celtics jersey I have, and I have jerseys of people that I admire. There are only two jerseys, professional football. Let me quantify that. 2 jerseys of professional football that I have that are non-Raider jerseys, and there's a story behind each one of them. The first one is the Philadelphia Eagles Javon Curse jersey. And by the way, all these jerseys I bought at half price from the store I used to work at a sports store at. Javon Curse was a Gator, and I'm a University of Florida alum. And I liked him as a performer. And it was, an Eagles jersey. And I'm like, oh, cool. And it was green, too. So I had a backup St. Patty's Day jersey, that I could wear. So I bought the Javon because, again, he's a Gator and a really good player. Wish he would have played with us. And the other one is a Megatron Detroit Lions jersey, again, bought at half price, because I always liked that jersey color. I loved the Hawaiian blue Detroit Lions jersey. Now, I don't recall ever wearing these jerseys. At least nobody has a picture of me wearing them, because I know people would go batshit fucking nuts saying, why are you wearing an Eagles jersey, or why are you wearing a Lions jersey? But there's stories behind them. And I love Megatron. And you guys know a couple years ago, he was at Raiders camp, and he was still awesome as hell. He probably could have beat out whoever the hell, and we even had Adams at the time. He probably could have beat out Adams as a number 1 receiver at that time, because he was so gifted. But so I know this is a typical Captain Jack fucking story. I start here and I go and I divert, and I'll get you back to the
You're good.
You're good, Jack.
Eventually.
You're good.
Eventually.
Well, first of all, hats off to you for wearing the Boston jersey tonight, because I'm sure any of the Booster Club members that are watching this that are Celtics fans, they appreciate that. Chris, tough shit. You're a Lakers fan. Sorry, buddy. So
no, it's not tough shit. We're good.
So just so everybody that's in the channel is aware, we're kind of diverting a little bit tonight. We're gonna talk old school stuff. We're gonna first, we've got some Q&A that Chris and I are gonna do with the Cap. But then we're going to open it up to the channel to ask questions, to the Cap. And it can be about anything. It can be about past history. It can be about the current situation with the team. So if anybody starts asking questions now, we may not get to them as far as questions about, what we did in free agency this year and that. So we're going to get to that, but just later on. So try and, if you ask the question now, I'm probably going to miss it because it scrolls through and it's off the screen. I won't be able to see it at some point. So just trying to set a premise. So if you don't get upset, that if I don't get to your questions, if it's anything specific to what's going on right now with the team. But before we really get into it, just want to hit up the chat real quick, because as everybody knows, chat lives matter. So we'll just give our shout outs to everybody that's in the channel here real quick. So there's Mark Raiders. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good, brother.
Yeah, this guy. Hi, Chris. How you
I don't
doing?
know why he's in the chat. Get him out of here.
Hi, Chris.
Kick him out.
Sacktown Mike, what's up, man? John Leone. Gord's in the house. What's up, Gord?
Hey, Gord.
Bob Stenard. What's up, man? How you doing? Let's see. Billy Davis in the house. What's up, Billy? How you doing, brother?
Hey, Billy. One thing. Congrats, Billy, on getting a new job. Good job.
Oh, he did? Way to go, buddy.
Works nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Hey,
congrats.
JLB, salute on that. Fucking A.
Good
job.
Definitely. Ducky the
and
boots.
Ducky is
the boots.
drunk.
I'm drunk.
Little stinks.
Yeah.
Tony Shepard in the house. What's going on?
Hey, Tony.
We got Marcus Banks checking in tonight. Let's see, where are we? Tyler A. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Am I missing anybody? What's up, Pitts boy? What's going on? Edgar Sosa. What's up?
Hey, Sosa.
Vic, what's going on, man? Panda's in the house. We got the panda here.
And it's always in the house.
Yes, he is. And then we got Jeffrey, no relation to me, and it's not me in a ghost account. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
So that's how you got those monetized. You spam yourself, huh? Okay, I see.
Yeah. I make multiple accounts and just start liking and subscribing to all my own stuff.
By the way, I'm gonna cut you off right there, fucker. If you're watching this show and you haven't subscribed, there's no subscription money. There's no subscription money. Hit up the Captain Jack Rackham Levy YouTube. I'm about 10 people short of 2,300 subscribers. Okay,
nice.
So I'd like to get over 23, hopefully tonight. So I mean, there's a lot of people in here, and I swear, if you want great Raider content, you're on the right channels here. With the last call podcast, you're talking to me. I do shit Thursdays and Sundays, and then and Wednesdays during the season, and every other Tuesday with Peggy. And sometimes I even go back to the Wild Wild West. Although Jack Kenna is holding that down for me for Raider content. I float. I'm on this channel. I'm on other channels. I love to talk. You can't fucking tell I don't love to talk. Are you kidding me? I need to break out of my introversion. So please hit up the Captain Jack channel, and maybe we'll get to 2,300 tonight. That would be great.
What's up, Jimenez?
Thanks for posting that for Jack's show. Nice.
Let's see. Carlos, what's going on? Who else is it? Oh, Jimenez, thanks for putting that up for Cat. Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you.
He does that. Jimenez is good for that.
Raph is in the house. What's up, Raph?
Hey, Raffy.
Shit, there was something I wanted to say, but you distracted me there for a second.
I know I fucked you up. I squirreled you. It's like, squirrel, and it was in your head and went where
it was. It was there, and then it just went right out the other ear. Yeah. So anyway, let's get into the questions for Captain Jack.
Tony Demands put Jack's link in the chat. So if you scroll that back up, you'll see it. Just scroll up, you'll see it.
Thanks for everybody that did. Appreciate it.
You know what? I'm happy that you're here with us. I mean, I've been wanting to do a show with you, other than just like when I come on, when you have your pull-ups, and I come in there every now and then and spread my crazy thoughts on certain things. And but I've always appreciated you let me come in when I would come on the show. And and again, especially the first show I ever went on live was yours. I just happened to be watching it one night, and then you put the link up, and then I finally just bit the bullet, and I said, fuck it, I'm going to get on. Open up the laptop, and the rest was history. So, I mean, I've only been doing the YouTube thing since August, for Raider content. I did it for something else prior to, but it just, I don't know why I never started Raider content years ago. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, because what I'm doing now and how fast everything's moving for me is just it's insane, So, but again, it's the people in the chat that are, always there, that support myself and, supporting Chris. Chris is almost at 100 now, so we're trying to get his subscriptions up. So, yeah, make sure you all hit Captain's channel, Chris's channel, hit the subscriptions, hit the notifications, especially for both of them. Chris, because Chris and I are both home during the week.
Ring the bell and see all the fucking vibrations go. Ring the bell.
Because Chris and I sometimes we'll get together on the text and we'll just pop in and do a live out of nowhere. So we've done a lot of those lately.
I watched Captain Jack's show, and his shows are so passionate. I said, I wish one day I could meet him. And that was before me and Jeff started our YouTube channel. I just want to talk to you, but I know on a YouTube channel. And Jeff told me last week, hey, guess what? I said, what? Captain Jack coming on. And I was like a little kid in the candy store. Yay! I always wanted to meet you. I always wanted to meet you. So,
well, hopefully this year. Well, Chris, I take it you're somewhere in the New England area. I'm thinking.
I'm on the other side.
You're in. Okay, well, whatever. I will be in. Well, okay. Let me quantify that. inshallah, and God willing, because you're never promised another day. And those that have been following me know that I've had some medical issues. That I didn't have a blood clot, thank God. That was the good news. But I can't walk for shit.
Right. Yeah.
I can't walk for shit. So was Peggy dishes? She thought she should have said. Yeah, well, yeah, Jeffy, we'll get to that because we were alluding to such things as well. And by the way, with Jeff saying that, Jack Kenna came on my show, and he likes to say Captain Jack broke my chair. I said, I don't like the way that sounds, Jack. That's very not good. But he brought in and he came in, and he was the first to come on a show. Jeff said he was the first to come on, and I love that. The kid that we had on the other night, I think his name was Habib. You know, I've never seen him before, and he came on to the show, and he's a Raiders fan, wanted to talk. And I love people that come in. Chris can come in. Obviously, Jeff has come in. Habib came in. All you people here, and Stoffel was in there the other night. I got a chance to talk with him, NorCal. And I very rarely have this guest is appearing this night. It's an open invitation. If you got something to talk about, don't be camera shy, because you don't have to put your camera on. Just make sure your audio works, because I went to school communications. You can have the greatest picture in the world, but if your audio sucks, people are not going to enjoy the interview. You don't have to have a great picture, but the audio needs to be there. So you don't have to come in if you're shy. I've had women say, I don't look good. You know, I don't have, well, okay, fine. Don't do the camera, but come in on audio and talk to me. I will love it.
Like this. So you're a bouncing circle.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I thank you for everybody that subscribed before or after. Thanks, Gord. I said, I don't bust dudes' cherries. I busted a few wonderful ladies' cherries.
That's a different story in itself. So
those are good stories. I tell you what, though, it's not good when you find out immediately after the fact, though. That's an aw shit story. Like, what do you mean? You need that you kind of lose words because you didn't realize that you were her first. And that fucks your head up for a little while. It does. Thank you, Raider General.
You got another subscriber.
There you go. Any news today? No. Tanner Jack, I don't know.
Jack, nothing today yet.
But we'll talk about
that. There is one bit of news that, and Sharif is here, and he made sure I know this. Mekhi Becton signed with the Los Angeles Chargers, which is unfortunate. And that's big news, Raider fans, because I was bumping the drum for Mekhi Becton. It's good news in that. Yeah, I wanted Mekhi Becton, and I look at it as it sucked. Yeah, I know, Sharif. Yeah, poor girl. It was a beautiful Filipina back when I was TAD to the Northern Cal area, and I found out I was the one. Yeah, so I think I'm sure she's fucked since then. So I guess I didn't screw her up. But,
the one thing I did hear about Becton was he played his guard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. He played
once you had Jack, you will never go back. That's what she was.
God, I hope she's.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Go ahead.
Sorry, Tanner Jack. He played guard with Philly, but I also heard today through the grapevine that he wanted to. When he was coming out as a free agent, he was looking for a team to bring him in as a tackle. So that's probably why we never pursued him. If he had aspirations of playing tackle, we don't need a tackle. We need a guard. So the Chargers took him. So screw the Chargers. Who gives a shit about the Chargers?
If that's true, then it shows stupidity on somebody's part. Maybe it's not on his part. Maybe it's the Chargers' fault because they got bookends at tackle. They have bookends. They went and got John Alt in the draft last year, and their other guy was a very high draft pick and I apologize, I forget what his fucking name is, but he was a high draft pick at tackle, right? So if he says, I want to play tackle, maybe he said that because tackles make more money than guards.
They do.
But Mekhi Becton played well as a guard last year. The problem was that he didn't do so well with the Jets, and the Jets were happy to get rid of his ass. He was a first-round bust with the New York Jets. And I'm thinking a lot of why Mekhi Becton's money and possibilities was because the line coach with the Phillies, or with the Eagles, sorry, I'm a Phillies fan too. The line coach with the Eagles did him well. That whole line was fantastic. So we'll see if it was a one-off year with the Eagles that made him a lot better, and if he reverts back to being a fat, lazy son of a bitch like he was in New York.
Well, you know that the Eagles already had a good offensive line. Sometimes those other guys at the interior helps the other interior, like the center and the other guards. They'll help you out, make you look better. So we'll see how he do the tackles, or they got good tackles, but we'll see how he plans out.
I'll tell you,
and
Captain,
again, thanks
if everybody's saying what they're saying in the chat about subscribing to you, I think you probably just got like about 5 more so far since we started.
You got your 23.
You know what? I ain't even gonna look. I ain't even gonna look till after the show.
Good.
Because you're gonna have on this show, and I will say it periodically through the show. And again, it's not about subs. It's not about subs. Yeah, the numbers are nice, but I like to have people to come into my show. It makes my shows more interesting when people talk to me. There are YouTubers out there, and I won't say their names. There are YouTubers out there that have 7,000, 8,000, 12,000 subscribers, but you know what they do? It's all rapid fire fucking talk to you, and they don't have you talk to them. Okay?
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah,
and I'm a conversationalist, okay? I don't have as many views.
I live by the chat. That's how I look at it. That's my approach.
And that's kind of YouTube I want to set up. I want to talk to the fans. A fan of football is fine. I don't care what your team is. But I want to talk to the fans. I want to hear your voices. I'm not going to look at the chat, but I want to hear your voices. You know?
Exactly.
I'm tired of hearing, like you said, YouTubers, they talk at you. They talk at you. Okay. And then sometimes you got, I'm not going to say his name. Jeff, I'm talking about, if you want to ask him a question, you got to pay $5 to ask him a question so he can reach your chat. So I'm not with that. Not with that.
Yeah. And I answer the comments because I don't have 7,000, 8,000, 12,000 subscribers. Okay, yeah. I know, and I will. Now, sometimes I miss them. I'm old. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not as young as I used to be. Hey, thanks, Gunsmoke, for that. For the members, the booster memberships. That's awesome.
Appreciate it.
I will. I try. And Jeff knows. Wait, I want to make sure my hands are correct. Jeff knows this. That I reach out and I try to acknowledge everybody that's in the chat. And that's including when I do on IG, and I have a separate phone for that. I used to do IG on the same broadcast, but it's slowly broadcast. I don't do it anymore. So that's it. Anyway, that's news. Raiders don't have any signings today as of yet. Now you're calling.
No, it's been slow since the other day. So. What's up, Wheezy? You're in the chat. I see. Thank you. And again, Gunsmoke. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I love the support that I've been getting. It's just out of this world. It's unbelievable.
Is that Wheezy from Pennsylvania? That's the Wheezy I know. I know Wheezy from Pennsylvania.
Wheezy 15.
So let's get into the. I think so. We can get into the questions. Chris, did you have questions for Cap too? Or I don't know if you wrote anything down. I got a few. So
I got a couple of questions on that, Jack. Okay, since this is the final call, and we talk to old school Raiders.
Yes, sir.
What year did you become a Raider fan? Were you from the beginning?
1972.
Okay,
easy. I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
I I lived in Philadelphia as a kid, and I lived right down the street from Veterans Stadium. I lived right down the street from the Spectrum, and my Philly sportsdom is very true to me. You know, I actually got to disinfect my body for wearing a fucking Boston jersey. I'm sorry, you know, but that's just the way it is. But I did it. I did it. Boosters. I'm sorry, Jeff. You know, I don't do Boston. I don't do. Hey, I'll also remind me to tell you the time I went to the Garden watching a Bruins game, and I got fucked over by a fucking Boston fucking millennial. Yeah, fuck you, Jeff. There you go. Anyway,
God, you said it right. The God.
God, the new God, not the old God. But anyway.
Yeah, but did you drive your own car or did you take the train?
No, I took the train from Maine. I took the train from Maine. That sounds like a fucking Broadway show. I took the train the train from Maine. You know, like whatever that fucking show is with Liza Doolittle.
Yeah.
Wait, this train's going off the rails fast.
True. Well, that's
1972, Jack. Okay, that's.
Thank you for reeling me back in. Thank you for reeling me back. Okay. In Philadelphia, I lived in Philadelphia as a kid. I went to school with George Blanda's either nephew or great nephew. For those who we're talking old school now, we're talking old school Raiders. If you don't know who George Blanda is, look him the fuck up and shame on you. Okay? Look him up. George Blanda had the most points in the NFL before Walter Payton broke his record. George Blanda played quarterback and mostly at the end he was a kicker until he was 48 years old, 2 weeks shy of 49. Fuck you, Raider General. I love you, brother, but fuck you. Okay, I'm not great. Phillies. I'm still waiting. Yeah. Thank you for subscribing, Raider General. Fuck you on the Philly comment. Anyway, I went to school with George Blanda. Yeah, Raider General, look him up, man. Look up George Blanda, unless you're fishing. The point is that George Blanda was the ultimate professional in football. He will have the record. I remember when that guy who played for the New England Patriots. I'm allowed to say that. The New England Patriots.
Oh, God, you can talk bad about the Patriots all you want. Those motherfuckers, I hate them with a passion.
And then he went over to the Tampa Bay fake Pirates. You guys know who the fuck I'm talking about. His goal was going to be, I'm going to play football until I'm, he wanted to get to Blanda's number. He fucking made it maybe, I think, to like 43, 42. Nobody's touching Blanda's record. So that is how I became a Raider fan. George Blanda is a Hall of Famer. Played for the Bears and then the Houston Oilers in the AFL, and then he went over and played for the Raiders and was the NFL's all-time leading points leader until Walter Payton broke his record. That's how I became a Raider fan, was being in Philadelphia with them. I would see the Raiders pretty much every 4:00 game on the East Coast. They would play the Raiders at 72. They were the shiz badass ditty, right? They'd have them on mostly NBC. It was Kurt Gowdy and Al DeRogatis was the color play-by-play guy. And you would watch Raider games. And because my buddy was involved and I saw the Shield. I fell in love with the Shield. And I saw that these guys kicked ass and took names. They were badasses. And I became a Raiders fan from then on. And I've never given up being a Raiders fan throughout my lifetime. Okay? So I'm a 53-year Raider fan this year. And I will always be a Raiders fan.
That's one common thing I find with Raider fans that are like around our age, basically. I mean, I'm the youngest of the three up here. I feel like a little kid today. This is great. I'm not the old one in the group right now.
Yeah.
I'm the
take
youngest.
a timeout in the corner.
So I'm.
That's the adults talk. Go take a hike.
No. I'm sitting at the big boy table, even though I'm the youngest. So I don't want to hear it. I'm not at the kiddie table today. But I mean, I'm 55. So anybody like around our age, that became Raider fans back in the day, and that's the familiar or the common denominator is what drew you into the Raiders, and it was the shield, the logo, the mystique, just that nastiness of the Raiders.
Yeah.
A lot of these fans now, like in the last 20 to 30 years, they don't have that. Like they didn't get to experience that. Oh, we've got our other co-host coming in now. Let's bring him in. Baba Rundown, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, my guys?
What's going on?
How we doing today?
Salute. How you fellas doing, man?
Good. I don't know if you've met Captain Jack before or seen any of his shows, but this is the illustrious Captain Jack Rackham.
How you doing, my man, Captain Jack? I've seen you a few times, heard the name a lot, so good and glad to finally be on with you, my guy.
Yes, sir. And thank you for being here. Remember, and as I just said, you missed this, but you, Jeff, Chris, have a standing invitation. Everybody in this show has a standing invitation when I'm on to come in the show. Obviously, hit those comments because I like that. But you have a standing invitation. I said, hey, you want to come in the show? Hit the link and come on, man. Because I very rarely have this guy will be on this show. I sometimes do, but I like to talk. Everybody has a standing invitation for that. And by the way, if you're late to the show, if you're not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe to my channel. Rock the subscriptions so you see all of the vibrating bells, get all of the notices when I come on.
Yeah.
Sure will. And I appreciate the invite. And I appreciate the standing invitation. And it's an honor to be here with all the gray beards, man. I think we're gonna have a nice show, my man.
That's it, man. That's the goal on Saturday nights with this channel. The three of us get in here and chop it up and get somebody in like Captain Jack that's been a fan just as long as us, if not a little bit longer, because he's a little bit longer in the tooth than some of us. Me being the youngest one in here, I think.
I'm right there with
I don't know. Actually, I don't know how old. I don't know how old Brad is.
I'm 52.
Okay, so we're all in the same boat. Yeah. You're the youngest now. I was the youngest until you joined. Damn it.
All right.
Chris, how old are you?
I'll be 61 tomorrow.
Oh wow! Oh man! Happy early birthday, my guy, my man.
Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, for
now,
sure.
Are you a Taurus or an Aries?
Pisces.
Okay, you're a Pisces. Okay, because I will be 60 in 2 weeks. So I know I'm on that. So I know that you were near that cusp, But the people that are March babies, whether they're Aries or not, they have that stubborn. What fucking word am I trying to say? Stubborn, but hard-working ethic. Okay, and I can see that hard-working ethic. Whether because you're a March.
So wait a minute. I'm the oldest one in this room.
Yeah. By a year.
By the time I got in first place in something.
by a year, by 2 weeks. Sorry,
Jason, we're
or
live.
By 52 weeks. By 52 weeks, you're old.
Okay. Awesome.
I guess I'm bringing up the rear. I guess I got to be okay with bringing up the rear right now. So.
Yeah, see?
I just look
60 is the new 40.
Without a doubt.
That means that means you and I are in our 30s then. We're good.
There it is.
If you go by that, right? Yeah, 50 is the new 30. Yeah,
I'll accept that.
I'm fine with that too.
Like I always say, I'm 21 with 40 years experience. That's all. 21 with
I got to use that.
That's
a good one. Just before you came in, we were asking, because the whole premise of having Captain Jack on here is, to introduce him to the fans that follow us and don't necessarily, there's a lot in here that I've actually been on his shows in his chats and everything, but to kind of just find out a little bit more about him. Like, so Chris, the first question he had asked him was, like what year did he become a Raiders fan? And, and what was it that drew him towards that? And his draw to the Raiders is pretty much, it's about the same as all of us in our age group, basically, is, the tenacity and just the nastiness of the Raiders and the logo. And just before he came in, I was explaining, I said, that's where we're lucky being at the age we're at. We got to see them at their absolute greatest.
Yeah.
Anybody that becomes a fan in the last, say, 30 years or so, they don't know what that's like to experience that.
No.
They're experiencing mediocrity to below mediocrity at sometimes. So it's hard for us sometimes to relate to younger fans when it comes to that, because we're always still talking history, but people have to know the history. Fans have to know where this came from and where this passion, and why I think older fans like us, we're extremely passionate about the team because we've seen what this team can do. We've seen what this logo and this name means. And by us doing this show, that's the whole point of it, is to get those feelings out. I don't know if you want to say, Brad Wooden, you don't mind me using your first name, do you?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
I know everybody relates to you as Papa Rundown, but I mean, it's fine when you're on with Rundown and the other, a little different here.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, exactly. Brad is cool.
What was it? I know we. Yeah, I want to hear your story too, Brad. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Grandpapa Rundown right now.
That's right.
Just want to get that clarified.
There we go. No, but I can speak to ironically, let me say this real quick, if you guys would allow me. This is kind of a sad moment for me to actually discuss my Raider fandom, the origins of my Raider fandom, because the person that's responsible for my Raider origin of fandom, he just passed away yesterday, which is one of my uncles. Appreciate you, fellas. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's ironic that you guys asked me that, because he took me to my first Raider game, and that was in the LA Coliseum. I think that was 85, somewhere around 85. A couple of years after they had won their last Super Bowl. I was at the New England Patriot game where we lost. Remember the year the Bears blew the Patriots out in the Super Bowl? Yeah. Well, they beat the Raiders. I think they beat the Raiders in the divisional round that year, and they beat them at the LA Coliseum.
Yeah.
Yes. Mosi Tatupu. Yep. Yes, sir. So I was actually at that game, fellas. I'll never forget that. That was my first football game ever, and it was a rainy day in the Coliseum, you know what I mean? And it was just, I had never experienced the amount of excitement, and you could just feel the pride in the crowd. You know what I mean? Those are the Marcus Allen days, the Howie Long days, all of those guys. And so ever since then, I was just hooked on that passion of the Raider fans. I mean, I can always remember the Autumn Wind, the Autumn Wind song.
Oh yeah.
They just kept playing it. And I remember that night, I just kept going. I went home and I just kept hearing an Autumn Wind song in my head. And I was like, man, it was just so cool to be in that atmosphere. You know what I mean? To the colors and just, it was just a mystique there. And it resonated with me even at an early age. I think I might have been like 13, something like that. And it just resonated with me and it stayed with me, and so throughout the years, as I got older, I started going to the games at the Coliseum myself, you know what I mean? And it just became a way of life for me. And I've just been a Raider fan ever since then. But I actually, my first really being a Raider fan was probably when they won the Super Bowl against the Redskins. So I know it's the Commanders, but when they won the Super Bowl back in '83, I remember watching that then. So it's been that long for me as being a Raider fan. So and then after that, then I just started doing all my research on the history of the team. Then I started going back into the '70s and watching those guys in the '70s era. You know what I mean? And I did all my homework, and it got to a point where I wasn't. I think the Immaculate Reception was in 1972. I was born in '72, and I hated it. going back, just going back, and having revisionist history.
Except, sir, I love you for it. Except you called it wrong. It's the Immaculate Deception.
There we go. There we go. The Immaculate Deception. Yes, I've heard it. I've heard it stated that way before, but.
And I called Franco, and Franco was a great guy. Okay, I'll say may he rest in peace as well. Before Franco died, I was in Canton, and they were doing the Hall of Fame Players Parade, and myself and a couple other Raider fans had. And I'm sorry, I have to interject, and I'll let you go back to doing the thing.
Oh no
we
problem.
We had placards that said, "Repent, Franco. You know it touched the ground," and all this other shit. And we were giving him hell. And as he waited, and he saw all of us, and he had the biggest fucking grin on his face and waved. And that's the type of awesome guy Harris
Franco was. Yeah,
he knew. He knew that his career was made by that. But he had fun with us, and he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So that's okay. Oh, and shout out to Steve DeLuna. You're right. Mark Wilson did lose that game for us. He was awful in that game. Yes. I remember that. But yeah, that's just that's the origin of my fandom. And what I did was I passed it down to my family. My son, of course, Rundown. He was born into it. You know what I mean? Like I was when he was still in the hospital, and I was watching the Raider game with him before he even got out of the hospital when he was born. You know what I mean? So, and the same thing with my wife and my daughter. I've just indoctrinated everybody into that Raiders culture, and I tell people all the time, it's nothing like being a Raider fan. It's one of the most unique fandoms in all of sports. Yep. It's one of the most prideful fandoms in all of sports. It transcends race. It transcends gender. All of those things. Like there are no color lines within Raider Nation, anything like that. And it's one of the most beautiful melting pots in sports. I will say that. It's one of the most genuine melting pots in sports. And that's why you see so many people, even though we've had a losing record over the last 30 years, you still see people walk with so much pride when they wear that logo. I'm sure all of you gentlemen can attest to being out somewhere in public and you got the logo on, someone else has a logo on, and it's just a nod. There's just a nod of, you know what I mean? And I get that everywhere I go. You know what I mean? If I go to the grocery store and I got my Raider stuff on, I guarantee you I'm talking about 3 or 4 people about what's going on with the Raiders. You know what I mean? And that's just the way our fandom works. And I don't ever see myself changing from that. You know what I mean? Like they say, win, lose, or tie, Raiders till we die. That's who we are. So that's my origin story. You know what I mean? And I'm a disciple of the Raider way, as you could say.
Yeah, speaking of that story, you said about going to the store, I went.
Go ahead.
For not this last
Appreciate you.
Super Bowl when Chiefs, whatever. When they played at the Coliseum, they had they go to the store. They had the Super Bowl, the chips and the beer and a little setup there. So I walked in my Raider shirt, and I'm checking out, and these ladies looked at me. The cashier, she went, and I went. And I noticed that she had her nails painted silver and black, and she had a tattoo. You could barely see it on her wrist. She just like giving that look like, and you knew right there.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. So, it's amazing. My wife says it all the time. She goes, every time you wear that one Raider hoodie, everybody they have something to say to you. Like, it's like, I don't know if they see me on a podcast or not, but they just come up to me. Oh, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? You know what I mean? And like I said, I think it's just one of the coolest things in sports because this logo is so transcendent. If you sometimes I look at other logos, in the league, and it's like ours is just so different than anything else. For some reason, there's just a different feel to the way our logo looks aesthetically compared to all the other ones. You know what I mean? It's a rebellious renegade type. Yeah, it really is. So.
And we don't change it.
After the first few years, it's never been changed.
No.
Yeah, we don't change
it. It's been the same concept.
No, not at all. Not at all. See, look, hey Chris, look how good you look. Look how good all you guys look. Look, when the gray hairs come in, it just matches the outfit.
Wins.
It just matches the outfit. You know what I mean? No other team can actually rock it like we do.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can still look cool getting older being Raider fans. You know what I mean?
And for those that say I dye my hair, I do not dye my hair. My hair is like, and it's got some gray in it, like at the tips, right? But I don't dye my hair. I don't dye my beard. This is the way it is. I do have a one stylist that puts some, I don't know what the hell it is, but it's purple stuff. And it brings out the white, because when you have a beard like this, it gets yellow after a while. And she hooks me up, and I don't know what the name of the stuff is, but it makes this shit bright white. I don't dye my fucking hair. So for all you people that said that I dye my hair, fuck you. I know what's real, and I will give you my stylist phone number, and you can talk to her, because she's a Raiders fan.
Wait a minute. Time out. You said you're stylist?
My stylist. I don't go to a partner. My stylist. God. It's beautiful Latina stylist from Fresno. My stylist.
You go there just to rub up some boots on your shoulders when she's cutting your hair. That's all you go for. And you know what?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Big face.
Hey, shout out to Ray Love. They are not like us. You're right. They are not like us.
Not.
Oh,
they never will be. They can try.
You make the comment about walking around with Raider gear on it and seeing other people with Raider gear on. For you guys that are West Coast guys, it's a more common occurrence, I'm sure. Like you probably can't go to a single store without seeing somebody with Raider gear on. And here in New England, when I see somebody with Raider gear on, it's like an old time movie where the two former loved ones are running down the beach going to embrace each other, because it's like, oh my God, there's someone else like me around here. That there's someone else that's a fan of Raiders. I'm fortunate that I'm part of a booster club, here in New England that, brings us together. During the season, on every Sunday we go to a bar and we watch the games together as a group. Sometimes we have 15, sometimes we'll have 30 plus people show up. During the off season, we do certain events, like pool tournaments, mini golf tournaments. We do a club sponsored cookout where, the club covers all costs for it. So we do that stuff. So we've got that community feel. Without that club, it's so hard to find Raider fans in this area, and I could only I can't even imagine what it would be like to live, out west where the team is so prevalent, or, with everything around them. Like I've been to LA and I've been to California in 84 and 85. So I was like 14 and 15 at the time. It was during the summer, so it wasn't during the season. But just being out there and seeing, all the, the Raider stores, and every time you went somewhere there was Raider. You don't get that over here. Now you do, obviously, but back in the day, I took all my allowance with me when we went to California. We went into the store right at the Coliseum, and my mother even said to me, she goes, "You're going to spend everything here?" I'm like, "Yeah. Where else am I going to get this stuff? I'm not going to get it back home." So I bought all my Raider gear for the next couple of years there that day. I think I blew like almost $250 on stuff, because it's like, it's the only chance I'm going to get this stuff. Back then it was a Sears catalog or JCPenney if you were lucky. There was no going online.
No Amazon or anything like that back then.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you as well. Internationally, I mean, I've been to a few places and I see the logo there. I've been to every Hawaiian island, and every single one of them, I've encountered Raider fans, which is amazing to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like Raider fans, like I said, we're just a unique fan base. We're everywhere. You know what I mean? And like I said, wherever you go, you could be riding. You could be in another state. Like I said, you can be somewhere else, and you could just ride by and see a Raider sign on a car, or on the back of a bumper, and you just like, wow, I'm way over here in Hilo, Hawaii, and this guy's got Raider stickers on his car. You know what I mean? Just gives you a sense of pride, I think.
Well, Chris and I talked about this last week on the show. Part of the reason why the Raiders became so popular across the country and then globally, perfect example is it was back in the 80s when NWA came out, because they brought that clothing culture across the country. Like, you never saw Raiders gear on the East Coast before. Once they came out and they're sporting all the gear on their album covers and everything, that sparked a whole new, reach for the Raiders. That increased the Raiders image overall, basically. That had a lot, because there's a documentary out there. I just watched it just a couple months ago on how that influenced and how it grew Raider Nation. And that's why it's diverse and so spread out.
Can I interject real quick to piggyback off of that, what you just said? So what you were just describing, that's my era, right? Because I grew up in LA. I grew up probably maybe 15 minutes from the Coliseum. You know what I mean? So it's ironic that you say what you said about NWA. I'll give you a quick story. The year that Bo Jackson injured himself for good, that year was a year that we pretty much had season tickets. I didn't buy a season ticket package back in those times. You could just go to the box office on Saturday and buy tickets for $15, right? You can go buy tickets for, $15-20 for the game the next day. So I took it upon myself to go to every home game that year, right? And I saw some of the most amazing football that year. We were a really good team that year. We lost that year. We lost in the AFC Championship game to Buffalo. But that was an amazing year to be a Raider fan and to watch them in the Coliseum because of Bo Jackson. Marcus Allen and Jay Schrader they had, and Willie Gold and Mervyn Fernandez and all those guys, like I said, Howie Long, Greg Townsend, and all those guys on the back end at that time. And so we were at the last game. We were at the playoff game where they beat Cincinnati, and that's when Bo Jackson got hurt, right? I was at that game. And it was amazing because after, there was no social media or nothing like that. So you can't just, now a guy goes out of the game, you get on your phone and you're looking to see what's going on, right? You're trying to get some updates to see what's going on. Oh, wow, that's sweet. That's sweet, Ernest. I just saw that come across. Yeah, I've been to Hilo, man. I've seen some Raider fans in Hilo for sure, man. Shout out to you, Ernest. But just getting back to what I was saying was, so when Bo Jackson got hurt, we all went down to the tunnel after the game because everyone was trying to figure out what was going on. Like, okay, well, is he going to be back? Is he all right? We didn't know how severe the injury was. Like I said, there's no social media back then to try to find things out in real time. So we're all down in the tunnel and we're watching the players go by, and they bring Bo Jackson. He's riding over, and they got him on one of those carts. The carts they put the injured guys on. So we're asking, hey Bo, you gonna be back? And he goes, I'm gonna try. You know what I mean? So, but long story short, I was standing next to the whole NWA. They were down there too. Everybody was in the tunnel. I was right next to, I was standing there with all those guys. Magic Johnson's there, it was quite a time. It was quite a time, even in the early 90s. You know what I mean? It was quite a time. So that culture was really prevalent because that's my era. You know what I mean? So I'm down there with Eazy-E and Dr. Dre and Ice Cube and all those guys. You know what I mean? And they were really fans. It wasn't. Go ahead.
Also, what's so cool about Tuesday, because I grew up not too far from Coliseum too.
Okay.
What's cool about the day is that you can go to the game Sunday, and then you go after the game. You can go to, remember a place called Margarita Jones?
Oh yeah, yep.
You can go there and see the Raider players. You can go talk to them. It was
go hang out. Yep.
You can you see all the stars there, and everybody was just normal. It was like nowadays you can't do that. But then you talk to the Raider players. They were sociable. They shook your hands. I regret not getting autographs because I didn't care for that at that time, which I did. But it was so cool. And they actually mixed in with the city of LA. They kind of blended, and people kind of liked it. Not like the Rams. The Rams were like some, excuse my language, some stuck-up punk assholes.
It was just it was a different feel. And you know what? What's funny about that too? Because once they moved to Oakland for the second time, I started saying to my wife, well, maybe we should let's go check a game out up there. And then the culture up there, it's weird, because when you're a Raider fan, as long as we are, you see the different iterations of the culture, right? I thought it was an honor and a privilege. I can actually say that I've been to games in Oakland, I've been to games in Los Angeles, I've been to games in Las Vegas, right? So I've been able to see the culture in every stop, and the Vegas. We know Vegas is really new right now, so but
Just,
the culture.
There's no culture there
Oh
yet. There's no culture there
no,
yet.
no,
Win the games. Go ahead, Jack.
yes, yes.
Got to get in here because I have about 3 to 4 things from all the different things that were going on. I got to pop them out before I forget. First off, the logo. You're talking about the logo, how it is a unity thing, and you're talking about it doesn't matter what color you are, what religion you are, what sex you are, what don't matter. Even political, even though I don't get into politics on my show, when you see the silver and black and the shield, you're the family member. Okay, it transpires that. See the shield, that is a family member. Now, granted, sometimes you gotta ask. Said, are you a Raider fan? Or are you just wearing the hat?
There you go.
And sometimes
there you go.
Sometimes you get the response, well, I'm just wearing the hat. I say, thanks, brother. I just wanted to know. And I go away. But when you see people that are actually fans, like I was in the ER the other night, wasting 4 of my fucking hours not being seen. And I walk out and I'm wearing my Raider hat and I'm wearing my cap. I have a Captain Jack Nomads shirt on, but he saw the shield. He goes, oh, yeah, well, cool, man. Raiders fan. I said, yeah, I am a Raiders fan. I said, do you watch games? He goes, yeah. And then I flip out my phone. I just said, well, I'm this guy, And he had a good kind of old school guy, just like we are all old school. And so we have that. You see the shield, that is a family member, and you get what you get with that. Now, that's the first thing. Always look for the shield, but sometimes nowadays you got to ask if they're just wearing it, to wear it or because. Okay, here's the thing. Second point, the fucking fake Pirates. I live in Tampa. They are the Tampa Bay fake Pirates. And the reason why they are the fake fucking Pirates is because they used to have I don't want to offend anybody. They had a Bucko Bruce logo with the big feather over and
right. The swashbuckler. He was the swashbuckler.
The tangerine
coat.
Try to make him look tough by having hold
the creamsicle jerseys.
Yeah.
I had no problem. I had no problem with the Bucks until, and this is the big until they had to butch up their fucking logo with cross swords. And I say, and they think it's the Super Bowl. I'm like, no. This was before the Super Bowl. When you motherfuckers had to butch up your fucking logo so that you would have something that that was manly and it was again their shit. I said, look at this logo, and I show our logo. I said, we've had this logo since 1960. Look it, crossed swords. Not you fuckers when you had to change your shit. That's why you're the fake fucking pirate. And I get on them about that. And that's
they always will be.
Yeah, always, yeah.
They always will be.
And the other thing is, like, God, I'm forgetting all of the. I'm forgetting some of the things that are there. It was oh shit. I was looking through the. Those are the first 2 main things. The logo is family, and fuck the fake Pirates because of that shit. But you will bring in people. That's how you meet new friends. That's how you get new family members. Okay, and that's why I said, when I do my shows, and getting back to the point, if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, I ask you to not to get numbers up, because I want to talk to you like we're talking now, and I want you in there. And I love new people. By the way, Kenneth is in there. And here's another thing about it. Kenneth Clark is a friend of mine that's on my channel. He lives in Palatka, Florida. He is a Jaguars fan. But he comes into the show because he knows that I will talk to everybody about their sports. Obviously, there's a lot of Raider fans. but I will talk to each individual person there, and I know who everybody is. And I know Ernest. I'm sorry, I'm dropping some F-bombs, and Ernest is always in the comments for that. But I talk to people because I know who they are, and they get in the comments. So please come over and have great conversations like this. Like I said, I've been a Raiders fan for 53 years because of Kenny Blanda, and we got it from there. And I will always be a Raiders fan until they put my ass in the ground. That's for true.
Yeah. You're right about the Oakland. You're right about the Oakland tailgates, man. Those were legendary. Those were legendary.
I'm glad you put that, Hits Boy, because you're talking about culture. And this, thank you. That reminded me what the other thing I wanted to talk about. When I go to the games, and my seat is right next to the Raiders tunnel. So when I look to my right, and the Raiders are coming out of the tunnel, okay? That's how close to the action I am. I love those seats, okay? It's not hotsy-totsy. It's not in the areas where they get the free food and the other shit like that. It's right with my boys, the Raiders. But you're talking about culture. Here's the thing. I teach not as an asshole, but I do it for fun. Before the game goes in, I will turn around because the people in front of me usually are all wearing the right colors. Okay, I will turn around and I'll talk to the people behind me and say, "Hi, folks, I'm Captain Jack, and I just want to make sure that you guys know what the rules are," or something along this line. Okay, say, when the Raiders have the ball, you shut the fuck up. Which elicits a lot of laughter because people don't know.
Right.
And when the Raiders are on defense, that's when you make a lot of noise. And then I look at the people that don't have the right color jerseys on. I said, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. Again, which gets laughter because I try to be an ambassador with fun, with a bad mouth, but it's part of the personality. Okay, it is. It's my personality is very salty, but I have fun, and I have no problem with the fans of other teams. And they're right, but sometimes they're right behind me. And I will also say this. I said, and by the way, I will be standing for the majority of the game. And I used to stand for as much as I can, but because of my sciatica, I have to stand and have to sit, and I have to stand and have, because again, I just can't be in. I can't. Yeah. I'm like I am Catholic again. I guess on that day, it's up, down, up, down, up, down. But and I said, people asked me my religion. I said I am Judeo-Christian from the Church and Synagogue of Al Davis. Thank you, because that's where my okay, Al and Raider football, and there you go. But the culture, we are building the culture little by little, bit by bit, little by little, bit by bit. And it's incumbent upon us, the old school guys, to tell the people, the younger guys, that if you don't know something, you got the internet. Look it up, okay? And Jack Kennett knows that one of the reasons why I walked off the show for the Wild Wild West was because I had a millennial piece of shit Charger fan that was their subject matter expert on the show that went up to me. Hey, Richie, right on cue too, brother. Richie Rich A of the Wild Wild West show and MHRT Network, the Mile High Roundtable. I'm on that great channel. I have Bronco fans to come in on my show to hang out with me and talk with me and to bug me. But hey, it's a few because they're going to come over and say hi, right? But and Richie, I'm sorry, I have to make this point, okay? And I hate doing it when Richie's here, but he knows it's true. I had a person on that channel who was the Chargers SME tell me I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Me and there was some other things. Yeah, Rich, it's because see that in the corner, New England Raider boosters. I did it as an homage to the Raiders booster club in New England. And then I found out that, a couple of the people on here are like Lakers fans and whatnot, but that's fine. It's also close to St. Patrick's Day, so it's doing dual duty.
There you go.
Okay.
It's got a shamrock on it somewhere, right?
There we go.
Yeah, I got a shamrock. Okay. Point being, though, now don't tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, because that pissed me the fuck off, okay? And DZ, who's also on the Wild Wild West show, thank you for coming in, DZ. It's DZ, but Richie calls him DZ because Richie is from Canada, and he calls him, the Canadian High English, or the King's language. It's DZ. It's not DZ. And DZ is my Chargers guy with great respect that knows stuff. So shout out to DZ. Shout out to Richie Riche representing the Broncos. Jack Kenna, the guy who's representing the Raiders. Yeah, Captain loves Robert. That's that person I was talking about that DZ has graciously taken over as the Charger.
I like Tanner Jack. Tanner Jack's a Raider fan, but look at his logo. You gotta love the logo. He's saying "fuck the Broncos," but he's got a Russell Wilson logo with hair on it.
We're all out in here. We're all out in here. Like, come on in and watch the shows over on my channel. Obviously, continue to watch on this channel, and for all the other guys that have. There you go. Coming in and Boston fans. Yeah, like I said, it's an homage to the Raider Nation, the New England Raider boosters. Yeah, I kind of lost the bet. And like I told Jeff, I will thoroughly disinfect my body, from this jersey.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to disinfect your own shirt, then you got another problem going on that I don't want to know about. So.
Well, we don't care if other fans come here and talk. I mean, that's the whole idea. You want to talk? We can talk football. We can talk that.
Yeah.
That's right. This transitions into one of my questions I had for you, Cap, because you just talked about how you did what you did at in Oakland, standing up and yelling to the fans what you yelled. How did the whole Captain Jack persona come to be? We're not going to say super fan, and we're not going to say costume because we know it's not a costume. So everybody says that.
Well, let's knock that one out first, okay? Two things, and Jeff alluded to it as well. Yes, I answer to the term super fan. I answer to it because people will say that myself and Violator and Gorilla and the other people that are, and I like to call myself an easily recognizable fan. But ERF doesn't roll out of your tongue like Superfan. Superfan's easy. It's like, the mnemonics are there, But I am an easily recognizable fan. I wear my gear, and plus, even if I don't wear my gear, are you kidding? This mug? Come on, you're gonna know who I am most of the time whenever I'm wearing whatever, right? Easily recognizable fan. I don't like the term super fan because to me, it sounds very egotistical. Jeff is a super fan. Chris is a super fan. Papa is a super fan. Why? Because our fandom is to the hilt. Okay? We are fans of our team. We're true. And again, I will say this, true fans are super fans. If you're wearing the fucking gear because it looks good on you, you're not a super fan. You're a poser. And I'll say it, you're a poser. And that gets to the second point. I do not wear a fucking costume. Let me reiterate that. I do not wear a costume. There are people that wear costumes, but when I wear my uniform, and there is military items on it, I got my ribbon rack on there. I got my Chiefs anchor, not Kansas City Chiefs, Navy Chiefs. Big fucking difference. Okay. I wear my Chiefs anchor. I wear my ribbon rack. It is my uniform. It's what my uniform has evolved into because I can't wear my Navy uniform every day, but I wear my pride of being a military member, my pride of being a Raider fan on my garb, my uniform. I will say garb as well. Violator wears his war gear. And there are other people that will have their names for that, for what they wear. Some people will call it a costume. That's fine. But those words will never come out of my mouth. So those, I knocked that out, Jeff. I'm sorry. But you are saying the evolution. Good. The evolution of Captain Jack. And it's on my page. The first iterants of Captain Jack, I remember it to this day. I was in Virginia, and I met my buddy who, because I had a shield on my tire rack, you know, and my shield has brought attention to me. Okay. And this gentleman stopped. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Richie. He's a big fucker, by the way. He's a good guy, but he's a big fucker. You can't hide with him. But anyway, happy St. Pat's to you as well, Richie. I'm driving down 64. I got the big shield on my car, and I meet my friend, and we talk Raiders, and here we go. We make the I'm gonna do this. We go to Raider games. Oh, cool. I love going to Raiders games. And he wore like the kind of like what Darth Vader wears, you know, the plastic or the rough plastic pads.
Mm-hmm.
But he had his persona was Redbeard, and he had that, and he had like his other gear that went with it. And I'm like, man, that's cool. That's cool. I said, can I get in on some of that? So he gave me his I got this new. Here's my old gear. So I wore his B gear for the first iteration of me going out to the games. It was the Indianapolis Colts at Oakland, and we're sitting up in Mount Davis. Yeah. I was going to say, yeah. I wasn't this. I used to bounce at the Trophy Lounge, Steve. Trust me. I used to bounce at the Trophy Lounge. Steve DeLuna knows that. You can tell what ships we're in. You can tell what ships we're in by the Filipinas that were there. If Filipino wives were there, you know that their husbands' ships were not there. That's how you know what ships are there. But I digress.
Thanks, Rich.
Anyway.
Thank you, Rich.
What was I about? Oh, the gear. So I'm wearing his gear. I have on eye black on my face. And I learned right there that I don't do makeup. So that I'm glad I found that out at that time. Okay. So I have eye black on. I have my pirate, persona and thing. And I have on a bandana as a pirate because I knew what look I was going for being Navy. And that was the first iteration of Captain Jack. And we were on the NFL Follies for, it's on my YouTube. They're talking about NFL fans, and it was NFL Follies, and you see all of us on that one clip. And that was the iteration of Captain Jack, the preeminent, the pre Captain Jack. But I told my buddy, I said, this is cool, and I like the gear, but I gotta be me. I gotta find something that's me. So I got from that point on, I was like, okay, I like the thing. I said, no makeup, no masks, no things like that. Because I tell people when they become their own persona, I said, remember what you start with is what you're going to have to wear for the rest of your fucking life. So if you're wearing a mask like Gorilla does, God love him when he's in fucking 100-degree heat and he's in that big gear.
I don't know how he does it.
I don't know how he does it. But when you wear that mask and thing, that's you for the rest of your life as your persona. If you wear makeup like Violator does and Hollywood does, and those people that do the makeup, that is you for the rest of your life. Is your persona. Okay, I said so. Be very careful and smart with what you do. That's why I'm me. And aside from my eye patch or my glasses and my gear, my tricorn hat and my pirate gear, you'll always know who Captain Jack is. So that was the preeminence was out in Oakland at an indie game, and Peyton Manning was their quarterback, and they won at the very end. That was the first Captain Jack, but then Captain Jack became who you see, the pirate with the pirate gear. And by the way, the name, because people ask me about the name. Captain Jack Rackham is an offshoot of Calico Jack Rackham, who was a pirate of the Caribbean. Okay, except that I made it RACK''EM, like Rackham. You know, like when you tackle somebody and and people, are you a pool player? No, not a pool player. But it comes from that. John Rackham was an actual figure of Pirate of the Caribbean. So because I live in Florida, it works for me. So there is the full, very long-winded iteration of how Captain came to be.
That's cool.
No doubt. Yeah, I like that.
I never really knew the whole origin and everything. That's
I like that.
Thank you for that.
That was awesome,
I mean,
man.
You had me so engrossed that I haven't even been looking at the chat for the last few minutes. So it's like I'm still far behind on it. I don't know, Brad or Chris, you guys got any questions for Cap? I mean, I've got a couple others, so I don't know.
Jeff, did you ever light Al Davis torch? I don't remember seeing you doing it. Did you ever get a chance to light the torch?
No, it was right next to me though. When I was in Oakland, my seats were in that area where I just literally looked to the left, and it was like from I can't see in my room. It was maybe, I'm very bad at distance. That's one thing that I'm not good at. The Army or the Navy, what distance is. Maybe about 10 yards from my seat over to the left, where the torch was in Oakland that they did the lighting. So I was very close to it every game. So yeah, but no. And here's the thing, and I tell you, applause. Yeah, I collected a few. Cool Cab knows me as well, man. Yeah, I applaud the Raiders doing what they did this year with the personas such as Violator, such as Gorilla, with Sean, with the Black Hole Rob, with Raider Gloria, the old school fans that people know. I'm actually surprised that they missed Raider Ron, who Raider Ron is the reason why there's a booster club in Tampa for all these years. The General, Ron Ricard, and may he rest in peace. He's the reason why there was a booster club in Tampa, because Ron took me under wing and made my application fly. It normally takes about 3 to 4 years for a booster club to become a booster club. 1 year. 1 year, because Ron talked with the great Morris Bradshaw, may peace.
Yeah, another one.
The General was instrumental in getting the booster club. It was the Florida Bay Area Raider Boosters here in Tampa. And for those that don't know as well, here's another plug. Not that I haven't done plugs today. If you are a Raiders fan, and you are a true Raiders fan, it doesn't matter if you are a member of the New England Raider Boosters or the Nomads or the Atlanta Raider Booster Club or any number of booster clubs. The Black Hole is your organization. Notice I said organization. The organization group, the umbrella for Raider fans everywhere. You can be a member of the New England Raider Boosters and be a member of the Black Hole, because this is the 30th year of the Black Hole. I am a chapter president down in Tampa. And when you go to the Black Hole, you do your one-time membership. I think it's $60. Maybe it's 70 or 80. It's between that number. You pay your membership once. You are a lifetime member of the Black Hole. Do it this year, because the Black Hole has got a lot of great activities planned on this 30th anniversary of the Black Hole. There will be the regular parties that you see, on Saturday nights at Eye Candy. There will be parties up in Fremont. There will be a Black Hole store up in Fremont where you can buy Black Hole gear and things along those lines. The march that we did across the bridge this year, the Victory March, we might have had one victory out of that Victory March, but it doesn't matter. We did that. We, as in the Black Hole, were instrumental in doing the Victory March. We're going to continue to do these things. I implore you, as a true Raider fan, no matter what your club allegiance is, become a member of the Black Hole. And if you'd like to be a member of the Black Hole chapter in Tampa, you just, when you become a member and you say what chapter you're in, say Tampa and let me know about it, because I will make sure that I tell, hey, this person is a Black Hole member and he's a Black Hole member of the Tampa chapter. And I wish that upon everybody. We have so many good things. Plus the after party at the games in Las Vegas is at a place called Slice of Vegas. It's a pizza place that has great pizza and great Mexican food, because the guy owns the Mexican place as well. The party is going to be at Slice of Vegas after games in Vegas. So come on over. There's going to be prizes. We're going to give away prizes. Obviously, Modelo is the sponsor. We're looking to give away like jerseys, signed jerseys by people. So come on in to the Slice of Vegas after the game. Come over to all of the games. And obviously, I will be doing my podcast on Sundays from that, and I'll try to get prizes just for people that are in the crowd as well. So come in, talk about the game, talk about what was good, talk about what was bad, talk about what should be fixed up. There you go with that. So again, long-winded, but I hope I caught the thing of what Captain Jack means and how he became in. Okay.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Since we're talking about culture, and I see a lot of people chiming in on the chat, and they're kind of alluding to the culture. Me being, my origin, like I said before, my origin was Los Angeles, as far as the Raiders. But I will say this, as far as culture, I don't think there's anything like Oakland. Like anytime I think about the Raiders to me will always belong to Oakland before they belong to LA or Vegas. And it's just something, it's something about that place. I mean, my kids grew up there. I took Raider Rundown. My son, I took him to his first game at 5 years old. That was his first introduction to the Raiders. At 5 years old, we went to Oakland, and we went every year consecutively until he was 20 years old, and he went to college. He was in college, and he couldn't come. But we went from the time he was 5 years old to basically 19 years old. We went to every opening home game from that time span. So, and the culture of Oakland, it's just something that it was hard. It's hard to describe. You know what I mean? Like, I hope Vegas can actually one day get a feel. It'll never have the feel of Oakland, but I hope one day that we can get the culture. We can get the culture and that camaraderie that we had in Oakland, because it was like nothing. It was like nothing else. Like just walking into and we had the most shit-faced stadium in the league. But it was just something about walking into that stadium, and it was like, this is our house. This is our house. And one of the guys, shouted out on the chat, the tailgating was legendary. You walk through there. I said the first time I went up there, it was like I had died and went to Raider heaven. It was like all the tents were blocking out the sun. You know what I mean? Like when you in that parking lot. You know what I mean? It was just like one huge Raider Woodstock or something like that. You know what I mean? So for me, the culture, that Oakland culture, there's nothing like that Oakland culture. And one day I hope we get a chance to replicate that. And like you said, Chris, that starts with winning. Once we start winning, we can build a culture. We can actually start, adding on to that culture. So that's what I'm hoping that we can do, because, when I think about those Oakland days, even though we didn't even win a lot back then, it was just, that was the essence of being a Raider fan. Being in Oakland was the essence of being a Raider fan.
Like you said,
really.
I was an Oakland Raider fan from the get-go. Oakland Raiders. That's why we became Oakland Raiders. And I was still kind of young. I was so young, I didn't know what the hell Oakland was. I knew it was just on my friends. I didn't know, where's Oakland at? Because I didn't know it was in California, even though I was so young, I was a Raider fan. So it was still Oakland. But then as I got older, I knew what it was. And then they said they moved to LA. I literally jumped through the roof. But like I said, I watched the games. You watch some of those they show a parking lot and all,
Wow.
and they're like, let's say, why you don't have that shit here? Why do we have it
Mhm.
here? Because for a long time the Rams were here, and the Rams, like I said, my whole family was a Rams fan, and I hate the Rams. But they didn't have that like you said, those tailgate parties. They didn't have that thing. They had nothing.
No,
They had none of that.
no.
And I went to a couple Rams games with my family, but it's like go in there, watch the game, walk out, go home. Boring as fuck.
Yes.
But when Ravens came
Yes.
to town,
Oh
there was
man.
a party a day before the game. There was a party after the day before the game.
Yeah.
They party after the game. They kept partying. Even if they win or lost, they still like out there. We still the motherfucker. Excuse me. We still the fucking Raiders, dude. I don't care if we lost or not. And we had that.
That's it. That's it.
And like I said, they don't have that in Vegas yet. Win some games. We ain't got to win Super Bowl right away like next year. Hopefully we do. But
that's right.
Win some games, bring the people in, and get the culture. Because LA, for me, I'm 3 hours away. I think you about 5 hours with all the drive, 45-minute flight from Frisco, like almost an hour. So it's not far from the fans still. But I'm not gonna pay $1,000 for a ticket on a plane and a hotel room watch you lose. No, we're not gonna do that.
Right.
Start bring that culture back.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. We just, like I said, we just need to go for it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm jealous of you guys. I know Jack. Cat's been out to Oakland many times in LA and everything, and but Chris and Brad, I mean, you guys lived out there during all that. Got to go to LA, got to go to Oakland. I never got to see them play at home in Oakland or in LA. I haven't even gotten to Vegas yet. The only time I've seen them in person is when they've come here to the Patriots. I've gone to Buffalo and to New York a couple of times. So I'm still waiting to get out to Vegas. That's the next goal, and hopefully, when I can go, my son's going to be able to go with me because he's a Raider fan too. Be able to get out there with him. He's also a Vegas Golden Knights fan. So I want to, I know he's not watching this right now, so I can say this. I also want to go while I'm out there with him, be out there long enough where we can get, a Knights game too, like say a Friday night game or something. So, and surprise him with that, take him to that. And then Saturday, whatever goes on in Vegas the night before a game, do that with him. And then, Sunday go to the Raiders game. That's the goal.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm going to. I don't know. The schedule obviously hasn't come out yet, but we know what the opponents are, right?
Yeah.
And I have some family members that are Bears fans, and they will be playing in Vegas this year. So Rundown and I will be in Vegas for that Bears game, whenever that is. I don't know when it is yet, but we will definitely be in Vegas for that Bears game, and probably catching a couple of more. But that one is definitely cemented in concrete already. So that's just a little FYI for guys out there. If anybody wants to meet up and have a good time in Vegas and check them out. You know what I mean? So we'll definitely be doing that.
Hey,
I'm fortunate. I'm fortunate this year that the Raiders are coming here to New England to play the Patriots.
They sure are.
Yeah,
I will hopefully be able to get to that game if the tickets aren't super stupid pricey.
You going to Bakersfield run this year or what? That Bakersfield thing they have up there, the Bakersfield, what do they call it?
I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, there was.
You're talking about. Yeah, that's a thing that's done by Mr. Lorenzo Lerma. He does it every year. It's like, and I can't remember the name of it. There's a few events. Lorenzo has his event at Bakersfield. Mob Boss had his event down in I haven't been. I missed it last year. I went to Lorenzo's event up in Bakersfield because I was in California. And it just so happened that because I was in California on my trip last year, I stopped by Lorenzo's event. It's good to see that they have, but there are many events. There are events, in fact, the TNBC will have their party out in Texas in April. So there's a big collection of members of the Nation's Booster Club or TNBC. So they have their events, and the Pacific Northwest has their summer picnic, up there in events. So there's always events going on. And what is it? The event that Mike and Sawed-Off does. I'm brain farting. I apologize. It's old age, man. I know what I want to fucking talk about, but I can't remember the name of it. But Mike Summers and Sawed-Off, who they do those events, and they move from city to city. There's the events in San Diego that they're going to do. They're bringing that back after a small hiatus. So I would go out for all of those things. And again, the camaraderie, even in the off season. And again, I will be at the draft. And I just announced today that I'm trying to figure out. I'm going to do like I did last year when I drove cross country from my home in Florida through Texas and through Arizona and over to the SoCal and NorCal and dropped down to Vegas, flew to the draft from Vegas to Detroit and back, and then drove back. It was I
Oh wow.
10,000 my brand new truck, and that was breaking it in. I am trying to get back to doing that. Hopefully this year it'll be a run up the East Coast to the Midwest. So I will see as many folks as I can. So if there are groups that I can see in the off season, as I know when I'm going, I think that the most north I'm going to go is maybe to see that bastard over there in Connecticut. Okay.
You know, it's one thing. I know people that are fans of other teams, the 49ers, Rams, all that stuff. But it's one thing I noticed. They don't have events like we do. We have events all freaking
over the country.
Yeah. And not even just like in just Vegas or Oakland or LA. All over the goddamn place. No other team does it.
Nope. Yeah. We're still the only team that does anything with the alumni like we do too.
Oh yeah.
There's no other team that does like an alumni special.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's why I say, being a Raider fan is not on you, it's in you. It's not on you, it's in you. You know what I mean? And we can wear this and we can all rock the silver and black but it's in you. It's just something that you wake up to every day. You eat, breathe, and sleep being a Raider fan. It's the way of life. The being a Raider fan is a true way of life. You know what I mean? And that's why, like I say, when you go out in public sometimes and someone's rocking that logo, you can just look at them and nod because they already know. It doesn't even have to be anything said. You can just be like, somebody can just walk past you and say, "Go Raiders," and it's just there. That's all. Just two words. Go Raiders. You know what I mean? And you just hit them back. Yeah, there you go. And
there's no language barrier. There's no language barrier. You tell somebody don't know how to speak English, and like Raiders, and he'll say it.
Yeah.
All of that. It's just.
And I tell people all the time. I said, once this franchise starts winning again, look out because a lot of Raider fans are going to really come out of the woodwork. When this franchise starts winning again, we are going to be some of the most obnoxious assholes walking the earth during football season. You already know. I'm obnoxious now. I'm obnoxious now, and we only won 4 games last year. You know what I mean? So just imagine us winning 13 games. Imagine us going 13-4.
They're going to come out of the woodwork here in New England because of like, oh, Tom Brady did that for you guys. And all of a sudden, I'm going to see a bunch of people walking around with Raider gear that normally we never would. Last time I saw them, they had a Patriots jersey on or a stupid Pats hat. Stupid fucking flying Elvis bullshit. But hey, Cap, I got to show you this. Do you know Silver Smoke?
Yeah.
He's in the chat.
I've met him according to Kenna. And Kenna showed me a picture of him. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was just gonna say that we met
because he just sent it to me. He just sent me a picture.
Yeah, and like so, I meet a lot of people, and I'm sorry if I don't remember everybody because I meet a lot of people and people take pictures of me, and I swear it's not ego. It's just that I'm easy to remember, but I can't remember everybody. So, but I do take it upon myself. When I see people. I will talk, and people get on my case about that. Is man, you talk a lot to the. And I said yes because each individual person talking to me and I'm not going to go cut a conversation short because there's a camera over here or there's a photographer over here, because they have my undivided attention during the time. Now, granted, if I'm late to come in and they want to take a picture, I say, yeah, real quick. But I chop in on time, but I don't say no. And I've been late to a couple different things because I don't stop short of taking pictures. Because the one time I do will be the person says, that motherfucker didn't stop because he blah, 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 and I will hear about it, and they will hear about it.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I've heard somebody say that. And I don't want that to happen.
People won't remember you for visiting sick kids dying of cancer in a hospital, but they'll remember the second that you walked away from
there you
them.
Go.
They ask you for a photo. Yeah.
There you go.
I got a couple other questions I want to ask you before we get to.
This is just for the New England Raider boosters. You're coming in late, brother. You're coming in late.
Nope, he's a Celtic fan. Don't let him fool you. He hates Philly sports.
Yeah, oh, fuck you. Hey, it's like like Moses said, faux. I'm sorry I had to.
Oh yeah,
Chris. Faux.
I know it's okay. It's okay. We won 17.
It was 5-4. It was 4-5-4, but Moses was close.
Chris, I know you're a Lakers fan too, right? Chris, are you a Lakers fan?
Yeah, we got 17.
I thought I thought we get one before Boston, but hey, they got there before we did, but it's okay.
Oh, we'll get it back. We'll be back.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't get me started. Hey, don't get me started on Larry Bird. I do love some Larry Bird though. You know, it's funny. It's funny. The older you get,
Boston with a passion. I think Boston with a passion, but there's that player. There's a couple players that I really like. And one was Larry Bird. I wish he was a Laker.
How could you not? But you know what's funny? The older you get more appreciation for him as you get older, right? Because when we were in the middle of it, when we were in the middle of it in the 80s and all those, and all those games were going on and they were battling in the finals, you couldn't stand none of them. And as time has gone on, you come to have such an affinity for the way that those guys played the game and the way that they competed. You know what I mean? And it's like, so it's an honor to even see Larry Bird right there, man. They don't make him like that no more.
I went to the championship game when they flipped Kurt Rambis over. And what was that? Nancy Kerrigan, the other girl that broke her leg?
Oh, yeah.
That's
I know what you're talking about.
That's how I want to do the Kevin McHale. I said, I want to get hammer and break his goddamn leg. You
talking about the clothesline. You talking about the clothesline.
Break his ankle. I was sitting right there by where they come in and out at the forum. I was like, I want to break his ankle so bad.
That was 84. Look, that was 84. That was Look, that's when competition was real. I know we don't need to go on an NBA tangent here, but that's when that's when competition was real.
Speaking of that, it was like that in the NFL too. Those players, they let the players play. They hit each other. They threw each other on the ground. It wasn't no like a flag like unnecessary roughness.
Oh my God.
Ball. Everybody here.
Yeah.
Oh God. Could you imagine LeBron in the 80s playing against Larry Bird and
these other
guys? Oh man.
But the NFL changed so much. It got so soft.
I got one name for you. Rudy Tomjanovich and Kermit Washington.
Man. Look, for you youngsters, for you youngsters, just go to YouTube and type in Kermit Washington. You might not be able to get Tomjanovich to spell it, but type in Kermit Washington and you'll know exactly what he's talking about. For all you youngsters out here in the chat.
Broke his face.
Yeah.
That was the hardest person I've seen ever, even in boxing. Like, Jesus.
I was going to say the same thing. I don't know if Foreman hit someone harder than that.
He gave him a full sprint too. Boom, like.
Yeah, man.
That's why I'm here. I'm the old guy with sports knowledge, man. I'm the old guy with sports knowledge.
I love it. I love it.
Rockets. Rudy Tomjanovich getting clocked by fucking Kermit Washington.
Yeah, buddy.
I only have one more question for Cap. I had a couple others, but because I want to open it up to the chat, let people start asking questions to Cap and the rest of us on the panel too, because we haven't really been addressing. I mean, they've been good. They haven't been asking a million questions tonight because it's kind of told them to hold off on the questions, because if you ask them too early in the show, we're not going to get to them right away. The only question I have for you, Jack Cap, is first of all, thank you for being a veteran and doing what you did for the country. Appreciate that.
No doubt. Salute.
What type of impact?
My pleasure.
What type of what do you think is the correlation between your time in the military and your time of becoming Captain Jack and being a Raiders fan? Was there any type of correlation between the two that kind of overflows? Like, I don't know if I worded that right.
Yeah. I might if I don't get what you're trying to draw out, and I'm actually that's one of
I guess the way I really should have worded it is because in the Navy or in any military service, just like for me with being in the first responder field for years, you had that camaraderie, and do you feel as though there's any correlation between that to also being a Raider fan and being basically you're an ambassador for the team, really, and for fans, because you put yourself out there for people to draw people into the team and to follow the team because you've got such a high profile. People know who you are,
Well, and I appreciate that, but folks, I say this with all due respect. There are people that are at Raider games and they see me dressed up. Hey, come on over here and take a picture. They don't know who I am. And that's the exact reason why I know it, because they call me Pirate, which is fine. But I said, hey, by the way, it's Captain Jack. Only because to me, and this is to me, the Pirate was Oaktown Azell.
Yes.
And I give him that due, because to me, he was the Raider Pirate. I'm taking that and running with it, but to me, Azell will always be Oaktown, the Raider Pirate. It's because it's here in my heart. Azell black, I'm white. Azell's West Coast, I was East Coast. Azell was Army, I'm Navy. We were yin and yang, and I love that man. And we had the greatest of times together. Okay. And whenever we saw each other, it was just that, we were like complete. You complete me, as they would say in movies, right? But we had that together. It was wonderful. And when I was in London for the I believe the Seahawks game, about 2 weeks after that, Azell passed, and people were talking to me about it. And I wish it would have came out to be there at his funeral, but at the time I was still a contractor. I couldn't, break out to do all those things. But, back to point. It doesn't matter if you know me as Captain Jack or not, but as you said, as the ambassador, other than I cuss a lot, and I admit that's probably not the greatest thing that I do,
kind of
but I
Raider
try.
way, though. I mean,
but
if you're a Raider fan and you don't swear much, I mean, come on.
Yeah,
I
something's
get
wrong.
it, but
that's fucking
especially the TV when they're playing.
that is fucking true. And even when I get people to get over and to talk on my channel, when I talk to their parents, I said, hey, I talk sports, and your son, they're talking about sports and yada yada. And I was good. I said, by the way, I do swear a lot. I'm up forward and up front about that, because it is me. But if you think I cuss a lot, I've toned it down quite a bit from what I used to, and I try not to, based upon like I said, being on the channel that I was on. Roku had their rules before the channel changed it. But still, as an ambassador, I try to tone it down. I am a salty bastard, and I have fun with people are talking about and that's one of the reasons why I do wear my gear. Is if I see a pretty young lady and they want to take a picture with me, are you thinking I'm going to say no? Fuck no, I'm not going to say no. And I was like, come here, honey, I'll show you a bit of my mizzen mast. I will, but I can say it. I can say it in character, and it deflects. It deflects.
Right.
And a husband or a boyfriend is right there. if it's fucking Jay saying that, come here, honey, I'll show you something, I would get knocked the fuck out, or I would get slapped. Because it's a character. I have fun with the character. And to me, that's why I said I don't wear a costume. I wear a uniform. Captain Jack is a very salty, body, fun-loving, not what's the word? Not womanizing, but there's a bad word where that's for you don't treat women well. I have fun. I'm like at that line, but I talk about shit like that. Thank you. I'm not a misogynist. I'm not a misogynist, but I'm a fun-loving, salty bastard that just goes to that line. Okay, because I love women, I treat them well, but I do go right to that line, and I don't disrespect them. And if I do find out that I've upset somebody, I said I apologize profusely if I crossed the boundary with you that shouldn't have been done, and that's just the way it is. But that's me. That's me. So as being an ambassador, and you were talking, and I know long-winded fucking A, I always do this shit, is that when you're out there in character, this is one of the reasons why, other than the fact that I don't drink a lot anyway, I defy anybody to see me drunk. Because as an ambassador, as a persona for the Raiders, you shan't be out. Yeah, Kevin, my Mundungus, that's for sure. You shan't be out there drunk because it is the wrong image. Okay, the people have a very bad image of Raider fans as a whole, and I said, no, you got the right area, but you got the wrong team. It's usually the other bastards across the bay that are ones that are doing such shit like that, and it's true. I'm dropping dime on them because it's true. But the one thing I won't do is be disrespectful, at least not on purpose. I won't be out drunk, and I will take pictures with everybody, Raider fans, opposing fans, everybody, because that's just me. That's my personality anyway. So when you take it upon yourself to be an ambassador, to be an easily recognizable fan, make sure that you are putting out the positive image of that. Hey, for all of the people that are in here, and like I said, we've already talking about all the Bronco fans that are in here, I hate their fucking team. Oh, I fucking can't stand the Broncos. But I get along with Richie Riche, and I get along with DZ and his fucking San Diego Garglers, San Los Angeles Garglers. Hate the team. But respect the people, providing they do respect. Now, if they're fucking assholes to you, then you take it upon yourself.
Right.
Just don't do anything stupid like get a felony by punching them. That's another reason why I don't get drunk, because I do have anger issues. As fun as I am, people piss me off.
Not at all.
No, people piss me off, and I have to check myself. I do have to check myself, because when I was at the game as Captain Jack, when I was when the Eagles played the fake Pirates here, I'm sitting next to my boy, Philly sports guy, great guy, Jamie Paye, and there's a Tampa Bay fake fucking Pirate fan that's in my ear. Next, and I'm like, and and Jamie saw me. He saw me. He goes, Jack, switch seats with me, because he knew that I was about ready to hit my boiling point. And thank God for Jamie. Jamie's a great guy. Phil, if you guys don't know Philly sports guy, great thing. But yeah, you gotta check yourself, because you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be the guy that they talk about, like that fucking asshole Kansas City Wolf guy that robbed banks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too bad they did a documentary on him for that.
Do they have do the Chiefs have one of the slimiest fan bases? I'm sorry. I mean, every time you hear something about a Chiefs fan, they're either shooting somebody, robbing banks, or you know what I mean? Like something's going on with the Chiefs fans. If it's not their players.
But the Raider fans get the bad rep.
Exactly.
Yeah, really, right?
Rowdy, they do this and this.
Exactly.
And that. So,
Yep.
Our fan base has class. Believe it or not, we do have class. Now,
yes, we do.
Now, if you sit there like Jack was saying and just talk shit in the ear, it's only so much a person gonna take.
Oh, exactly.
But you hear about like stuff like in Buffalo, you hear that shit in like the 49ers.
Philadelphia, you hear it, yeah.
It's about here that shit.
You know who else? You know who else doesn't get? They don't get what they deserve. The Niner fans. Those are some of the most obnoxious. The Niner fans are some of the most obnoxious fans that you'll run across. Right? You know, they think they own the NFL.
But hey, yo,
gang.
Keep it down a little bit. My wife.
Yep.
Watch Niner fans. Okay, good. I said I go to the house. Hope she locked me out the house.
That's right. Yeah. I don't need you in the doghouse, Chris.
I
don't want you in the doghouse.
She's a Niner fan, but she does support my team. She does, like I said, this hashy bombing, you know, couple of things. So she supports my team, but she's a Niner fan. She's not obnoxious. So you was
okay. Yeah.
There you go. They had the shooting at their own celebration parade. It's like
exactly. Yet they get the most press. I mean, for God's sakes, look at Patrick Mahomes' brother and his dad. Like, let's just be real about it. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even really report those stories like they should. You know what I mean? Like, you know, these guys are getting arrested for drunk driving. The brother he's some kind of some kind of a weird little pervert or something. I don't know what's going on with this.
But crap. He was like,
yeah, so you know their fan base isn't it isn't the greatest. It's not a sterling fan base, you know, as we might say.
But you know, you can tell that because there are a lot of Raider podcasters out there, and I don't see very, very few other fan content. And most of these fans come in our stations. Steeler fans, the Broncos, everybody. They come in our
Charger fans. Yeah.
Randy N. If Chris and I are doing the show, he'll be in the chat.
He's a Bronco fan.
We had him live on camera with us the other night. You know,
but he's a Bronco fan. But he gives us, he respects us. He don't sit there and talk shit. You know, he'll say, "Oh, Broncos, you guys did that." That's fine. But he don't come and disrespect like some of these guys come and talking like assholes.
But you know what? Let's be real, fellas. Let's be real about this. I mean, yeah, we don't have the greatest record over the last 30 years, but I mean, shit. All the rest of those other franchises are kind of corny. I mean, like, you know, let's just be for real. I mean, you know, we're still cool. We're not even winning, and we're still cool. I mean, I say to myself every time I go to a Raider game at SoFi, I need like 6 fucking Tylenol because it's so damn bright with all that bullshit yellow and shit that they got going on with the Chargers. Like, I need sunglasses just to be. I mean, like, it's a shitty looking product to me. I don't care if you got Jim Harbaugh or whatever. You know what I mean? Who wants to walk around wearing orange and blue all day? You know what I mean? Like, you know, with the Broncos, I'm not trying to wear orange and blue all day. You know what I mean? You know,
so funny.
What's that?
About that? Before the Chiefs started winning, how many Chiefs fans did you see?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden,
you don't see them when they start winning. Yeah, exactly. When they start winning. Oh yeah. And then
I saw that here in New England.
Charger fans go to the playoffs this past year.
Yeah.
Charger fans came out the woodwork. All 5 of them came out the woodwork.
Exactly.
They lose.
They disappear. That's what it was like around here in New England when the Patriots started winning. Man, the Pats fans came out of the woodwork. You know, I mean, you had a whole generation that didn't even know that the Patriots were complete ass before they.
I remember they went 1-15. Well, they went 1-15 one year or some shit like that.
See, you know that, and you don't even know his name. I got Pats fans that didn't even know that. Like, did you know who their coach was during that season? Because I know I do.
you know, here's the thing.
I don't even know that Rod Lust was the coach during their 1-15 season. You know,
well,
I know that. How do you not know that?
What I love doing this, by the way, is because I am a historian and I know about teams and whatnot. The greatest things that I can say is, like, I'll talk to a Cowboy fan, and I roasted a Cowboy fan when I was still in the military. I said, I've been a Cowboy fan all my life. So, oh, really? Okay, so who was the quarterback that backed up Roger Staubach? Well, that would be Danny White. And before him, it was
number 11.
It was actually Craig Morton. Craig Morton opposed him in the Super Bowl. Okay, Denver. He said, let's talk about that Cowboy team that you are such a fan of. Name their receivers. Well, that would be like Drew Pearson. And their tight end was Tony Hill or Thrill Hill, right? And then the other guy
Tony
was
Dorsett, running back.
Golden Dorsett and number 44, the big kid with the thighs, Robert Newhouse. Thank you. I got it before you guys said it. Robert Newhouse and those guys. Okay. And by the way, who is the guy that was out of the backfield that was catching passes? Well, that would be Preston fucking Pearson. Get the fuck out of here, you fake ass guy. And know your history, the guys that were in his crew. The guys that were in his crew were fucking were cheering me because I fucking knew more about his team than he did. So that's why I said, and it gives me the other point. If you are a Raiders fan, and by the way, I see DZ in here, and like I said, DZ is a knowledgeable Chargers fan who has wit and has takes and is not an asshole. Richie Richey's been in here. He has his takes and he has his knowledge, and he's not an asshole. The fucking guy that DZ replaced was that fucking millennial piece of shit, and he even said, yeah, Captain Jack don't like Robert. That was the guy's name. You know, because I walked off the show because you don't know your fucking shit, and you better respect your fucking elders. I know this is my old man in the lawn thing. Yeah, DZ is awesome. Thank you there, buddy. And again, know your shit and don't pretend like you know your shit. You better fucking study up. Yep. And just because you said, well, that happened before my time, there's a goddamn thing called the fucking internet.
There you go.
Yeah. Where you can look it up and know what's right and what's wrong. I'm sorry. Yep. I am a historian by nature. Know your fucking shit. Don't be a stupid asshole, or you're called out for being one as well.
Hey,
no, the average Chiefs fan.
I hate these fair-weather fucking fans. I hate them. Because like I said, we walk out in the Raider gear. Walk out. Somebody have Chiefs jersey on. He said, Raiders suck. I said, you like Kansas City Chiefs? Yeah, I'm a Chiefs fan. Okay, who's
Lynn Dawson? Who's Lynn Dawson?
Oh, yeah. So, what's the name of the coach that won their first Super Bowl? Or you ask them now. Who's the tight end besides, what's his name? Kelsey.
Yeah.
So
they had no fucking idea.
Don't fucking tell me the Raiders suck because you didn't know your own goddamn team. You just win because they're winning. Or like this one guy knew he always said, oh, Raiders suck. They suck. Yeah, I know they suck. They need to do some things. Who's your team? Well, I don't have a team.
Oh, God.
Shut the fuck up.
That's the worst.
Shut the fuck up. Don't talk my team if you don't have a team.
That's the worst.
And
I see a lot of people.
If you don't have a team.
I see a lot of people chiming in right now about the Cowboys. Let me tell you something. The Cowboys, that's not a fan base. That's a cult, right?
Yeah.
That's a cult. And that's the way, that's their fan base. Their fan base is nothing. It's nothing but a cult. And that's all due to Jerry Jones selling the Cowboy fans a dream. You know what I mean? And it's like, you get these people. I went to that. Remember a few years ago, the Raiders played Dallas on Thanksgiving that year we made the playoffs a few years ago. I was there. That was on my birthday.
They actually showed
that was November 25th. That was on my birthday. Yeah. And
you actually see it for like a brief second. That's the guy.
Yeah. It was a sight to see that day. So you were there, Captain Jack. So like to see the contrast between Raider fans and Cowboy fans together like that. Let me tell you something. We showed up at that game. Raider fans were in that. We were in that motherfucker that day. We were there.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboy fans, they thought they were just going to overwhelm us. It was, I could say it was probably damn near, it felt like it was 60-40. We were in there. You know what I mean? It's just like, the Cowboys, that's just one of those franchises where, Jerry has made a lot of money off of he's made a lot of money off the 70s Cowboys. They're still making money off the 70s and 80s Cowboys, that memory. Yeah, let alone the ones from, the 92, 93 team that won the back-to-back in the 95.
Yeah, sure.
And he didn't even own the team.
I will say that, Slide, I saw Slide was a Steelers fan, and I'll give props to this way. America's team goes back to John Facenda and the Sables. Ed and
there you go. There you go.
And Steve, they approached the Steelers because the Steelers were winning and winning and winning. They approached the Steelers and said, we want to make a documentary and call you America's team. They approached the Steelers, and their owner, Rooney, said, no, we're good. We're good. We represent Pittsburgh. We represent our fan base. We're good. So then they went over to Tex Schramm, and I think Tex was the owner at the time. I'm pretty sure Tex was the owner at the time. They approached Tex Schramm, say, hey, we got an idea for NFL Films because it was in its infancy, right? Mm-hmm. And said, we want to do a documentary about America's team, the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think they even told the Cowboys that they were the second choice. Probably not, because I'm sure that wouldn't have gone over very well. But that's how America's team became the Dallas Cowboys, from the platitudes of Ed and Steve Sable. Thank you.
And Roger Staubach, remember, Roger Staubach was a Navy guy, remember?
Yeah,
and so they used that. He was the All-American, right? Roger Staubach had a whole lot to do with that as well.
Heisman Trophy winner as well. Roger
Staubach. Yeah. They installed it. They don't say it no more now, but they still trying to use
it. Because you know why? Because they're trying to see. Here's the problem right now. See, we have to deal with, especially us older guys, we have to deal with a lot of the social media bullshit, right? Because that's one of the biggest campaigns right now, because now they're trying to call the Chiefs America's team, which is complete and utter bullshit. Right?
Oh, good.
And they've been trying to slide that under our noses for the last few years, and there is a such thing as recency bias, and we know that's what everything thrives on right now in today's society is recency bias. Right, because everyone's so quick to erase all the accomplishments of the past, and it's like they don't really realize that the past is the foundation to everything that goes on right now, right? So that's when I always laugh at some of the younger generation when they start saying the word old, and they try to dismiss certain things as you're being old or you're being out of touch. And I always say this: well, I didn't know that you didn't want to get to be 52 or 60 or I didn't know that you ready to check out or something. You got a plan to check out of here, at some point. You don't want to grow old. You don't want to get older. You know what I mean? So there's not a reverence for what this older generation has provided us, right? And I tell my son all the time. I tell Rundown all the time, because but I've schooled my son. Like that was my responsibility to school my son to show him and let him see the greats before all of these guys even came along, So I try to show these guys, like, look, without, we can jump to basketball real quick. Without Dr. J, there's no Michael Jordan. Without Michael Jordan, there's no Kobe Bryant. Like, those are certain things that you have to articulate to this younger generation, because all they see is what's right in front of them on a laptop, on a phone, or things like that. You know what I mean? And it's like they don't really understand the history of certain things. They don't even know what rivalries are. I don't even think people really understand what rivalries are anymore, especially this younger generation.
Another thing, they don't know that it wasn't for Mr. Al Davis. This NFL today wouldn't be here, because he was the one that got the NFL the way it is, and a lot of people don't even know that. That's the thing. Yeah. Al Davis emerged the AFL to the NFL and made it what it is now. And some people don't even know that.
He was a visionary. People don't, and that's one of the things that there'll never be another Al Davis.
Nope.
There'll never be another Al Davis. You know what I mean? And that even makes you proud to be a Raider fan. Just the legacy of Al Davis makes you proud to be a Raider fan, because he stood for so many things. We could go take it off the football field. Equality. You know what I mean? Like, giving everyone a chance. Men, women, no matter what color you were. You know what I mean? Like, that's what makes the Raider fan base so unique, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes us one of the most unique fan bases on the planet. Is because
he did a lot
it's
of
a melting pot. Yes.
He did a lot of first NFL would never do. He did a lot of first, and you know what he said? Out there's one of the guys that said, I'm doing it. And that's exactly what he did. This is what I'm going to do. I'm Al Davis. This is what I'm going to do. And a lot of people don't realize, you know, he had the first black head coach.
Yeah.
He had the first, hired the first, we talked about it yesterday, Jeff, the first Latino quarterback. The first thing for to win Super Bowl.
Yes, sir. Yes,
the first
sir.
Latino head coach. He had a lot of firsts. There's a list of you can look.
Yes.
You guys go Google it. The list of things he done first. Okay.
Well, Chris, you know what that Chris, you know what that felt like when Art Shell took over. You know what that felt like when Art Shell took over. That was revolutionary for us. I mean, I was like, oh wow. I was going to the games when Art Shell was coaching those Bo Jackson teams and all of that. You know what I mean? And it's like you were just so proud because hey, Al Davis made things like that happen.
It wasn't supposed to happen.
Al Davis made us unique.
That was a slap in the NFL's face. That was a slap because they had that. They didn't have the Rooney. Did they have Jack?
No, it wasn't. The Rooney rule wasn't there yet.
And you're giving me the segues that I needed. It's like I think it should be called the Al Davis rule, but the only reason why they called it the Rooney rule because the fucking Rooneys didn't have any interviews with any of those people. That's why they called it the Rooney rule. It's because that they went out of their way, or you got to have representation of the folks of color or that are, you know, of Hispanics, you know, the minority groups. You got interviews, okay? And by the way, I said Amy Trask, the first female president in professional sports of the high sports. And I'm going to go back even further. Al Davis was the one that went to the FBCU, the former black colleges, and he scouted those players. Okay. Yeah. Folks, remember that Kenny Stabler was drafted in the 1968 draft, number 2, right? He wasn't drafted number 1 because Eldridge Dickey.
Eldridge Dickey. Yep.
Was drafted number 1. And Al Davis went and got these guys. When he got Art Shell, he got him for a specific purpose, right? Because Curly Culp was across the way from him as a Kansas City chief said, your job is to block that motherfucker. And he went out and said, these historically black colleges, HBCSs, okay, they did the scouting of those places, which is why we got Art Shell, which is why we got Eugene Upshaw, which is why we had the players that people glossed over. The Raiders were the only team whose scouting was their own. A lot of people went to that compendium at the end where it was like before it was 32 teams. It was like maybe whatever they had, 28 or 26 NFL teams. And they were in that compact together where all of those reports were with everybody and they all had the same reports. The Raiders did their own scouting, good and bad, because it bit them in the ass with the Grinovich thing. And by the way, if you ever want to read a really good book, Al Davis, the man behind the, it's by Bruce Kebrick and John Kingdon, good friends of mine, and all the shit. And trust me, I got stories from John that I cannot say aloud, because as an intel guy, you hear shit and you take it in. I wish I could, but trust me, I know some really cool shit that John said to me. But anyway, bring it to Al to be the visionary that he is. That's why there will never be another man like Al. Jerry Jones thinks he wants to be.
He wants to be. Yeah.
But they were good friends, so he's trying to get
right. Exactly.
He tried to, but there never, ever will be another Al Davis.
No, he won't.
We didn't mention it, but the chat did. But Amy Trask too, first woman.
Yeah,
I said that.
The Prince of Darkness.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
Princess of Darkness. But like we said earlier, the NFL
nothing today
would not touch Al Davis. They would not sue him. Well, now David, so they feel go F yourself. I'm moving my team. Then it felt like, well, we got to take a vote on it. By the time they even thought about it, it was already gone.
There's your vote right here.
What the fuck? I'm out of here.
Wow.
You tell
me.
I
saw Todd Marinovich. In person a couple times too.
That's something. You know. That's something.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in the scouting department, when they were talking about, well, we hear Todd has some, and again, Todd's a unique soul. I'm not bashing Todd Marinovich. I'm not bashing Todd Marinovich because of his background. His father Marv played for the Raiders and made him robo quarterback. He had the plan and the dietary plan and the exercise plan, and he was a fucking robot. And the kid never had a chance to become a teenager or a young adult. Because Marv had him programmed. So when they were going out to pick Todd, I think it was like pick number 8 in that draft in the first round. Okay, the people were talking in the scouting department, and they were saying, "Oh no, we got some good information." And then somebody asked, "Well, where'd you get that information from?" "Well, we got it from Marv." Well, fuck, of course Marv's gonna say good information about his own son.
Right.
Yeah. That was fucked up information. And again,
and the funny part, the kid had all the tools. The kid really did he had all the tools, but it was up here. You got it, Captain Jack. It was up here. His dad had screwed him up so bad that he couldn't get on the field and perform and do the things that he was actually, like you said, he's a robot. He was programmed to do. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we kind of whiffed on that one.
Because you got to think, he went to USC, that time USC wasn't a major powers, but it still was a big school. He went there, and of course, he had to do everything by the book. So he couldn't, like you said, he couldn't have those. He couldn't go to a frat party. No, his dad wouldn't allow it. And the USC coach staff's like, no, books, practice. That's all he did. So as a teenager, you never experienced what most teenagers experience. And so when he got a chance to, that was it. That's what happens.
Hey, don't forget, Raider Pete, the great Willie Brown. Since we're talking about drafting from small schools and HBCUs, remember, Willie Brown was actually drafted by the Broncos, right? He was a Bronco for a year or two before Al stole him away from the Broncos, and he became a Hall of Fame cornerback, right? So those are just some of the types of shrewd moves that Al made, especially early on. In the iteration of the Raiders early on, he would make moves like that. You know what I mean? And that's why he's a legend. He will always be a legend. And Raider fans look at him the way that we do.
Al Davis was known as of taking in castaways. That was his premises. He know what the other team's like. He's a bad influence on our team. I don't want him no more. I'll say, come here. There's a few guys that were bad characters on the team. I would just say, shit, come over here. You're a Raider now.
Shout out Raider transplant. Shout out to Angelo. Don't tell me any more results of the boxing matches tonight. I got to go back and watch them.
Angelo, get out here with that boxing. We're talking Raider. We're talking Raider. Get out here, Angelo.
That's my guy. Angelo's my guy, though, for sure.
What's up, Angelo?
Well, Angelo does shows for me when I can't. He's always on. And so blessings to Angelo, and I got to give Angelo a shout out, and also blessings and positives to the Reverend that was doing shows when I wasn't able to as well. So people will come in and do show. I know if I ever needed something done and Jeff was available or Angelo, I say, hey, I can't do it. Please take the reins on that.
I definitely would do it for you.
Yeah, I think I've been on your show with Angelo before. I've been on your show with Angelo before a couple times.
I'll do that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to your show sometime, Jack, now because I know we can go there. So you're gonna see me. Here's that Chris.
No doubt.
Standing invitation. Everybody that's watching this show right now has a standing invitation to come in because we're all going to talk about things that are bothering us, what's going on. And there are people, and like I said, they're in the chat right now, okay? There are people that are chat people.
Hey, no, get out of here. Block him. Okay. Kick him. Shut up, Andrew. I don't know boxing.
Let it go. Maingay. Sobra ka talaga na matagal no ulo mo. That's Tagalog because I speak Tagalog. My answer does.
I got you.
You know, before you were born.
Oh yeah, run. Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay. But here's the thing. It's like
one of the best equipment guys ever. Run. Team manager.
Okay, Cap.
Bro, but yeah, come into the show, and it's like we're all going to sit and talk. And it's I'm not saying it's a party all the time because there's shit that we're going to talk about that's not the greatest stuff, but we will talk as a family. That's why I said you got a standing invitation. Hit the channel. I got to say it. I appreciate everybody coming over. Hit the channel. And like Kenneth says, hit the likes because it makes the and that's for obviously for my channel and for the channel that Jeff is pumping with Chris and Papa. Hit the likes because then it gets the algorithm up and people will actually come and find us a little bit more. And obviously subscribe to everybody's channel here. Hit the likes, man. Hit the likes to everybody. And thank you for being here.
And that's the best time to talk about something shit's not going right. That's the best time to discuss it because, you know, I've been for a long time. And like I said, most of my family were Ram fans. And then, of course, remember my second wife, she's a foreign Ram fan. Only one's a fan is my son. I raised him to be a Ram fan. So I have nobody to talk to. This is an outlet for me. Like this. If I'm pissed off, I'm gonna say this shit. So that's what I love about this.
If you guys are upset, here I got a black top on underneath. Okay, this was purely
what are you wearing, a onesie? Or is that a singlet?
No, it's got a fucking white.
I got you, Angelo.
I said, and here.
Hey guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Diesel saying there. No more. I'm wearing my black. Okay, and normally I have a fucking Raiders hat, but I wore my fedora. Okay, so there you go. I wore my nice little black and silver fedora. So there you go. I'm in colors. There you go.
You're still stylish, even though you're not wearing that jersey anymore. But that's okay.
I appreciate it. My eyes were starting to hurt. That's what Diesel said. I don't feel what he says.
Diesel, no, you didn't miss the show. You didn't miss the show, Diesel. Hopefully you subscribe to mine too.
Yeah. Sorry to all of us. Did you you gonna put people in tonight, or are we gonna say that for another time, Jeff?
What was that?
I did.
Or are you gonna just leave it like this?
Yeah. If you have a question, that's what Chris was saying. If you have a question, put it in the chat. Make sure Jeff knows about. I'm here. I'm here to answer questions. My channel, Diesel, is Captain Jack Rackham Levy. Just go there. Captain Jack, RACKEM LEVY. Captain Jack Rackham Levy. Okay.
No, I was asking you pull anybody in the show. You're gonna pull somebody in. You know, you might want to join the show. That's what I was asking.
Raider band. Good to see you, brother.
Leave it like
just real quick before, yeah. I mean, we can if Cap's cool with that, we can definitely bring people in if they want to come in. That's why I went full screen tonight, and I didn't do the vertical like I normally would do. But I just want to thank everybody we're not done. Don't think we're shutting it down right now. I just want to thank everybody that's
when I'm fucking tired, I will let people know I am invigorated and inspired right now. Okay. When I want to pull my old man, I will pull it. I'm good. I'm good. So
if you see Cap grab his binky and his blankie, then it's time to go.
Let's go over here.
So what? I just want to thank everybody that's been in the chat all night and adding content. And I know usually most of the people that follow Chris and I usually ask a ton of questions, and I thank you guys for respecting that statement I made at the beginning, because this was more of a show of the four guys on the panel talking old school and not so much educating everybody, but letting them know a little bit different type of a show than what we normally all do, because normally we're all doing and covering the current issues with the team. You don't really see anybody talking old school Raider stuff. Like there's stories I heard tonight that I never knew about, like Chris and Brad, Papa Rundown, Grandpa Rundown, they both lived that experience living in LA and growing up in that area and seeing that team go through that era. Cap's been around and been a fan of the team for a long time, but from a distance, because he lived on the East Coast, just like me, but grew to love the team, in his way, how he became a fan. Same with me, living on the East Coast, they weren't on TV a lot for us out here. The only time you get to see the Raiders on TV in my area, being in New England, was Monday night games and when they were in the playoffs. And I was very fortunate that when I was young and watching them on TV, because they were in the playoffs, and that's where I really got to learn, what it was like to see the Raiders, and that's what stuck with me. Patriots were nothing. They weren't even on TV here in New England because they couldn't sell the stadium out there with that bad.
But it was like that in LA too.
They were always blacked out.
It was like that too before they put her. I'm gonna get you up. I'm sorry about the process. I was gonna tell you like that too in LA before the Raiders moved. They was in Oakland. Well, I didn't see the Oakland Raiders. I only saw maybe like I said Monday night, but usually they showed all the Rams game, the Cowboy games, and that's it. That's all they showed. Those two games, and it wasn't on Thursday night football. It was Monday night.
Yeah,
sometimes see the Raiders on Monday night. So my experience with Raiders is actually going to that Super Bowl in 76, 77.
That's what did it for me, was watching them in the playoffs that season.
Yeah.
But around my area, just like you had the Rams on TV and what other team, for me it was the Jets were the first biggest market around here besides the Patriots. So the Giants were always on TV up in this area. And that's why there's so many Giants fans in New England too, is because before the Patriots were anything, the Giants were the team on the East Coast and the Northeast other than Buffalo. But Buffalo's still too far away, whereas the Giants, they're only 3.5 hours south of where I'm at. So it's different being so far removed from that area. Like I said, yourself and Chris were both fortunate being West Coast kids growing up and, living that. I would have given anything to live up in that area back then. Now that, once I knew about the Raiders, I couldn't wait to get to California when we went out there for those trips.
And I'll say
being there.
It's a whole generation. It's a whole generation of Raider fans that don't really understand the magnitude of the magnitude of winning that we did in those eras. I mean, like I know all of you guys here remember back when we used to play on Monday nights all the time. It was just a given we were going to win. It was a given. We were going to win. I remember at one point,
best record in Monday Night Football.
In Monday Night history, it was damn near 80%. It was damn near 80% as far as our winning percentage on Monday night. I mean, like we were always destined to win over 10 games every year. You know what I mean? So that's what the reputation of the Raiders has been cemented on. And that's what's made it so hard for us older Raider fans, is because we're trying to swim back to that. We want to feel that again. Like, and I feel for this younger generation because they haven't been able to touch that yet. I was at that game as well, Diesel. I talked about that about maybe an hour and a half ago, but yeah, I was there too at that Bo Jackson final game. He had some remarkable games. I mean, that guy has to. I witnessed Bo Jackson make some hell of a runs in that year, man. We had a hell of a team that year.
Yeah.
I wish I got to see him play in person.
He was amazing. I still never seen a faster running back.
Honestly,
people talk about
that's the amazing thing. How big he was. How fast.
Oh man, he was amazing. I saw them play Denver one time, and I mean he ran this guy over and damn near stepped on his chest while he was doing. I mean, this dude was a locomotive, and when he got his shoulder square to the line of scrimmage, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. Yeah, it was a wrap. So, some legendary games. And then once they finally started incorporating him and Marcus Allen together, that was an amazing duo as well. They don't talk about enough. If we would have won a Super Bowl with that team, that would have been one of the legendary backfields to talk about.
Oh my God. If he never got hurt, he would have been the best. He would have been the number one running back without a doubt.
Yeah, but there was a reason why. There was a reason why Marcus got benched. And for those that don't know the reason why, I do.
I've heard so many different stories about why him and Al Davis fell out. I don't know which one is true, but I've heard some off the wall things, all kinds of stuff. Some of it involving women, some of it involving him being pissed off that Bo was on the team. It's a whole lot. I've heard a whole lot.
There was a lot of rumors.
You know what? I love Bo Jackson. I will never dispute that though, because still Barry Sanders.
Oh, me either. Me either.
Oh yeah,
me either.
Without a doubt, he's better than Emmitt Smith. Without a doubt.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like, you know, I think
Barry Sanders in Dallas with that offensive line during that era. Oh, good God. He would have had 30,000.
Yeah, it would have been, yeah, exactly. I tell people that all the time. My son was telling me the other day, I think he was telling me last night, that some people are trying to compare Genty to Barry Sanders. I said, wait a minute, like in what world? In what world is Genty even comparable to Barry Sanders on any level? You know, I don't see that at all. Yeah, Barry Sanders was one of one. There'll never be another. I don't know if there'll ever be another Barry Sanders that could do the things quite like he did. I think some of these guys need to go pull up some YouTube highlights so they can really get a grasp on what they're watching. If you don't even have to go, you don't even have to look them up at Detroit. Look them up with Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Look at them at Oklahoma State. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Remember Oklahoma State for 2 years in a row. They had Thurman Thomas. And then
and then Barry Sanders. Yep, sure did.
But there you go. I mean that was a factor right there. And by the way, for those folks that know about, because again, old history here, and I think I said this the other night on the show, people talk about Billy Sims in Detroit wearing number 20. You talk about Barry Sims. Who was the first number 20? In my mind,
Billy Sims.
The Hall of Right. But no. The first Hall of Famer.
He got me with this the other night on his show.
The first Hall of Famer in Detroit wearing number 20 was Lem Barney, the cornerback.
Lem Barney. I got you. Yep.
I never would have guessed that.
See, now you're talking John Facenda. See, like, I learned a lot of stuff just listening to John Facenda and the Sables. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so I would always go back. Remember back in the day where, you know, they would have the little NFL This Week segment, and John Facenda would just narrate all of the highlights. Like, that's how you learn of the eras before you. Like, that was your tool to learn who those guys were, right? And I don't think this generation takes the time, or they don't have the patience to go back and do those things, right? I mean, I would sit there and watch those things, and it felt like I was in that era because I watched everything and I listened to the narration, and you know, that was one of the most beautiful things about the NFL back in those days.
But see,
it was pure poetry.
They compared Genty to Barry Sanders, and you actually never saw Barry Sanders run. I saw one in real life. I mean, when
I've seen him once.
Yeah, me too.
It's not like him. There's no other back. You can't even put his name, Genty, next to Barry Sanders.
For sure.
But one thing, like I said, Barry Sanders played in the Big 12 at the time, or was it something else, against Oklahoma and Texas in there. Those teams were powerhouses back then. Oklahoma State played against Texas, Oklahoma. Genty has not played against teams like that now. None. He plays against.
Oh, no.
Barry Sanders, single-handedly was running without a fullback and getting those yards.
And you're right, B-Rail. Don't get me wrong. I can't dispute Jim Brown either, because I can tell you right now, there are guys it's guys that can play in this era right now and dominate. Jim Brown being one.
Yeah.
O.J. Simpson. I don't know how you feel about him. I don't care. O.J. Simpson was a monster as well. Like it's guys from those eras that would be absolute beasts right now, without a doubt.
Well, you got to go back to, again, old guy here. Okay, maybe not the oldest, because I think Chris got me by 52 weeks.
Oh, you gotta brag.
When you go, you talk about the people that would fucking truck people. Obviously, Jim Brown would fucking truck you, but Jim Brown,
he had the speed.
Jim Brown his game by Marion Motley. Okay.
Yeah.
Who would fucking truck people? And so
wasn't that the Indianapolis Colts? Was that did he play for the Colts or the Baltimore Colts? Marion Motley.
I believe he played for either the Rams or the Browns before Brown. I apologize of that, but look up Marion Motley. The guy
I've seen his highlights.
the premier running back. And by the way, if it wasn't for the Cleveland Browns, the San Francisco 49ers would not be in the fucking NFL.
Nope.
Because the All-American Football Conference, AAFC, had, I believe it was the Rams, the Niners, well, definitely the Niners, and definitely the Browns. And they brought 2 other teams with them. And the rest of the teams went by the wayside. So they incorporated 4 teams into the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, like I said, if it wasn't for the Browns, and by the way, I give Browns fans credit because the Browns was the dynamic team even before the Packers were the dynamic team in the NFL.
Right.
The Browns won again and again and again and again.
They were winning with Otto Graham at quarterback.
Yeah.
Paul Brown at coach. Paul Brown,
Shit. And so, like I said, I give Browns fans because they've never had it during the Super Bowl era. And even when the Lions under Bobby Lane, you know, and Dick the other, they used to be a fucking great franchise too, because people get so caught up in the Super Bowl era. Okay. The Super Bowl era, where the millennials don't know their fucking shit.
That show right there, too. That show you learned a lot.
We really going back with the George Michael Sports Machine. Look, you had to stay up Sunday night to watch that.
Yeah, that's making my late night.
Yeah. There wasn't no Sports Center going down then.
No, that was a Sports Center.
John Facenda, the voice of God. The voice of God. John Facenda from Philly, right? You wouldn't have an autumn wind.
No.
If it was not for John Facenda.
Listen, for any Raider fan out there.
Didn't he write that?
You are not a Raider fan if you don't get chills down your spine when you listen to John Facenda recite the autumn wind. You're not a true Raider fan. So if you don't get chills, it should give you chills every time you hear it.
It's so freaking awesome to hear that. I first heard it, man. I'm like, that was the thing. I like that.
Swaggering boisterously. His face is weather-beaten. He wears a sash with a hat about his head and a bristling
black mustache. Exactly.
Yeah. The autumn wind's a pirate.
So,
yes,
I get just listening to the song, the way it starts off.
That's what got me. It's my first Raider game.
Know what it is.
That's first heard, like, oof.
Yeah. Like I said, my first Raider game, I went home that night, and the autumn wind just stayed in my. It was in my DNA from then on. I was a 13-year-old kid. The autumn wind was in my DNA from that moment on.
Yep.
So.
You about the same age I was when I became a Raider fan. I was 12, about the same age.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Brother said, that's another thing that got you too back in the day too. Is you hear that song kick off, and it's just like you could be in another room and you already know what's going to be on the screen when you come around the corner.
What got me was the silver and black. It wasn't that because that drum beat. The Rams were in that putrid. Well, they were white and red, white and blue. Then it changed to that putrid yellow and that ugly blue. I'm like, I me.
Like you guys, say you listen to you know how you hear the Eagles fight. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, folks. In case you didn't know, and again, this is why I say you need to learn history. The Raiders' colors when they came into the league were black and yellow, and their uniforms looked like the Pittsburgh fucking Steelers. It wasn't until Al Davis came in 1963 and changed the colors black and silver. Black and silver. And again, the Raiders weren't even the Raiders when they were made or when they had the contest. They were the Oakland Seniors.
Yep, sure were.
About 2 days. For about 2 days. And Raiders were the third name that was in that contest. I've never found out what the runner-up was. But the Raiders, we wouldn't be what we are today. Be calling the fucking Oakland Senors. No.
No.
Remember,
it just doesn't have the same ring to it.
No.
Yeah, black and
nails
gold.
on a chalkboard. It's like, ooh, no, I don't like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it's a good history lesson for everybody this Saturday night.
Like 3 times, so
the mascot would be fucking 3 times. The mascot would be like a giant inflatable taco or something, or
with a sombrero on top of
it. The fighting burritos, huh?
Okay, well, let me ask you guys. I don't know, maybe people want to know, but how are you guys feeling about where we at right now? What do you think? What do you think about the moves we made so far? I haven't had a chance to really talk to anybody about it. So, what do you guys? How you guys feeling?
I think we've beat not a dead horse, but we've gotten to that point now where I think we can start talking the current stuff for sure.
Breaking news. Your boy signed with the Vikings today.
Who's that?
Mason, the running back from Frisco.
Trey Mason.
Jordan Mason.
Jordan Mason. Okay.
A pick swap. So they're swapping picks.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. In 6th round for 2026. Not this year.
They gave him a 6th round for that?
They're swapping picks in the 2026 draft. 6th round.
Yeah.
That's all it costs. A 6th round pick for him.
I believe that the move that we made for Raheem Mostert tells you that we're looking for another running back in the draft. That's inevitable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I still like the move. I like the Mostert move for sure. I
do too. I do too.
Me too.
Hey, anytime that the guy, if he is healthy, it's the best $2 million we ever spent. Okay?
Oh, no doubt.
$2 million on Raheem Mostert is a godsend, providing he's healthy. And I keep telling you, and I don't know if DZ is still here, when the Chargers had that line of Bosa and 52, because I used to call him 50 who, okay, because it just kind of rhymed like that. But when they had those players together, I said, you guys got the best defensive end tandem in the NFL when they are healthy.
That's the big thing. Yeah.
They are healthy. And that was a fantastic defensive tandem. But the way it is, like I said, I'll take Mostert on a $2 million contract, and hopefully he will stay healthy. Yeah, DZ says not anymore, Captain. You got it. I'm glad that DZ is still here. But yeah, now they re-signed Mac and whoever they have on the other side. And Bosa's gone. He's probably going to go to the Niners so he can play with his brother.
He's in Buffalo.
That's just
Bosa went to Buffalo.
Well then that makes sense. That makes sense because Buffalo lost Von Miller, and they needed someone to come in. So that's a good move.
Back to Buffalo, Von Miller. They're talking about.
I don't think Von Miller is going to go back to Denver on a good, not too much, because
that sounds right. I can see that.
I can see you go back for a year and retire there. I can see that.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. He's real cool with Max. You never know.
He's real old.
He's real cool with Max. You never know. Max might, talk him into coming over for a year. You never know. I was kind of disappointed we lost Chasen. I was kind of disappointed. I thought that was a sneaky good move that we had Kayvon Chasen last year, and I think he just went to the Patriots. The Patriots signed him. I was hoping we could have brought that kid back.
No, they could have, but Chasen, because he got $5 million. Chasen, wanted to be the one to start, but then
once we re-signed Kuntz,
when they signed Kuntz, he knew that was out the window. So he wanted to go start somewhere, which you can't blame him, man. He did good last year, so he wanted to be a starter. So $5 million, we can afford that. We're paying Chasen 12. I mean, Kuntz 12.
Yeah, and so that just lets you know that they're banking on Kuntz having a big bounce back year.
Yeah,
here's some former Raider news for you right now. Cleveland Farrell's going back to the Commanders.
Wow. Wow. I'll never forget that draft. I'm like, oh my God, Cleveland for really?
God.
You know.
Yeah.
I actually,
but at least Mark, at least you are not forever known as a meme. And Mark was 2 people away from me in Nashville with this face. And it was the meme. And again, look, Mark. And again, that was 2 people away from me when they announced that, and the camera's there. And it's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I'm glad they had the camera on you at that time, Mark, because I don't want to be remembered for that. I'm remembered for being the guy that was ecstatic when Mayer was drafted in the 2nd round, and both ESPN and the NFL Network had cameras on me, and I still am ecstatic about Mayer being the tight end pick at that time. So, and we're talking about Mayer, is that maybe he will be dealt, and it's unfortunate. I'd love to have Mayer there, but if you got Bowers, and we lost the other kid, Bryant is off our team now, so we still need a very good fighter. So I would keep Mayer if at all possible, unless there's good tidings for him that we need. Another person. Avikazi, good to see you. Good to see you. And Cleve Farrell. And I have a helmet with Cleve Farrell and Max Crosby when it used to be called Salt and Pepper. They signed the helmet Salt and Pepper in their name. I got a mini helmet with both of them on that. But I would say, I'd like to keep Mayer, but unless he's part of the equation, I think we're part of the equation. Yeah, I know that's the New England fuck.
You're right, Angelo. You're right, Angelo.
Telling me that now, and I'm hating every minute of it because that's my club is New England Raider Booster Snub. It's like, oh, look, they're going to be the New England Raiders for real. It's like, shut up, stop saying that. I don't want that to catch. That's the last thing I want.
Yeah, I mean the Patriots are throwing money around. They're throwing a lot of money around.
That's what
the Raiders.
They're going to be tough.
The Raiders didn't go out there because everybody's talking about, oh, the Raiders just went linear. They just got the same thing. Fine. But we got them cheaper. And then by basically the same place we lost, are probably even better. I look at it that way. But Raiders and Jack, everybody can test this. The Raiders were notorious for going to get players and spending way too much money. And then we're broke over cap building next year.
Right.
3 years.
Having a player a round and a half
and then we're fucked for 3. Then we're for 3 years. We get stuck with stupid contract. And God don't even play for us no more.
Exactly.
So that's right.
What did we pay Hall, the cornerback? It was $8 million for 8 games.
Oh, D'Angelo Hall. Hall. Oh yeah, that was. Don't get me started on that.
Signed Javon Walker.
Yep, that was another one. I was going to say that. Yeah.
A fucking oh my God contract. Okay.
Yeah.
We've gotten to a point where we were getting piss poor performance out of big contracts. So for all you people that are pissed off that we lost Spillane, I wanted to keep Spillane. I did. I wanted to keep Spillane.
2 lobster rolls, huh?
Amount of money, and we got the kid. What's the linebacker's name that we got that played for the Steelers? Okay. By the way, PA Slide, there you go. Hey, come over to my show, brother. Come over
and
get some Captain. Yeah. But so we got the kid, the linebacker. We lost Merrick, which you know what? Okay. He got a lot of money from the Falcons, but I tell you what, I'll take Chin 8 times a week. The kid can produce. He's got the Raider mentality, and he plays in the box. He's a box safety, like a linebacker, kind of like what they were trying to make Diablo as well.
Merrick went to the Panthers. Diablo went to the Falcons.
Yeah, Diablo went to the Falcons, and then also I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this about Merrick. I'm not gonna lie, I did want to keep him, but at the same time, the one thing I told my son last night, I said, Merrick didn't really have a lot of ball skills. Like he wasn't a magnet to the football, and he wasn't a very physical player either, right? So I mean, yeah, he was a smart player. That's one thing I can say. He learned the defense. He understood the defense, because he's been in the same system, and he started to understand how to be in the right place at the right time. But there was never any production as far as taking the ball away.
Only 2 years ago, the Red Nation holler, we should trade Mary. We should trade Mary. We should get rid of him. We should trade him.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Now
you know how the fan base is.
He only got good in the last few games after Epps got hurt. They put him towards the line. He played more box and started getting good. But he's been ready 4 years, and it took him 3.5 years to be good. No.
You guys know who I'm excited about this year to be joined on this Pete Carroll staff, and that's Tyree Wilson. I a lot of people want to give up on this kid. I just can't give up on a physical freak like him. I saw improvement last year. Remember, he came. From what I heard, that was a pretty serious foot injury that he had at Texas Tech, right? Yeah. So him coming off of, I think last year was his first year, actually being healthy and learning how to play in the NFL. Right. The first year that he played I think he got rushed in because of the Chandler Jones bullshit. Right. So he really didn't get time to develop. Last year he made some strides. I think, in a Pete Carroll defense, in the same defensive scheme with Patrick Graham and Robbie Leonard, the D-line coach, I think he's a guy you need to watch out for. I got a buddy that lives in Texas, and he works out up there, and he was saying that, man, he said he saw Tyree Wilson because he's got some kids that he trains, and they're up at Texas Tech and stuff. He said he saw Tyree Wilson. He said, this guy's a fucking monster. This guy looks like a monster. You know what I mean? And it's like, I feel like for a guy like him, as long as the attitude is there, him wanting to get better, it's only a matter of time before we really see this guy emerge and be a real difference maker. That might be another reason why they let Chase on go as well. And I also feel like he's going to be versatile enough to kick inside, and he can play on the edge, and I think he's going to be versatile enough to kick inside as well.
I hope you're right, because I envision Tyree Wilson with his size and his speed and his quickness and his strength.
Yeah.
Jack, he does. He's got Abdul Qadir's got the same injury.
Don't put him in a category with Cleveland Farrell. I think he's way more talented than Cleveland Farrell.
I envision him to play like Justin Tuck did when Justin Tuck was here over the line. Now he's in the middle.
There you go.
That's what I envision him to do with him, because of his size, strength, and speed. So I hope he develops something like that.
Yeah, I think he will. I mean, like, from everything that I've heard, the guy has a tremendous work ethic. He's not lazy. You don't have to motivate him to have his motor going. You know what I mean? And so you just got to be patient with certain guys. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing wrong with being patient. Like this fan base, one of the things about this fan base is like, we just ready to throw guys away so quickly. It was people last year talking about throwing Ja'Cory and Bennett out. I'm like, man, the guy was a rookie the year before. Like, and he got hurt as well. Like, what do you want the kid to do? Like, if you think a guy's supposed to walk onto the field to be Deion Sanders, what did we draft Ja'Cory? What round did we draft Ja'Cory and Bennett in? Second. What was that, the third or fourth? Was that the second?
Second.
Not sure.
It was
third.
Yeah, I don't think he was a second round pick. I think he was like a third round pick. I mean, they want these guys to walk in here and be Deion off the top.
Right, and Bennett had the better intangibles when he was playing at Georgia than the other Georgia cornerback that was drafted a lot higher than him. And he was faster and had just as much ball skills as the guy that went higher. And
he went to Maryland. He went to Maryland. Yeah, he went to Maryland.
But the other guy at
and there's another guy. He went to the Giants. That guy went to the Giants.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm thinking, I'm sorry, I was thinking Smith with Georgia. But anyway, he had
for sure.
That fruit stripe lasts about 10 seconds, and then you lose the flavor.
Yeah. So I was going to say again, and I know Amakazi is of a mind with Tyree, and I said this as well, and I admit this. This is make or break for Tyree, because he had the injuries. He started out slow. He was starting to get into the groove, and I think he will be that guy, because I'm saying this. If he isn't that guy at the end of the year, then I have no problem moving on from him because we've given him
it's
the
definitely
time.
make or break this year. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely make or break.
And just like we used to do with Howie Long, where Howie would come in as an end and he'd also slide in a tackle, I think that that's going to be the same thing that we do for Tyree, because Tyree is so big, strong, and fast that we can do the same thing. We can use him as an end and use him as a tackle.
That's what I thought they're going to do, because the way he moves, he can move inside and outside. So they can, like, the defense be like, the offense be like, where is he? You know, he's over here, he's over there. That's what I thought. That's probably the best thing for him.
Yeah, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna have a smoke. When I come back, I'm gonna put the link up and we'll let people if they want to come in with us. You cool with that, guys?
Oh yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
Everybody wants to pop. I'm here. Hell, I'm on 2 hours 50 with you guys, and again, normally I only do 2. I have been doing longer.
Oh, check that's nothing.
Longer.
We do 5-6 hour shows.
Yeah, well, the only time I've done a 5, maybe even a 6 hour show is when I had Stuart Schweigert on and Angelo, because it was Stuart Schweigert and Angelo, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Oh, Angelo can go. Angelo will go all night.
Angelo will talk all night. I'll be right back, guys.
I love Angelo, but I got to cut Angelo off sometimes just to get a word in, right? But Stuart Schweigert and Angelo were going, and it was a 5, maybe even a 6 hour show. And I kept saying this was when I was working at the time. I said, Stuart, I gotta go. I got work tomorrow. And I'm on the East Coast. I think it was like at 2 o'clock in the morning until I had to go. So,
oh wow.
So yeah, and love Stuart Schweigert, great guy to have on as well.
Yeah.
And you know,
it's a good safety for us.
Guys are talking about, like you said, the old school type Raiders. You know, it's good to see Stuart as a person that I can call a friend. I can call Lincoln Kennedy my personal friend. I can call Jerry Robinson personal friend.
Great linebacker.
I am, and you know, Rod Martin. You know, when Rod Martin looks for me and I know that guy, and he goes, "Hey, Jack, if you guys are talking about what makes you feel loved and humbled at the same time, is when Jerry Robinson and you know, Rod Martin.
Great. Those are great Raider linebackers. Some of the great Raider linebackers of all time.
Yeah. So and
without a doubt,
having a relationship with Lincoln Kennedy, you know, where Lincoln Kennedy comes up to me and say, "Hey, yo, Cap, how you doing?" You know, and those things where it's awesome. Yeah, Kenneth was telling me, you want to see a really good interview show, is we had Phil Villapiano on. This is when we were doing shows for the Chronicles of the Black Hole with myself and OG Daniel. This was when Phil Villapiano christened Daniel with the name OG Jack Daniels. That's why he was christened from that day on, because Phil Villapiano gave him that nickname on that show. And it was a wonderful show with Phil Villapiano on. So
that's another great linebacker. That's a legendary Raider linebacker, Phil Villapiano.
Yeah, for sure. And it's nice when you know it's nice when you know people personally. Henry Lawrence is a good friend of mine as well.
Oh, okay, sweet. Well, he's defensive end, right?
No, Henry Lawrence, the tackle.
Oh, yes, right. He's a tackle. You're right. Yep.
Henry
Lawrence, you know what, Angelo? I see what you're saying about DK Richardson. I like his measurables. I like his size. He's got good straight line speed. Like DCAM is gonna. They're probably gonna play more of a cover 3 this year, I think. So you know he might not have to do too much backpedaling and traveling as much as he did last year. But he's a little stiff in the hips to me. That's the only thing about DCAM. His change of direction is not all that great. So I don't know if that's a footwork issue or just something that might be fundamentally going on with him. But I like his size and I like his range. And he's a really good tackler. But he needs to learn how to find the football as well. Last year, it was hard for him to find the football.
Okay. I was taking a break. I was walking outside and you guys said a name as my favorite, one of my top 3 favorite Raiders of all time, Rod Martin. I met
Yes, sir.
Rod Martin was my favorite of all time.
Yeah.
I got to say that. I heard that Rod Martin. I was walking out like, oh, I go back. I come back. My favorite.
Yeah, we were talking about DCam Richardson. As far as him being one of the Pete Carroll model, is if you want to call it that, someone that Pete Carroll, the size, the measurements, he's fitting that Pete Carroll mold.
Well,
but it's just that, like I was,
the free agent.
Thank you, Brenda. I got love from Brenda. I love my Raiderettes as well. I don't have control over putting comments in, Brenda, because it's on it's on the other channel. But thank you, Brenda, for that. I got to show love to Brenda when she says love you. That's awesome.
But those the guys they got in free agency, the D-backs they got all on that size. That's Pete Carroll's size.
Right. Yep.
That's why that's why I wear my gear. I get a chance to hang out with some good looking ladies. I'm telling you.
There you go. Shout out to Brenda.
Brenda,
yeah. But no doubt, you know what I'm saying?
I put up in the comments section those people that were asking about my channel. It's if you guys can, because I know that Chris put it in his. I put it in the comments. I'm not sure if it was on screen, but on the comments, and if you guys, I did it. Yeah, I put my channel area down there. I see Chris is in there for YouTube at Chris for Raiders. Again, Captain Jack Rackham Levy, and it should be in the comments. You guys can find that. And there you go. And I was actually Alvakazi actually was asking something I was going to ask you guys. We picked up Stokes, who was a first rounder for the Packers that hasn't really lived up to his potential. And again, talk about projects like Al would bring in these guys that were projects and didn't fit the mold, and they come in here and they get weaned on the team concept and doing the right things that up to their skills. So hopefully, with the guys that we signed, I said Chin's gonna be outdoing Merrick. Remember, we re-signed Polamalu, so I think we're good at safety. Remember, Bennett is going to be that guy. Jack Jones. This might be the last year. Brenda, YouTube's been recommending you. Thank you, Brenda. Hey, great. Come on over and talk all about the channels. Great over. Like, come see all of us. Brenda, appreciate that. Because we talk Raiders. Obviously we talk Raiders. I talk sports as well. So you want to get your fill on good things, come on over to my channel as well. But getting back to the D-backs, we need the guys that are going to be the Legion of Boom too. I hate saying that, but that's what they are looking to do, is build this defense like Pete's defenses in Seattle. And of course, being a Raiders defense, it's awesome to say Legion of Boom too. Just to get that through there, and hopefully it'll happen. Might not happen this year all the way, but remember, Seattle was built through the draft and built through solid free agent signings. Okay, that's how they did it. So it's going to take this year. Somebody was saying, "What's my recollections for this year?" Well, hey guys, we won 4 games last year. 5 is an improvement. Okay, by definition, it's an improvement. But when everybody buys in, I think that there's nothing but good things ahead. That's why I said this is the year to get into the black hole, become a black hole member, and say you want to be a Tampa Bay chapter member with me. I say that, Legion of Doom. I like that. Legion.
I'll say, that is pretty sweet. But I'll say this about the win total, right?
You did say that.
I'll say this about the win total. If Denver and the Chargers can go from having 4 or 5 wins last year to making the playoffs, then why can't we? I'm never gonna, I'm never that kind of Raider fan that's gonna say, oh well, we won't make the playoffs this year. Why won't we? We got a seasoned quarterback now.
I heard some commentators saying that the Raiders they're gonna be mediocre last year. They'll probably be a 9-8 team. 9-8 is better than the 4-13. And remember now, Denver only got in the playoffs because Keith Letterman, they'd have been 9-8 for what? So you talking about they'll be 9-8.
I'm a 10-win man. I'm trying to rock 10 wins. I'm trying to rock. I'm trying to rock 10 wins. I mean, I feel like if we still need to make a few additions to this squad, but we have a guy. Go back and look at Geno's record. Geno's had those guys on the precipice of the playoffs every year he's been there. Right? They won 10 games last year. People forget that they went to the Rams and beat the Rams that last game of the year when the Rams had something. They were still playing for something. They beat the 49ers last year. They had some quality wins. They won 10 games last year, right? So it's like you bring Geno in, and then you supplement him. We already got Brock Bowers. We already got weapons. We know we're going to add running backs. You know what I mean? I feel like we need to shore up our receiving core. Most definitely. We have a sneaky, underrated offensive line that people don't really talk about, but we pretty much have pieces in place as an offensive line, right? We're not bad. We got Colton. I guess we're going to go with Meredith, who played solidly last year. JPJ at center.
Colton was hurt at the beginning of last year. He didn't have a training.
He was hurt, yeah.
So it took him a while to get back into form. So
I like Mason Graham too.
There
he is. There's my guy.
Hey, I'm just giving Jeff a break real quick, guys. But I wanted to mention, because this is the old heads, when you guys were talking about them defensive backs, man, I didn't hear nobody talk about Mike Haynes. That's my guy.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Lester Hayes here.
Nobody brought up Mike Haynes. How Al Davis.
Lester Hayes,
Mike Haynes. Yeah.
Right. Well, I was just thinking of the, because Mike Haynes, obviously, that's Super
from New
Bowl,
England.
Right?
He got snatched from New England. They took him from the Patriots.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
No, I want to hear you, Papa Rundown, and Captain Jack talk more about just the legend of Mike Haynes, because I still believe to this day, and I'm probably unpopular in this because everybody's going to say Charles Woodson, but Charles Woodson didn't win us no Super Bowl. Mike Haynes, on the other hand, did. So I'm just saying, the me, the best.
Well, hold up now. If we're gonna do that, then you might as well go back and get that original 24. You got to talk about Willie Brown.
Yeah.
You got to talk about Willie Brown. If we're gonna do that,
I was gonna say, if you're gonna say that though, Mike and Lester.
Yeah,
Mike and Lester.
There you go.
You can't.
That's a tandem. Yep, that's a tandem. Yep.
Mike won that Super Bowl. Mike and Lester were instrumental in winning that Super Bowl.
And Haynes still not in the Pro Bowl. I mean, the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Lester Hayes should be in the Hall of Fame as well. Hey, DZ, I tell you what, just because I saw some Charger stuff on there, go back and watch that Raider. I love to pull up YouTube and watch old stuff. Go back and watch that Raider playoff game when they played the Chargers in the AFC Championship game that year, and Lester Hayes dominated that football game. He dominated that football game in that AFC Championship against the Chargers that year. Would he have 2 interceptions or something like that? 3 interceptions, 1 he took back to the house. You know what I mean? So that's how great he was in the biggest moments. He don't get a lot of credit for that. Maybe it was all the stickum. I don't know.
Well, I know he took one back against Stabler and the Oilers in the first game in Oakland, the divisional round. I know he did. He was instrumental against Fouts because Fouts couldn't get out of his own fucking way because the defense.
They had a hell of an offense though.
Ass.
Eric Coryell.
Yeah.
That Eric Coryell offense was no joke.
No.
Right, Kellen Winslow, them guys threw the ball around the yard as well.
Everywhere.
Yeah, they sprayed the ball all over the place. Fouts was one of them guys, man. He was definitely, a very, very talented quarterback,
Yeah, Lester needs to be in the Hall. Jim Plunkett,
yes, he does,
needs to be in the Hall.
Why
Plunkett's not in the Hall? I will say this well. Steve Wisniewski needs to be in the Hall. That's the next one.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
You need to get Jim Plunkett in there. Jim Plunkett and right now Eli are the only two multiple Super Bowl winning quarterbacks that are not in. And Eli almost made it last year, and I think he'll probably make it next year. But you better get Jim Plunkett in the Hall of Fame. And Lester Hayes needs to be in the Hall of Fame. He should not have to worry, just like fucking Ken Stabler's family and Cliff Branch's family had to put him in posthumously. Get Lester in the Hall of Fame ASAP, and Jim Plunkett. And no, it's not because I am biased on the I am, but I look at who the players are and who deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Okay? And people, and I'll let you know, like I said, people saying, well, Sebastian Janikowski needs to be in the Hall of Fame. No, not before Adam Vinatieri, because if you're talking kickers, and again, I'm giving you the fucking fact. If you're gonna say that, if Sebastian needs to be in the Hall of Fame, look, Adam Vinatieri deserves to be in the Hall of Fame more than Sebastian Janikowski. Because
we got the most memorable kicks, big games, winning kicks and things like that. Vinatieri has legendary moments.
Right, but look at the longevity. Look at what he did for the teams that he was on, both the Colts and the Patriots. You're gonna tell me that Sebastian, great guy, definitely a Raider Hall of Famer, but come on, because I will give you the real shit. That's why I said I'm not going to be biased about things. Brenda, I would love to come back to Colorado. I need to. You need to get with me and let me know what the arrangements are for this next trip. Hopefully, Brenda will. If you know how to get a hold of me, let me know, Brenda. I'd love to come back to Colorado. I'll be very honest, and I'll let this known. I have no problem with the the AFC West per se, but I don't like going to fucking LA. I don't like going to LA because of the fucking security. The security, which is the county sheriffs, can kiss my fucking ass and suck my dick all day long because they treat me like I'm a damn criminal. And that is the folks over at SoFi. And then we get to Kansas City. The fans, for the most part, and I will say this, for the most part, Kansas City fans are wonderful. It's the fucking security at Narrowhead fucking Stadium that pisses me off and treats me horribly.
Did you say Narrowhead?
He said Narrowhead.
Security at Narrowhead that pisses me off. So it's going to be a while before. And I got fans in Kansas City. I got fans in LA that want to see. I might go to the game, but I might not go to the game because of the way they fucking are. Okay. In Denver, I will say the opposite. I have no problems with the security in Denver. And I love my girl Brenda for, being, when Raider Nation rolls, they roll thick in Denver. But for the most part, their fans are the biggest fucking assholes this side of pick a side.
Yeah.
The Denver fans, for the most part, are fucked up.
Yeah.
So
listen, I hate every team in the division. I hate them all. I hate every team in the goddamn division. I'm not even gonna lie. There's no love for any of them.
No, I hate every team not named the Raiders. I don't give a shit about
there you go.
Teams.
There you go.
Matt Marinovic, blessings and amen. Phil Villapiano needs to be in the fucking Hall of Fame, and he almost made it this year too. He was on the
seniors committee, right?
Yeah, and Phil Villapiano needs to be in the Hall of Fame as well. Shame on me for forgetting him. Shame on me for forgetting him. Maybe they'll be nice to me when I roll around with a scooter. They won't be such dicks to me because I'll have my fucking scooter more often. I'm not going to be dancing my way into the fucking. I'll wear my shit, but they'll probably treat me nicer because I'll be more of a fucking.
No, because now they want to see your scooter. Make sure you're not bringing any contraband on your scooter.
Yeah, you know what? I still will have my plane with me. I'll fucking. Buddy, I tell you what, people say, "Hey, I tell you what, I'm not that I'm really," but you know what? These are pretty decent guns for a guy that used to have them, and they used to be more informed. down here used to be up here. I used to be a sexy motherfucker. Right? Anyway, that with the right swing, I'll knock somebody out that fucks with me. Okay.
There you
There you
go.
go. Diesel's up for you.
That's it.
He'll be a bodyguard.
Hey, I love a bodyguard out
SoFi,
there.
you know what? You know what? You're right about SoFi. It's a damn pit. I can't stand SoFi. I was there this year earlier for the Raider game, and it's not aesthetically pleasing. I don't know what it is about that. I mean, with those Charger colors, this shit just gives me vertigo in there. I don't know what it is, but I can't stand being in SoFi.
That's all.
You know what I mean?
What the hell are they building? A spaceship? That thing looks ugly. Ugh.
Yeah. I'm cool on SoFi. But let me guys ask you a question real quick. Let me ask you guys a question.
No fucking air conditioning. Are you fucking kidding
No,
me?
they don't.
I will
No,
not.
you burn up in there. Yeah, you're right.
I will
Yep.
not go to SoFi unless maybe it's at the end of the year. Because I tell you what, the people that were at SoFi this year, at the beginning of the year, it was 110 fucking degrees, if not more.
I was there. It was a nightmare just to get in the fucking place. It was a nightmare to get in there. I had lost 5 pounds before I even got to my seat.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was. So yeah, I already understand where you're coming from with that. You know, but I wanted to pivot real quick and ask you guys something because I love to get everybody's opinion on certain things, right? Because everybody's been all over the place about, you know, what should we do at 6? So I just want to ask everybody, everybody let me know, what would you do at pick 6? Starting with you, Angela. What would you do at 6?
Well, me and Jeff played this fun little game a couple of days ago, and it actually worked out for us. So what we did with 6 is we got to it, and we didn't see Mason Graham. We didn't see the people that we essentially wanted. So we traded it back, and every time we traded it back, we were able to get both Ohio State running backs. We got Golden Tate. We got we addressed like every single thing that we wanted to address.
I purposely traded. I kept trading, so I got us to get 2 picks back to back in the second round, and I took Judkins and Henderson back to back. Boom, boom. I'm like, we're done now.
No, but again, if we were choosing, if we had to choose number 6, I'm always saying Mason Graham, because if there is a chance for us to get a generational day one, let's put him right in there. Can you guys just imagine it for a second? Just for all the people who hate me for this idea, or I know Rundown always gives me a hard time because he really wants Shedeur Sanders. And I'm like, all right, let's just talk about the defense for a second. So now you're telling me that we have Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, Adam Butler, Tyree Wilson, Malcolm Kuntz, and Mason Graham.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
We get to run a NASCAR where we're just switching it over so no one ever gets tired, right? We will be the most dangerous front four, and you guys, all we have to care about is winning our division. And you saw what happens when 4 mean dogs rush the quarterback. Herbert ain't going to be doing shit. Patrick Mahomes is going to
Bo Nix either.
All right, and Bo Nix, stop. Broncos fans on the chat, stop telling me about how Bo Nix is this and Bo Nix is that. You know, Bo Nix is okay. He had a good year because we had a bad year. That's all it is. That's gone. That's gone. Bo Nix is gonna have an okay year next year. So that's who I would get, Papa Rundown, Mason Graham. Now I understand that Mason Graham will most likely be taken in the first 5, and this is where the discussion starts to happen, right? You hear Sanders. My argument against Sanders is, why would we do that if we have to sign Geno Smith, let's say, to a 3-year extension? So you're telling me we're going to use a number 6 pick that we're not going to be able to use for the next 2 to 3 years? Well, that's stupid. That doesn't make sense to me. I'd rather wait till we get Jackson Dart later or something, right? Okay, and then there's the whole Ashton Jeanty versus Tetro and McMullen arguments now, right? And actually, Chris and Jeff, they calmed me down with all the running backs that were there. So I agree. I know that there's a lot of trend going with get Ashton Jeanty, but I now agree with both of them. Why in the hell would we get Ashton Jeanty?
Wait a minute. I got to
running backs in this draft. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, there's so many running backs.
I got to put this on the wall. You actually agree with us?
Yeah. So, but then there's the whole Tetro McMillan, right?
I'm intrigued by him. I'm intrigued by McMillan.
All right, now
I'm intrigued by McMillan.
Now here's the thing, Papa Rundown. If McMillan does come to us, but a team calls and says, we'll swap first with you, give you our next year's first, so that's 2 firsts, and we'll give you a third. Are you?
Oh yeah, I'm doing that.
Say no?
No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm good with that.
You see what I mean? Like the number 6 pick becomes a very powerful pick. And this was my whole take on Captain Jack Rackham show, on everybody's show that I went on. This was my take. The number 6 pick, because we kind of know the top 5 are all going to be player of needs, and they're all going to be. Yeah,
right there,
stop,
Angelo.
dude. I didn't say that.
One of your worst takes.
Jeff, you got to find it because I'm sure it was a joke when I said it.
Was he a third pick, James?
So, anyways, all right, James Furfo, stop it. So, anyways, I've been saying that by the time the number 6 pick happens, it might be worth as high as like the number 1 pick, because there's so many players that other teams might want that why wouldn't we just trade back? And Spytech has been known in the past to trade back for more picks. So
be careful.
Yeah, and so let's be careful. So again, that's what I would do, Papa Rundown. I'm trying to think of the future. I'm trying to think of the future of what we can do. But number 6 is a great position. I love the number 6.
I wouldn't mind trading. I wouldn't mind trading back.
I got to quantify that a little bit, Angelo. Spytech has never traded up. He's never traded back because he's never been the GM. I just have to say that.
Oh, yeah.
I just have to say that because for official purposes, he's been in the room. He's been in the room and he's helped out with drafts, because people will get on you for semantics, and semantically that was incorrect. I get where you're going to. Because he was with the guys in here with what's his fuck that's up with the Bucks, and I know his name, right? The GM that they got, and he has learned such things, and he was instrumental in those things. So I get it, and I understand that. I just want to make sure that he said, "Well, John's no." I think that he will do that based upon where he's coming from and his lineage and what he's seen as that. Okay, I can see that, but if you're going to ask me, and I think I said it on my show. By the way, that's Captain Jack Rackham Levy on YouTube. Please be sure to stop by. And be sure to stop by and become a Black Hole member. There's my 2 for the night. Black Hole Tampa Bay chapter, okay? At 6, if you're talking about me, and if Graham is there, that's my pick. If Graham is not there, Membo is my pick, because I need the best offensive lineman to go into this line and make it that much better. Okay, and I've been impressed with what I've been.
Disclaimer, real quick. Who kind of talked to you about Armand Membu? I just want to know who that person was. I'm just wondering.
It was this fucker over here that
wonder who.
Okay. Yeah, no, but here it is. I am an offensive lineman by trade, and you know that you learned how to best get your team together is you build the fucking lines, both offensively and defensively, which is why I said my first pick is Graham. Okay, if he's not there, my pick is Membu. Okay. And there we go. If we're at number 6 and those guys are gone, but Genty's there and Sanders is there, and again, go back and watch my shows because you know what's coming. Somebody wants those dudes. Somebody does.
Yeah.
But it's not me. It's not me. Said, "Oh, you want the pick? I don't even give a shit what
Jack,
they
stop
want."
saying cray. You're too old to be using that word cray. Good God.
No, he said, yeah, come on, you're old. Stop saying that shit. Okay.
Holy shit.
I want a trade with somebody, because somebody wants that, and I want, okay, we're going to swap ones. Okay, that's a given. What else? What do you bring to my party? Because I'm trading picks with you because you either want Genty or you want Sanders. And if you look at where Sanders can go into top 5 or he can drop to the 3rd round, it depends on who you believe. I don't know. But I'm not taking Sanders because there are so many other needs, and I got a quarterback that's going to be transitional. I need to build the team as well. And again, it's not Sanders. I like Dart because he's got that prototypical, size and girth. The kid from Louisville is there and around as well. As a quarterback, if people aren't really talking about him, he'd be a decent project.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you, I'll be honest. I'm kind of warming up now that we've gotten Geno Smith and we got Pete Carroll in here and we're using this Chip Kelly offense. I'm kind of warming up to the fact that maybe getting a Jalen Milroe in the 3rd round and sitting him behind Geno for 2 years. I wouldn't have a problem with doing that, sitting that kid behind Geno, because everything you hear about the kid, he's off the charts. Personality-wise, he comes from a military family. The kid is dialed in. He wants to be good. He wants to be great. He doesn't mind working. I wouldn't mind snagging that kid in the 3rd round and parking him for 2 years and just letting him learn the game.
I agree. That was my, like I said, you said 6. I have a bad feeling that the Raiders going to do something stupid at 6, get Sanders. I don't want Sanders. I was on Sanders train a while back, but then I was like, when they got Geno Smith, I said, well, we don't need this guy.
Right.
Like
it changes things.
And then when they was at the combine, there was some inside saying that the Raiders are impressed by Miller, although he stunk it up. But it's like his tangible. Right. He's big, he's strong, he got a good arm, and he can run. What Chip Kelly like? He like mobile, moving quarterbacks. Geno Smith,
exactly,
is a mobile quarterback. He's not a runner, but he's a mobile. So get Jalen Roll in 3rd, or if you drop down the 4th, give him the 4th, and then let him sit for a year, couple years. I'm on with that. But at 6,
me too.
At 6, I'm with everybody else. Mason Graham.
I love Mason Graham. Mason Graham.
If he's not there,
I've been wanting him for a long time now.
You know who wants Genty? You know who wants Genty?
The Cowboys.
Yep.
Allen.
Make that phone call. Say, okay, Jenny's next is we got next pick. Jenny's on the board. You guys want him? Because the other team might take make that trade. Get swap the 12 and get a 2nd round.
I sure would. You got to give me a second. If I'm giving, you know what I mean? Look, I got the 6th pick. I'm taking nothing less than a 2nd rounder if we're swapping.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you got to give me a 2nd rounder in this year's draft as well.
Yeah.
I would say, depending upon if you can milk it, and God, I like the movie Draft Day. It was really kind of like bullshit. But if you can milk it like that guy, how bad do you want this kid? Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're swapping ones. Okay. I definitely want a 2nd in this draft. I need a 3rd round next year. How bad do you want this pick?
There you go. I just saw Raider. I just saw Raider Pete say that Milroe is a huge project. Yes, he is, but guess what? That's why we got Geno, and that's why we're going to sign Geno for at least 2 solid years of playing. Right? We're going to have Geno, so we have time. And it's not a. You're not going to find. I mean, yeah, you can find a defensive starter in the 3rd round, but that's the 3rd round. Like you might as well. We got compensatory picks. So you might as well go ahead and snatch that guy at 3. If you can snatch Milroe in the 3rd round, you snatch Milroe in the 3rd round.
Y'all will take him. Like I said, you're going to sit anyway.
Yeah.
Any quarterback the Raiders draft, they're going to sit because Geno is a presumptive starter, regardless of what
there you go.
think. Unless something catastrophe had something bad happen, which no. But he's starting. So anybody get Jackson Dart, Shadur Sanders, or anybody else, they're going to sit for at least 1 to 2 years.
I'll do you guys one even better than that. I'll trade a 6th or a 7th right now to go get Hendon Hooker from Detroit. Or
I'm still with that. Or Joe Milton.
Or Joe Milton.
Did Joe Milton go anywhere? Like, look, Joe.
Fine.
Look, Take a flyer on that kid, Joe Milton. Joe Milton impressed me last year when he had that game against the Jets. I mean, he did some good things there. So like I said, there's options there. And remember, there's still draft day trading that happens. You still can trade players on the roster on draft day as well.
Yeah.
That's why I'm thinking.
The OC 12, seeing as though McDumdum's the one that drafted him in the first place. He wanted him then. Maybe he still wants him now.
How about Michael Mayer? How about we trade Michael Mayer to the Patriots?
That's a good move right there.
Don't they need a tight end? Like maybe we could get a third rounder for Michael Mayer.
There you go.
Hunter Henry's a good tight end.
Oh, they do. They got Hunter Henry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They got Hunter Henry.
They use a 2 tight end set, Jeff.
Yeah.
Because last year they had Cooper and Henry.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
But they could. I'm not saying
just some thoughts there.
I said that we should
have them. I know Jack doesn't like that. He doesn't want us to get rid of Mayer because from Notre Dame. See, look, no trading Mayer.
I love Notre Dame too. I'm from Indiana. I'm originally from Indiana, so I'm a Notre Dame. I'm a Hoosier basketball fan, and I love Notre Dame football. So I have to admit that. But I don't know. I think we can get some value for Michael Mayer, especially just because the way Brock Bowers is a force, and whoever is going to come in and play beside him is going to be a complementary type, more blocking and receiving. And I think Mayer has a lot more to offer than that. So if you got some value for him, you might as well go ahead and make that move if you can. I'm not saying I really want to see the kid go because I'd be excited to see what they could do with a 2 tight end set. But Bowers is just so dynamic. It's just hard to imagine them feeding 2 tight ends. You know what I mean? So you might as well see what you can get for him.
But I do agree with the keeping him because if all the offers are bad, why not give? Because what usually would happen is he'll play his ass off year 3, right? And then he's going to be worth a lot. Now we could go trade him, So
I got a question.
Yeah.
I got a question. Let's look at some. Jeff is on board with this.
Shout out, Pete.
How do you guys feel about bringing Amari Cooper back?
I'm done with Amari Cooper. Let me give you a quick story about that.
You're down or you're done?
I'm done. I'm done with Amari Cooper. I don't like to. I feel like when you quit on us,
because Rundown gave me shit the other night because I brought it up. I just brought it up, and he's just like, no.
You want to know? You want to know why? Let me give you a quick backstory. So check this out. Remember, I told you we used to go up to Oakland all the time to go to see the games, right? We go up there and we spend the weekend in San Francisco. I take the family up there, my wife, my daughter, and Rundown, and we go up there. And we were out shopping one Saturday, and we were in downtown San Francisco, and my son goes, "Hey, Dad, isn't that Amari Cooper?" And I look, I said, "Oh yeah, that is him." So I was like, "Hey man, let's just go say, let's just go to him and say what's up." We're walking past, so we're walking, and he's kind of coming our direction, and I go, "Hey, what's up, my man? How you doing?" And I got my whole family with me, my wife, daughter, everything, and I say, "Hey, you Amari Cooper, right?" He looks at us and goes, No, that's not me," and kept walking. Just kept walking. And I kind of knew from then, I'm like, he didn't have the right demeanor, right? And I felt like he wasn't attached to, it wasn't just what the way he kind of came out to us. I felt like he wasn't attached to being a Raider.
I don't think
he wasn't, even then, he wasn't proud to be a Raider. I didn't feel his pride of being a Raider player. Right. And then so that translated on the field. So when I started, when we started seeing his not being intense, not playing intense, not playing with enough passion, I knew it from that encounter with him that he wasn't a Raider. Right. Just like Devontae Adams. I never want to see Devontae Adams on our team again. I mean, I wouldn't even consider that. I don't care how good he is. You quit on us. I'm good on that. Like once you quit on our shield, I don't want you back. I don't care how talented you are. So that's just me with Amari Cooper. I'd rather get Stephon Diggs.
Hey, you know that one saying, once a Raider, always a Raider? Devon is
not
that.
He's not a Raider. He's not a Raider.
Once a Raider.
Nope.
Although he said he was a fan of the team, so what? But
yeah,
he's not one of those once a Raider, always a Raider to me.
No, he's a, I consider those guys like, you're a traitor to our shield, period.
Yep.
Right? You know what I mean? We support every move that the Raiders do. And we were all excited to get Devontae Adams. But and we sat up there and listened to him, pretty much deify himself. You know what I mean? Every interview, this guy just he kissed his own ass so much, I'm surprised his lips didn't swell up. Right?
Well,
and it's like,
he's not even a team player. Devontae Adams,
no,
he's not hear him talk. I need my yards. I need my yards. Look, dude, this is a team sport. We need to win. So your yards counts towards the win. So it's not your yards, it's the team's yard.
On that Netflix special, he said, I got to get out of here. I'm like, I'm done with you. I'm done. As soon as you hear something like that, man, he's on the sideline telling his other teammates, I got to get out of here. Get him out of here. We don't need that.
The irony to that Papa Rundown is he ended up getting signed to the same team with the quarterback that he was complaining about.
Exactly. Oh,
yeah.
He's over there with Gardner Minshew, right?
No,
and all it takes
with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, with Jimmy Garoppolo. And all it takes is for Matt Stafford to get smacked around, and now his ass is on the bench. And here comes Jimmy Garoppolo rolling in.
I can't wait.
Oh,
Jimmy's gonna
Garoppolo
now dropping back with
down the middle.
Garoppolo dropping back with passes. He's throwing a DA and go, here's a coffin ball, motherfucker, and just
After you threw me under the bus, let me throw you one under the bus now.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. No, man, we don't want nobody that quits on the shield, man. I'm not down with that. You know what I mean? Like once you quit on our shield, I don't want you back. We're good, especially Devontae.
On the subject of once a Raider, always a Raider. How about Khalil Mack? Was he once a Raider, always a Raider?
It wasn't Khalil's fault that he got traded, really. I mean, so I mean, yeah, I welcome Khalil back. Khalil's never had anything ill to say about the Raiders. I've never heard him say anything ill about the Raiders. I think Khalil's just more of a businessman. He's trying to get his money, but he did some great things for us when he was with us. So, I welcome Khalil back.
He didn't just like the Raiders. He's just like the management and all that shit that's going on. He's like, fuck you guys.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say he wants the Raider, always a Raider.
Yeah, he was at the tail end of the Oakland days anyway,
If we're gonna go there, and again, it might be somebody. Hey, good Stoffel, how you doing, brother? And I put the link up. Hopefully you saw it there.
Yeah, he obviously did.
Once Raider, always Raider. Don't talk to me, and I know that you'll get some bad flack from Stuart Schweigert on this, and there are reasons why. I understand what Stuart is going to say, but Randy Moss is in that category as well because the way that he treats Raider Nation. Now, granted, listening to Stuart say why Randy feels the way he does, I get it, because we crucified him, and now Randy, in his mind, has a very negative opinion of the fandom. So if he has a negative opinion of the fandom because we're the ones that gave him that, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Randy said, I am not a Raider. I am not a Raider. I am not a Raider. When he was in, Mexico City on the broadcast, and they asked him, I am not a Raider, I'm not a Raider, I'm not a Raider. Also, in the Randy Moss commercial where they showed every fucking jersey that he ever wore, the Raiders jerseys were not in that commercial.
It was not in it, yeah.
The Raider jersey
in
the commercial. So Randy is a self-professed, I'm not a Raider. So I will say, okay, Randy, if you don't want to be known as a Raider, I'm not going to give you that affinity either. So there's that. The other person is Warren Sapp. Warren Sapp, once always a Raider. Fuck you.
No, not even.
Fuck you.
I'm good on Warren Sapp too.
No.
Yeah. Like you want a guy to a lesser extent. You want a guy like, okay, remember when Richard Seymour came over? Richard Seymour embraced everything. Yep. Right? When Richard Seymour came over from the Patriots, he didn't do it all, he didn't do it for, a lot of seasons, but he embraced being a Raider. And he understood what that was. You know what I mean? You got, like I said, Randy Moss, Devontae Adams, Warren Sapp. I'm good with saying that those guys aren't Raiders. I have no problem saying that.
Well, Seymour owns the part of the Raiders, so there you go. He embraced
Yeah.
more than that. He bossed over the Raiders.
Exactly.
So
exactly. Yeah. So, like I said, for me, just going back to the draft, yeah, I'm with you guys with Mason Graham. I'm on that train all day long. I did have a little bit of an affinity for McMillan from Arizona, just because I feel like we are in the position to get the best wide receiver in the draft. And I feel like that would make our offense complete as well. Certain things I wouldn't be mad at. There's a lot of variables in this draft to me that, I wouldn't be mad at a few different scenarios. I don't think we need to nail ourselves down to one guy. Like, I like the trade back ideas you guys are talking about as well. I think that's something that's realistic as well. I wouldn't be upset if we did get McMillan from Arizona, because guess what? I'm always the type of guy that's like, look, you draft a guy that can put the ball in the end zone, especially high. I'm always with that, right? At the end of the day, we're trying to score points. You know what I mean? So I have no problem. Yeah, I have no problem with getting the receiver from Arizona if he's there at 6 and they pick him. I have no problem, honestly. If we did look, let's just sit here and be real, fellas. I tell my son this all the time. Even if we did draft Genty at 6, I don't think nobody's gonna get. We're not gonna look at it like they drafted Cleveland Farrell, right? We're not gonna be pissed off like they drafted Cleveland Farrell or Alex Leatherwood. You know what I mean? I think we're gonna get pretty excited pretty quick about having a guy with that kind of ability, right? It might not make sense because you know how we are with the draft when it comes to the draft. We 2-3 months out and we just start slanging scenarios all over the place. Everybody's doing mock drafts. Everybody's got this and that. But when we pick that player, we all instantly get excited to start looking at what could be for whoever we pick, right? So if we end up picking Genty, we're all going to get excited about that because now we're going to be like, oh, shit, we really got a home run threat back there.
But like Angelo said, we're in a great spot because we got that 6
We are.
You know what the top 3 or 4 is going to do. We pretty much, they're going to pick their quarterbacks and probably Butler, and he might pick Mason Graham. We got that power pick 6 time because there's going to be some players that pop there.
For sure. For sure, on Antonio Brown.
That the other team's going to want.
He never was a Raider.
I like
he never was
at the end of it, though.
He sure wasn't.
A little Timberland boot.
Oh, shit.
He never took a fucking snap. He never took a fucking snap as a Raider.
Nope.
So we don't have to put him in. He was never Raider on the squad, field guys. In uniform. Was never on the field. Never took a snap. And gone. So we don't have to fucking worry. Well, what pissed off is all that time that he had all that fucking shit where Antonio Brown did this, Antonio Brown did that. It says ex-Raider Antonio Brown. When the fuck was he a Raider? I hated that.
I don't think there's been one guy that's pissed me off more in the last 10 years than Antonio Brown. I felt, dude, I wanted to fucking punch. I wanted to punch Antonio Brown myself. Like that was some of the most clown shit that I've ever seen in my life.
I want to get his goddamn feet. Goddamn it!
I sure did, dude.
Hey, that would have been tough. Papa Rundown can box now. You might have knocked him out, Papa Rundown.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. That I just thought he conducted himself. I mean, he was the most unprofessional player that I've ever seen. And I think the thing that killed me the most was when he found out that we released him or whatever, and he starts running through his backyard and all that. Oh my God, I want to do a Tanya Harding right to his fucking knees.
What killed me, he made that grand entrance in a hot air fucking balloon. I said, dude, you're not that important, dude, to make an entrance in a hot air balloon. Who the fuck you think you are?
That's what I'm talking about, dude.
Savior of this team, he even did a damn thing. Like Jack said, he didn't take not even one snap. They call it practice runs, but he didn't do nothing else.
Hey, you know what, Raider 8? I never met Tommy Kelly, but you know what? He's an underrated defensive tackle that we had. Tommy Kelly was dope. Tommy Kelly got, you know what? We always have, especially back in that era, we've always had like a spot player here and there that was just really fucking good, and the rest of the team around him wasn't shit. And that was Tommy Kelly. Tommy Kelly was a beast. Shout out to Tommy Kelly. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Jack, I'm gonna take your wrench away if you keep saying Craig.
Wow, that's crazy. I haven't heard that name in a while.
Christ, man, that's so
Craig.
We can put him on timeout, Jeff. We can put Jack in timeout.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that. We'll put you on a timeout, man. We're gonna put you on a timeout.
So I want to say, Papa Rundown, when you were talking about
Jack, go to my channel. You can say Craig Hill on my channel. I don't mind.
Hey, when Papa Rundown was talking about the Tetro McMillan. So from what I understand, and again, I'm no expert on watching this, but the ceiling for him apparently is Larry Fitzgerald. That's his ceiling, right?
That's a hell of a ceiling.
That's a hell of a ceiling. That's a hell of a ceiling.
Yeah.
But the floor could also be pretty low too. Like he's not, he won't be a surefire kind of, because no one knows yet, right? And for this particular draft, Papa Rundown, if you look at it, it's just like the running backs. There are a lot of wide receivers, and one of them, 6'5", 230. We could get him in maybe the third or the fourth. Savion Williams.
Yeah.
If you look at Savion Williams, man.
What about the kid from Texas?
Yeah, well,
yeah. He's gonna be a later first round pick.
Yeah. He's probably
I don't think he's gonna get out the first round.
But you got to forget about the Iowa State receivers, both of them, Neil and what's his name?
Luther Burton, right?
Now he's Missouri, right? Is he?
No, Iowa State. What's his name?
Iowa State. I got all of Luther's records, man. Luther is the bomb.
Hell yeah, he is. I know what you're talking about. I know what Luther you talking about.
Damn right. Thank you for at least such a pause there. I know that joke, but there was such a pause. I'm like, fuck, man, that did not go over very.
Oh wow, T-Mac gives you Hayward Bay vibes. I don't see that.
That's not the. I've seen that somewhere. I've seen other people saying that now too.
Hayward Bay, dude, Hayward Bay was dropping passes when he was at Maryland. I didn't see T-Mac. T-Mac drops passes like that. I didn't.
DHB.
Hey, that's
a wide open end zone catch. Like what the fuck? You know,
old Stonehands.
15 yards, you can't catch the damn ball.
Old Stonehands.
Man,
now,
I remember Darius.
We could have.
I remember Darius Hayward. I remember DHB fucking up my Sunday. One Sunday, I mean, he dropped a fucking touchdown pass to win the game. He fucked my whole Sunday up. I remember that game. I'm like, dude, this guy fucking. Yeah, that was horrible.
We got that Crabtree that year, but he wanted speed, and what we ended up getting, we ended up getting Crabtree later on.
That's when Al was.
This is going to be a normal. This is going to be a normal Saturday night. This show, the Raiders last call. It's going to be Chris up in the right hand corner there.
It depends, Jeff.
Papa Rundown's going to be there, so it'll be the three of us, and then we'll have guests.
Hold on, don't go committing Papa Rundown to a Saturday night now. There's some big fights going on. All right, don't go committing.
I got to squeeze my boxing in there too.
Going on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
I got to go back in. When he can make it, how's that?
We have a bigger contract to use.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, Angelo. I gotta go back and hit the zone after we get done, man. I gotta check those other fights out. You can't tell me what goes on.
Yeah, no, I won't tell you nothing. But just so that you know, Papa Rundown, 2 weeks in a row now at Long Beach. Because remember, last Saturday there was the Long Beach card. Right now at Long Beach,
another one going down.
Fernando Vargas Jr. is about the fight right now. I've been watching it the whole time, so I haven't said nothing.
I'm on it.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a late night for me. My wife is gonna fucking be pissed off. I'm lucky I've been married for 30 years, because if not, dude, she'd be out the door with all my sports.
We can draft. What old lineman we can draft in the first round?
Say it again.
Somebody put old line in the first round.
Yeah, right? It's Membu. It's Membu.
You're right. Luther Vandross, baby. Luther Vandross. You right about that.
I'll take Luther. I tell you what, Luther
all day long
push him until he got skinny.
Yeah, I like Big Luther better.
I like the fat Luther.
Big
I did too.
to kind of support Papa Rundown's pick with Tetro McMillan, what I will say is that none of us knew how good Brock Bowers was going to be, and then we just saw how good Brock Bowers is. So what if Tetro McMillan is as good?
Yeah.
You know? No, come on, Cap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What, Cap, you thought he was going to have as good of a year as he had? Come on.
No, I didn't know.
Well, maybe not as good of a year, but he was surefire now.
Yes.
Like, look, let's not get that twisted, because everybody, they had him going to the Chargers at 5. A lot of people had him mocked to the Chargers at 5. And there was a consensus that he was the best player overall in the draft last year. Remember that? Like, a lot of people were saying he was the number one player in the draft. And he pretty much, come on, man, he pretty much proved that shit, you know?
Jalen Higgins, I was talking about, guys. Jalen Higgins. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, Rebel. I was talking about.
With that logic, then, if Travis Hunter drops the number 6, do you take him?
Yeah.
You got to.
I would.
You have to. That's irresponsible if you don't.
See, because he's irresponsible if you don't. Talking about as the number 1 player this year.
Right. It's irresponsible if you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you know why, Jack? You know why, Jack? Because he's a weapon. He's a weapon.
He's pure athlete. He's the best athlete in this draft.
He's a dual threat weapon.
He's the next Jim Thorpe.
I get it. And it's like when you see on the thing on the ESPN, for it's like, what position does he play? And or when they do the draft class, I mean, not even talking way, but they say ATH, athlete. I get that. But are you telling me that you think that Hunter, because he split time, he's like Charles Woodson? I think he's going to be a better defensive back, and he will be a decent gadget play wide receiver. I think that he would be a better defensive back, but there's just if you're going to pick a defensive back, pick the kid from Michigan that plays defensive back all the time. That's why I said if you're going to go that route, that's why I would pick the kid from Michigan at 6 rather than Travis Hunter. That's the reason why. Is Travis Hunter will be a decent defensive back, but if you just say, well, we're going to use him on trick plays, we used Charles Woodson like that his first year. We used Charles Wood. Remember, he would come in and be that gadget wide receiver. And if I'm not mistaken, Charles Woodson also ran back punts for us as a
Michigan,
rookie.
Yeah,
he
right.
No. A rookie. Charles Woodson ran punts for us as a rookie, and he was a gadget wide receiver his first year, maybe even into his second year. But like I said, if you're going to pick Travis Hunter as a D-back, I'd go take the kid from Michigan who has better intangibles. That's my thinking there.
Yeah, Will Johnson. I mean, honestly, I don't really want a cornerback at 6. I don't think that's a position that we need to judge. I don't really want a corner at 6 at all.
That's why I said if there's it was because Angelo said if he's on the board. That's why I said we're at 6 and he's on the board. Genty's on the board. Moore's on the board. Take the fucking trade and trade back and get more picks.
Yes, that's what I said. Get some more picks.
Gone.
Because you got to look at Pete Carroll, what he likes. What Pete Carroll like on his teams. He likes big DBs. We know that from the CSA. He likes big running backs. He also likes those small, shifty running backs. That's why I got the guy from Miami. Because he watched his history, he always had a big back and a small back. That goes back to the USC days to Seattle, the big D-backs. So he's building a team what he likes on the team. So
Later,
some plays you guys talking about.
I appreciate it.
Shout out to you, DZ. Thanks for hanging in there, dog.
Make sure everybody in the channel that's watching in the chat, make sure you hit the subs and likes and thumbs up for everybody that's got a channel in here. So I'd be Captain Jack. Make sure you make your way over to his channel. Christopher Raiders up in the right-hand corner.
I'll need 5.
Angelo, you have your own, right? Yeah, Angelo.
No, I just want everybody to follow me on Instagram, Reyes Boxing.
There you go.
Hey. Oh, I delete yours. I got to put it back on. Sorry.
Oh, did you really? That's all right, Chris.
That's always message, Angelo. Hey guys, I only got 5 more to go to 100. So come on, give me some more subscriptions. 5 more.
I don't have anything up yet. My son is in the process of putting me on and getting me all set up. So pretty soon I'll have something.
Rundown. When are we gonna do it? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. We've had a few little things going on, so everything's kind of calming down now. So he's gonna get me set up on our little page, and we'll start getting down together.
All right,
no doubt.
You talking about the guy from Texas, Jada? What's his name? He's good too.
What's up, John?
The guy from Texas, Jada. Run likes him a lot. I forget his name. Starts with a J. Jada.
A cornerback. Oh yeah. I know you're talking about. The cornerback. I forgot it. I can't pronounce his name either, but yeah, he's nice.
It's like
he's
J-A-D-A.
nice.
Yeah, they talk about him. He's pretty good. You play all positions. You play slot, nickel, outside. You can do all of them.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, we got to go straight to the trenches in the first round. We got to go with defensive tackle, defensive end. Also, I'm saying we got to get offensive linemen. Let's build in the trenches this year, fellas. You know where we got to go. Then we get some weapons, some position players later in the draft. Maybe we get Milrow in the second round. That would be cool. Then
I like that.
The wide receiver in the third round. Hit an offensive lineman in the fourth round. Get another tight end in the fifth round if we decide to trade our other tight end. And go from there. Get another offensive lineman in the sixth. Seventh round, go DB. And go from there. That's my outtake. I know I haven't talked with you much, fellas, but hey, I've been listening in tonight. I respect you guys all. I love you guys. And I've been a Raider fan all my life. Yeah, I've been a Raider fan all my life, you know. And
you definitely welcome, my man.
Thanks for that.
Your stories. Oh, damn right. I love listening to your stories, fellas. You guys,
cool.
My heart side, you know what I mean? Because it makes me think of like with me and my pops, you know, who passed away in 2020. It just brings back all those memories. And when I come back, I can listen to you guys, like my uncles and grandfathers and fathers, you know. And so I've been around, you know, since, born in 79, so I'm 45 now, but it like kind of brings back all those old memories, you know, as a kid growing up, listening to you guys talk, which is super cool. Captain Jack, you're the best, man. I love you too. Thank you for having me. And, we're moving on with Raider Nation, right? We're moving up.
We're Stoffel. You see the guys in the corners other than Angelo? Those are the guys that you had on tonight because this is their show. I just broadcasted on mine, and so when you didn't get the link, I put the link to a link where you can get it. I'm glad that you got it. But this is the show. Was it the last call?
Yeah, Raiders' last call.
Raiders'
last call.
No. And that's the whole premise.
Guys in the corner. It's Jeff and
thank you, my friend from the East Coast, brother.
And by the way, Chris, I subscribed.
Thank you.
You got one more person. I went on your channel, brother.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that's the premise.
Appreciate being here with all you guys too, man. Thank you for welcoming me in, man. I'm going to make sure I try to get on every Saturday with you guys so we can make this, we can build this show.
Well, Papa Run,
Hold on. Wait. Before you guys go taking Papa Run down away, I got to cover.
Angelo.
Oh, where'd Angelo go? Oh, he disappeared. There he is.
Your name is in the headline, so if you see the beginning of the show, your name's on there.
Okay, appreciate you. Yep. Yeah. Appreciate it, my friends.
So, hold on, though. Hold on, Jeff. Hold on. This is only going to work because me and Papa Rundown got our thing that's happening. So, Papa Rundown, you know, I always give you the schedule ahead of time. On Saturday, this coming Saturday, is the Fundura fight.
Right.
We can't miss that, Papa Rundown. We can't miss the Fundura fight now. So, it's Jesus Ramos is on it. Terrell Gashaw's on it.
You can DVR it. You can DVR and watch the replay of it.
I love Angelo.
You guys don't understand, man. You got like, look, you guys don't get it because, like I said to the chat already, Captain Jack.
My God, you have a pissed off Filipino at you, Papa Rundown.
Yes, I know.
You don't want to pick up. I know what Filipinos can do. I don't want that. Am I right?
But Angelo's my guy, man. You know, like I've never met anybody as passionate about boxing as I am, like he is. You know, and so like the way we've been all sitting up here talking about Raider history and lore. Me and him during the week we text each other all the time, and we just we have the same history and lore with boxing. So he's my boxing buddy. I tell my wife all the time. I say Angelo's texting me. Angelo's texting me. It's my boxing buddy here. So. Yeah, we gonna get it in on Angelo. Don't worry about it. We are, bro, for sure.
Yeah, because you guys already made Papa Rundown miss all of these fights right now, and now he's got to go back.
We didn't make him miss anything.
Live
already. He came in tonight.
It's on free will. We didn't do anything. We didn't twist his arm like that. He came in on free will.
But seriously though, guys, like earlier for the chat, Papa Rundown would talk about when you watch old tapes. That's how I became even more of a Raider fan. Like it's easy when you're growing up to be a Raider fan because me growing up, I grew up there. I grew up literally walking distance to Oakland Coliseum, right? So it's easy when you're a kid, but it's not until you get older and then you like start to look back, like Papa Rundown was saying, because they have them. Like you could go on YouTube and just like he said, you could go Raiders versus Chargers, 1970 blank or 1980 blank, and you kind of get to go, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Like the way and Captain Jack, I've talked about this on your show a lot, and you actually interviewed Henry Lawrence, right? But I loved it when I got to go back and watch those films of Gene Upshaw, Art Shell, Bob Brown, Henry Lawrence. Like that's when I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Like this is some crazy ass like football. This is the way football is supposed to be played, right? And then you start to really understand it and realize how cool it is to be a part of the whole thing. Because even if you look at all the other teams in their history, it's really not as deep as ours. I'm just saying it's not as deep as Raider history.
What's the name of the show? Is it Raiders Last Call or is it Enzo's Last Call? I don't know. I'm confused. I love you, Enzo. I love you, man.
We need 2 more people to come in so we can make it the real Brady bunch. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Alice.
I was just thinking about that.
You do 3 on 1
story.
Everybody's all looking up at each other.
Alpha Kasi does it too, guys. Alpha Kasi goes back and watches the Raider seasons, right? Alpha Kasi?
Yeah, salute gang. How are you? I do go and watch like the years that are before my time, just so I can watch players that like I wasn't like I've heard about, but I never got to see them play. And it's good for me because like I have a general idea of how it went down, but I don't know exactly. So I can watch these games like I'm watching it for the first time. You know what I mean? Without spoilers. I bended the 95 season because I'd been playing Tecmo Super Bowl 3 and I got to know the players there. And I was like, all right, I want to watch them.
Oh, wow.
Play real life. And then like I watched the 2000 season I haven't watched the playoffs of that season yet, but like seeing some of these like Raider greats, like in their prime, like Tim Brown and that offensive line in 2000, like Lincoln Kennedy.
Barrett it was Robbins, ridiculous.
Mine was
friggin' Steven Wisniewski. Like, I thought the 2016
Frank Middleton
line was great. Like that line was quite stellar. You know what I mean? I don't think it was Frank Middleton. I think it was who was that right guy? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. Fuck, I forgot.
Mo Collins.
Mo Collins. Yeah, that's it.
Mo Collins. Yeah,
I remember.
Yep.
Middleton getting called for a false start in Denver because he took a fucking breath, and that pissed me off.
Oh yeah, I remember that shit.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He took a deep breath and they fucking jumped over the line of scrimmage. Yeah, I remember that. Hey, Alpha, I tell you what, it's some great games on YouTube. You can go back. Look, I've been going back and watching games from the 70s. Like I was born in 72, so I need to go back and watch. I've been going back and watching a lot of games in the 70s.
Going up.
They had one the other day I was watching. It was a Monday Night Football game in 73. They were playing the Broncos, right? And you go and you go back and you watch those games, and it gives you a glimpse, a snapshot of why the Raiders were built in the image that they were. Those were some of the most physical football teams. I mean, they ran the ball down your throat. As soon as you thought that they were going to just keep running the ball, then they go to Cliff Branch, then they go to Bolitnikov, then they go to Casper. Like, those are some of the greatest games you can watch, those 70s games, man. Go back and take a look at some of those games in the 70s. That's where you're really going to see the foundation of what this Raiderdom really is. Check those 70s games out.
Yeah.
What's up, Cap?
I'm sorry.
Okay. That is the before picture, and this is the after picture. Okay. That's the before picture. Oh, right there. That's the before picture, and this is the after picture. Not as much definition, but you can see they used to be there. Okay, you can see they used to be there.
So I appreciate
building me up. I look a hell of a lot better because I saw a brother who has a wife beater on to make it fucking shine. That's all I'm saying. Okay, before and after. So I was going to say, I'm hiding. I don't have. Go ahead, brother.
Sorry, just real quick. I'll let you in on a trade secret. There is a little filter in the settings panel where you can kind of filter your image a little bit. So it's all AI assisted. I'm really like this, tiny little twig. So, yeah.
Oh shit!
I've been exposed.
I'm
sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
I wish. Yeah, I wish. I don't have I have a 6-pack. I got about 4 6-packs in a case, Bueno. There's at least there's a case in here. It ain't a 6-pack. That's a fucking case. A pony keg, at least.
It's called a keg, yeah.
But thank you, that. Yeah.
What's up, Jack Kenna?
What's up, Jack?
Fellas, I just wanted to hop on just because I saw all you guys on here being in the chat. I'm like, man, all my brothers are on here. I want to just hop in and just say hello.
I'm
Hello.
warning you right now. Jack, if you say cray cray, I'm kicking you out. Don't
That's
you
my
dare say it.
that's
I
my
don't care.
kid saying.
Fucking
That's my
cray
kid
cray.
saying.
Hey,
It's just
if it keeps you young, go ahead and do it. If it keeps you young, my man.
Yeah, he was trying to say Fedora, but I know what he was meaning. It was Fedora. I get it.
I mean, we've
I
had
was going to say, what the hell's a fedora?
we've had Captain in here in a basketball tank top, and now a black wife beater, and then Afakasi comes in with a tank top again. So it's like I can't be.
Tank top.
I can't let these guys show me up. So it's like now the big guns are out. So the men are now available.
There you go.
So
I guess it's gonna be gun show Saturday in a minute.
Yeah, you didn't send a memo about the proper
Hey,
attire.
Jeff, the sun's out, the guns are out, right?
You didn't send a dress code out.
Hey, so we didn't get to hear what
after midnight. It's super casual.
We didn't get to hear what Afakasi would do with the number 6 pick.
Yeah, we did.
Did we?
Mm-hmm.
My bad. I'm sorry, Afakasi. I'm watching live boxing at the same time.
He didn't say it tonight. He did it before, but yeah.
Because when Papa Rundown asked the question, Afakasi didn't get to tell us what he would do with the number 6 pick.
Now we're the Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
Do you want my answer?
Angela,
Yes. No?
And Alice is in the middle now.
I'm sticking with Graham. Afakasi.
Yeah.
Where are you going with Afakasi?
I think Graham is the consensus choice here. I love Graham.
What's up, Paul?
Hey, Paul.
No doubt. What up?
Can I-
Oh, man, we got it rocking tonight.
Is it
Yeah.
my turn to answer, or do I?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Look, in all seriousness, I haven't watched too much college tape on many players, so I'm not the best person to ask. However, my stance is this, and I'm going to try and make it short and sweet. If there's a guy that they believe is a quarterback that they can build their future around, then no pick is too early for to make that pick. if that makes sense. Like, I don't care who it is, but if there's somebody there that this coaching staff and the regime are high on, that he can be the guy that's going to take us to heights that we hadn't seen in the quarterback position since the days of Rich Gannon, then I'm all for it. If there's not that guy, if the guy's not there, then BPA. I don't care who, I don't care what. Just, I don't want I put it in your comments before. I don't want any more of these Tyree Wilson or Cleve Farrell type picks where we're settling for rotational guys at their position for 2-3 years. I don't care what anybody says. That for me is inexcusable and unacceptable, despite if they're getting better or whatnot. I don't want these rotational guys. I don't want these bench players. I want a day dot starter, much like a Brock Bowers, a Khalil Mack, even an Amari Cooper or a Josh Jacobs. You know what I'm saying? That's the bullseye. That's what you want round one. Not these guys that were, they're spot guys or rotational guys. No, I'm done with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Get me a day one starter at the very least. If he could be any more than that, sweet.
That's what I always say. It's nothing more exciting than picking a guy high that can put the ball in the end zone, right? I love a guy that can put the ball in the end zone, especially if you're picking high. That's why I said, you know what? If McMillan, the receiver, is there, you know what? Guess what? You're getting the best receiver that's supposedly the best receiver in the draft, and you're shoring up a position of need at the same time. You're giving Geno Smith a weapon to go with Brock Bowers, right? Even if you get it, like I said, I know a lot of people are split on Genty. Even if you do get Genty, at the end of the day, you're getting a guy that can put the ball in the end zone, and no one is going to complain when the games start going and this guy's running for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns or whatever. Nobody's going to worry about, where we picked him at. So that's why I always say some people, we get kind of caught up on, we taking a running back too high. If the dude can put the ball in the end zone, let's put the ball in the end zone. That's what we're here for.
Let's make it simple,
Jeff,
guys.
and you know about this one. Sorry, Jack, just give me a minute. And you know what I keep saying. You cannot tell me if we draft a guy, even 2 guys, that they cannot be better than 2.8 yards per carry right from the rip. You cannot tell me that they cannot be better than the ranked 32 dead last in the league when it comes to rushing yards and all that jazz. You know what I'm saying? Like, draft 1, draft 2, I don't give a shit. Revamp, reevaluate, get all these bums out of here in the running back room and re-energize the position. I'm with
I agree, AR.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we almost need a double dip, even with Mozart signing. I mean, the guy's
of course
33 years old, but everything's really going to depend on Geno's contract. I mean, what is that contract going to look like? How many years is it going to be? I mean, if it's like a 3-year contract, we're not going to be looking at drafting a quarterback. If it's a 2-year contract, then yes, then we will look at it. But it all depends on what Geno's going to be doing with the Raiders. So, and I hear there's a deadline tomorrow night.
Hold on.
Right.
Hold on. Cap wants to say something. Hi, Cap.
Go ahead.
I agree to a point with Avikazi, and thank you. They don't have that raise your hand button feature like they do in the other things.
Zoom.
The object is to score. The object is to score. Thanks, there, brother. However, it takes an offensive lineman to help you score, aka number. It takes a defensive tackle to prevent others from scoring or maybe get a fumble that causes you to score, a la Graham. And I do want production out of that first pick. And again, I'm not poo-pooing Genty. I'm not. I just think that the way that this draft is assimilated, that there are so many great running backs available that can put you in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the ability to get one of those guys that will score for you and get another pick to maybe get that extra wide receiver that can score for you. Then you're getting a 2-for-1 on that.
Is Graham?
Well, don't get me wrong. Look, don't get me wrong. I agree with you guys. When you say that you want Mason Graham, I would take Graham over Genty. I would take, but what I'm saying is, I don't want Raider Nation to get upset if we happen to say, okay, we're going to take Genty.
I see what you're saying. You're saying if we pick on, accept the fact that they got him.
You're still getting a blue chip. Yeah, you're getting a blue chip guy. I mean,
a running back. We need running backs. We know that.
Right.
Is
running
Graham a
backs in the draft? I think could be just as good or better than Genty is.
They
He
are.
had a phenomenal season. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I would love to have Graham though.
But I'm still. My thing is like I watch college. I knew Afakasi know, but I watch college football. I love college football.
Yeah,
but
me
the
too.
level of competition that Genty was running against, get on yards, was not as high as the guys from Ohio State. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you this though. See, here's the one caveat about that. And I know what you're saying about the level of competition, but you have to look at when you look at Genty, it's their offensive linemen got overwhelmed in that playoff game, right? Like you got to remember the level of competition for the O-line was just as deep as it was for him as well. You know what I mean? So it's like now you put him with a good solid NFL O-line, that kid will do work. I mean, I believe he'll do work. You know what I mean? You put him with a high level offensive line. I just think that the offensive lineman at Boise State wasn't on par with who we played against. When they played Penn State, wasn't it Penn State that they lost to in the college football playoff? I think that was more of an offensive line thing than him. You know what I mean? That kid's got real good potential. But like I said, I'm going with Mason Graham first.
That's what I said, level competition. That's the level competition. So then I used to seeing that competition before. So we get in the NFL, it's going to be even higher than he saw in Penn State. That's what I'm saying. So even though the offensive line wasn't all that great, I mean, competitive with them, still he's going to have to meet the same type of guys, even more so better. Like the D tackles, linebackers. So can he handle it? That's what I'm worried about. Can he handle that?
Well, let's say this. Like, okay, you say this then. If you put Genty on Penn State, he runs through Boise State, right? Because he's playing with a higher caliber or competition. I mean, his offensive line is better. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it was him per se.
Okay, you put him on Penn State line, but you look at the other side. Who are they Penn State playing against? Are they playing against Michigan? They playing Ohio State? They playing against the other big name colleges, Alabama, Texas? No, they're not.
I think he cut Oregon up. I know he cut Oregon up this year. I mean, like I said, I think that kid. I think that kid's a really good back. But I will say this.
I'm not saying the back. I'm saying that I'm just concerned about the level of competition he ran against. It's gonna be a little lot different when he comes here. Like any other player in college, it's gonna be different. Yeah, I just think
maybe I should have posed a question like this: would we be mad if they picked Genty? Like, I don't think what I was trying to say is I don't think we'd be upset like we would when we picked Alex Leatherwood. No, I don't think we'd be upset like we would when we picked Cleveland Farrell.
We can never be upset.
Right.
That was
Damon Arnett.
That was the second.
Right. Oh my God. That was the worst one. Damon Arnett. Oh my God.
Yeah. The worst picks ever. But
yeah, that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. I don't think we'd be upset.
If Graham's not there, if Graham's is there, they take Genty, I'll be upset.
Right, but with
I would too.
Forgive me if I'm mistaken. You just mentioned Jamarcus Russell, and yes, it did turn out to be one of the worst picks ever. But forgive me if I'm mistaken, because this is before my time. But I mean, Jamarcus Russell on paper was the right direction. I mean, we were a quarterback needy team. He was the best quarterback prospect that year's draft, and like he was productive, and he had all the intangibles. It just obviously we all know how it panned out when he came into the league.
Absolutely right.
Like at the top, at the time leading up to the draft, I'm not mistaken in believing that like it wasn't so far-fetched for us to take him, much like it was when we took the likes of Leatherwood and friggin' Damon Arnett. You know what I'm saying? Like we all saw that kind of coming. Whereas with Jamarcus, it was
listen. When they do the interviews at the Columbines, everything else, I don't know if they still do it now. Anybody interested in that player? They send them a draft playbook. They're not the whole playbook, just a little things to see they understand what they're doing. Raiders sent a playbook. He didn't even read it, and that was in that movie Draft Day.
That was after after he was drafted. That was after
he was drafted.
That was Kirk Morrison shared that story, didn't he?
Right, exactly. Yeah, that was after he was drafted.
They sent him a playbook, and he came back, and there was like an empty playbook. And he came back, and the coaching staff was like, "Oh, how they said."
Okay,
I'm paraphrasing. They were like,
"How'd you like the game plan?
How'd you like the game plan? Like, what play did you like? I like all of them." And it was like empty or some crap.
It was a blank DVD. It was a blank DVD,
Right.
and they asked him how he liked the game plan.
He came in with 400 pounds, and he wasn't in shape and nothing. So
yeah, I get that. I'm not talking about after the drop pick. We all know how that went. I'm talking about before it happened. You know what I'm saying? Like leading up to the pick, we were a quarterback needy team. I see you want to speak, Jack. I'll be quick. We were a quarterback needy team. We needed a quarterback, and from what I understand, he was the best prospect at the time. He had all the intangibles. He had the production at the collegiate level. It didn't pan out at the professional level. All I'm saying is that, like, you know, to the point of, you brought up Jamarcus Russell, like he wasn't like a head scratcher like those other guys who brought in the door coming up to the draft, like friggin' Damon Arnett and Alex Leatherwood, Cleve Farrell, Tyree Wilson to a point. Sorry, Jack, you wanted to speak. You go ahead.
Yeah, well.
No, I agree with you, and thanks, because you are correct, sir, but not quite as much as he had the blow up because LSU had a fantastic bowl game, and up to that, he just carved people. So he got a big blow up post bowl. And again, so there were other quarterbacks available, but I think the fact that they just romped afterwards built up. You know how people get built up after the pro day and after the combine and things like that.
60 yards on one knee.
Physical capability. Right. His physical capability when he was down on a knee and threw the ball out of the park, basically. Was. However, when Al saw that, and Al was like, that's my guy. That's my guy. The problem was, it was the other reports of the fact is he was lazy. He wasn't into the playbook. He was a not that way well. And and obviously 2020 hindsight, when even the man that I despise, and I'm saying this, the man that I despise almost amongst all Raider coaches, Kiffin, wanted Megatron. Kiffin wanted Megatron, and Al just told him to pack sand.
Calvin Johnson.
And again, I said on this show, I got 2 football jerseys, professional, that are non-Raiders, and one of them is a Megatron because I love that guy, and I also love the Hawaiian blue. But 2020 hindsight kicked our ass, and he set this franchise back immeasurably. But we passed on Larry Fitzgerald. We passed Megatron. We passed on a bunch of different people that we could have had, and it's unfortunate. And Aaron Rodgers,
Rob Gronkowski.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah.
The Monday morning quarterback after your game on Sunday, it's easy. But I still say we really blew it there. And it was because the Raiders fucked up so bad that they finally made the rule about the how much you can,
the salary.
Spend.
How much you can make.
It was Sam Bradford as well. Remember, he was the last to get a ridiculous
he was the last
contract.
one to get paid like that.
He was the last one, and then they said no.
And you're right. You are correct. Sam Bradford was the last guy to get that paid, but the impetus from the NFL teams came because of the Jamarcus Russell pick, not because of Sam Bradford.
$80 million for a rookie. That's way too much.
Oh, okay.
And to be fair, Afakasi, I mean, you during that 2007 draft, you are correct.
It was a DVD rebel. It wasn't. Yeah. One other thing I apologize. I'll let Angelo. When I was bouncing in Tampa, and I got a chance to meet Bruce Gradkowski before he was a Raider. Bruce is a great guy, and I saw him as a Bruce was here, and he said, "Hey, Chief," because that was my name. That was my bouncer name was Chief, not Jay or Jack. He said, "Hey, Chief, come here for a second," and he goes, "I want to introduce you to somebody," and he said, "This is Joe Schlabotnik." I don't remember what the guy's name was. He was a offensive coach with LSU. And Bruce is introducing me to this guy. This is right after we picked him. right? Bruce is saying, "Hey, I want to introduce you to somebody." I said, "Oh, cool. You're from LSU." He goes, and my question, and I'm excited. I said, tell me about Jamarcus Russell. And this, I swear to God, this was his response.
And this was his rookie year too, right, Captain?
Before he went to the team.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
He gave me the long pause,
the
shake, and it was a good 10 seconds later. He goes, and I can't remember. I remember the expressions more than his exact words, but
evidently
the basis of his words were, "You guys fucked up." That was the long
a reaction
pause
like that. It says everything you need to know. I got you.
Okay, and again, I won't say more, but you were talking about Jamarcus. I said, when I got this from somebody who knows Jamarcus Russell, that's all I needed to know. And so that's why my tempered my expectations. I was there in Jacksonville when he threw his first touchdown. I was in the end zone for that game when he threw his first touchdown against the Jaguars, and I was happy, but that was probably the highlight of Jamarcus Russell, because when Jamarcus Russell came in with the same Bruce Gradkowski when Bruce got injured against the Redskins, and it was at the second half, and I'm in Oakland, I'm in the fucking black hole, and you can hear and you can feel the air being sucked out of the Coliseum in Oakland when Jamarcus runs out onto the field because Bruce had gotten hurt. That's all I got to say, and I'll shut up.
And he's running out there. He's got like a pot belly running out there. You know what I mean? His stomach sticking out all over his jersey. It wasn't a good look for us. You know what I mean? It was that was a bad time for us.
You can't say he was overweight. He'll just look sloppy.
Yeah.
My first Raider game
watching
live was in.
Too bad we didn't have Ozempic back then.
My very first Raider game was in 2009, watching the home opener versus the Chargers. He was my very first quarterback, Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Anyway, sorry, Angela, you wanted to say.
No, I was just going to add to your point. Like, to be fair on what you were saying, during that time, for quarterbacks, Jamarcus Russell was the one that was popping, which is kind of reminiscent of what's going on right now for the draft. Because you know how they keep saying where there's Cam Ward and there's Sanders. But if you look at any of the big boards, Sanders and Ward are both like on the bottom, like past number 15, because there are so many other good players in front of them. So just so that you know, in that 2007 draft, just in the first round, I'm going to give you some of the names that the Raiders passed up on. We already talked about Calvin Johnson, but we also passed up on Joe Thomas. He became
Adrian Peterson,
offensive tackle. We passed up on Adrian Peterson. He was the number 7 pick.
The greatest running back in the last 2.5 decades.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
We passed up on Patrick Willis, who went to the 49ers.
Yep.
And you guys remember, he was pretty fucking good.
It was good.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer.
And then the number 12 pick, Afakasi, this one's really going to hurt you, man, because he was from Oakland, bro. And he went to the Bills. Marshawn Lynch was the number 12 pick that year.
Yep.
And then this one's going to kill you, lovers of cornerbacks, because they named the island after this guy. The number 14 pick of that year was Darrelle Revis, everyone. Darrelle, we could have had Darrelle Revis.
To be fair though, and not to move totally away from like what you guys were like talking about originally, like making this about Jamarcus Russell, like all those guys, and granted, like that they all are either Hall of Fame great or great players. We all know how their careers panned out. Most of those guys were in positions that we had semi-solidified on our roster at that time. Remember, you're talking about running back. Yes, we had like Justin Fargas and we drafted Michael Bush that year. It was good for a minute, but mind you, he wasn't those guys. But cornerback, like yes, Darrelle Revis would go on to have a stellar career, but we had Nnamdi Asomugha on our roster. It was lockdown, shutdown. You know what I'm saying? Like quarterback was the number one priority we needed to bring in the door. That was my only reason for saying what I said, is that like yes, I know the pick turned out to be an absolute disaster. All my point this whole time was that, like, up and throughout the draft process, we were a quarterback needy team, very needy to say the least, because our quarterback situation had been dire since the days of Rich Gannon. You know what I mean? And we took a swing with what was by a landslide, from what I understand, the best quarterback prospect at that time, mind you. Like, there was off the field issues, like you highlighted. That was my point the whole time. That's all.
You guys remember the other quarterback behind him was Brady Quinn. Remember that? He was like the second guy behind Jamarcus Russell. So the pick of the litter wasn't really that good. But the problem with one of the problems with Jamarcus Russell, it really pings back to Al Davis, because this is where Al Davis was starting to show some slippage. It's because he felt like he could take a guy that they had whispers about, work ethic, certain other things, but he felt like he could impart the Raider mystique on him. He felt like, okay, if we draft him, you know, we could bring him in and, you know, he's gonna be proud to be a Raider. But the problem was that they didn't have any way to support this kid, right? They didn't have any foundation for him when they drafted him.
Mental health awareness wasn't a thing back then, right?
Exactly. Like the way they exactly. You hit it right on the head, Akasi. Because they don't do that anymore. Right. Well, they didn't do that back then. So they didn't draft the kid, put their arms around him.
Stuart Schwager attested
exactly.
to that.
And that was one of the problems.
Play football.
Al was still doing things the old way. He was still doing things that he did, 10 years prior, and grabbing guys off the scrap heap and getting these surprise draft picks and stuff like that. But the league was changing. The league was starting to change then, and we weren't up on it. You know what I mean? So that was one of the problems too. They didn't put the arm around the kid like they should have and gave him real support.
Well, let me.
Hey guys, I got to step off for a minute. I'll get back in just a minute. I got to step off for a minute.
So let me just counter. Let me just counter real quick, right. So in the 2007 final roster of the Raiders, so remember how I said names like Marshawn Lynch, Adrian Peterson? Those were all people that we could have used, because the final roster of 2007 was quarterback was Josh McCown, Jamarcus Russell was the rookie, right? And then Andrew Walter. But running backs, we had Justin Griffith, Lamont Jordan, O'Neal, Dominic Rhodes. We could have used an Adrian Peterson.
We had Justin Fargas and Michael Bush that year, didn't we? That was you drafted Michael Bush.
I'm reading it right now. They might have been in the 06 or in the 08.
2007, we definitely had Michael Bush. He was in the same class as.
He was a rookie. My bad. You're right.
Michael Bush. Lamont Jordan, right? Lamont Jordan wasn't a bum.
Okay. Well, and then for wide receivers, the wide receivers we had was Ronald Curry, Jerry Porter,
Randy Moss.
In 07. Well, I'm reading before anything happened. I'm reading like when the draft happened.
Well, the draft is after free agency. I'm pretty sure Randy, again, I granted it didn't work out, but Randy Moss was a wide receiver in 2007 on the Raiders roster.
Oh, I was gonna.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, because I remember watching a game in the hospital. I had a heart problem at the time, so it was one of my heart surgeries. Would have been about 07, and it was Randy. I think we had gotten we got rid of him, and I saw his first game when he went to the Patriots around that time, 07, 08. And I watched him light it the fuck up on a Monday night game. And I'm like, why the fuck couldn't you have done that for the Raiders?
Right.
Oh, sorry. I was going to do my minute of talk. I'm so sorry. But how's it going, Captain Jack? Jack and Afakasi. Angelo, also Jeff. There's Chris for Raider. I've been seeing Pepper Rock down. But, I mean, here's the thing about, what is going to happen for the draft. I mean, for me, it's simple. We all know that we need a lot of weapons to help Geno Smith.
I mean,
he looks like a ninja.
I know.
There you go.
But I mean, Yeah, but the only thing is, I mean, not necessarily we can draft a quarterback because Shador Sanders is not going to be the answer, in my opinion. But we need to address it about like the running back. Because in my dream scenario, I mean, I would love to see him drafted between Dylan Sampson from Tennessee Bulls or Aston Genty, because they know about like talking about building blocks in the near future. Because I don't want to hear how running backs are not worth the top 10 pick. I mean, between Bijan Robinson went to the 8th round of the year, and Jahmyr Gibbs for the Detroit Lions, they were 12. I mean, it was worth it. I really hope that they could have pulled up the trigger, because that would love to see between for like the running back room. Because, like I said it before, the running back room became a lot of disaster, and we need to fix it sooner or later, because we got to keep it so that in that season, because we're under the great position for free agency and building up through the draft. I mean, we're not gonna commit another mistake, because we all know that Jamarcus Russell, it became like the worst player of all the draft, because we're not trying to commit another draft disaster. Because if we need to build enough of the defense, we gotta do it like the draft picks, just like for the late rounds. And between for Pete Carroll, he understands about for that system.
Well, there were picks in the draft that were for no one over quarterbacks that were actually bad, just as bad as Jamarcus Russell. So, you know, the thing is, I'm looking at is that we can't waste draft picks again like we've been doing for the past 20 freaking years. You know, we see him pick out. I mean, we had some good drafts, but we had that one draft. We got what's his name? Josh Jacobs, stuff like that. But the thing that Raiders we used to pick was that shiny new star that had a one good game. That's what Jamarcus was to Al Davis. He had the LSU that Captain said. He had the LSU championship game. And then all this, that's my guy. That one game. I mean, he had a good year, but that one game, that's my guy. And you can't go off of that all the time. You gotta look at their mentals, their everything else. They didn't do their due diligence, I don't think. That's what I said.
That comment. Pick. That comment right there, Stoff.
Yeah, but I just wanted to tell you because
Twinkies.
Oh, the Twinkies.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to to talk it a little bit for a few minutes, because I know that I'm celebrating St. Patrick's Day, because I know that I was hanging around with the family and friends. But you know what? I just wanted to make it very clear at all.
Wait a minute. You celebrate St. Patrick's Day? Hey.
Yeah, I know that I'm wearing green, but
what are you, Rafa O'Sullivan? What?
But
hey, if you don't let him talk. Go St. Patrick's Day as an Irishman.
Oh, be quiet, Mr. Irishman. Shut up.
Yeah, I know. But I just wanted to tell a few moments to talk about for the Raiders. But you know what? I mean, Raider Nation is part of the family. It's part of the DNA. And Angela, I just wanted to tell you, look what I'm just wearing. Conor McGregor, UFC. That's the reason that I'm just wearing green. But I just wanted to tell you, to all those people who are watching us at home, Raiders, they need to focus on the defense, because it's time to work. There is no time to excuses. Get the fuck out and let's work, because we need to settle down the defense. Because between for the offense, they need to focus on the defense. Offense, I mean, between for the system of Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll, we're gonna make it. I mean, Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers, they're totally scary shit of the pants, because we're coming to war, because we are ready to battle.
The defense. We got holes on the offense. That's where the majority of our deficiencies are.
Yeah,
but we got holes at running back. We got holes at our ex wide receiver. We got definitely holes at our linebackers for sure.
Interior guards, quarter. I
we
mean,
we need one interior guard. I see just one.
Do you have faith in Dylan Parham?
No.
Uh-huh.
And
So
I don't see Parham even starting after the signing of the Bengals with Kappa. I
Chopper, you want that guy to start?
No, I don't. But I feel like he's a bigger guy. So Parham's like a big dude. I feel like, but like, you know, his size at 290, he played well when he was like at the left guard, you know, starting off a center, going to left guard. He played well. Go to the right guard. He sucks ass, but he's small. He can't handle a Chris Jones. We need bigger guys. And that's why that the Beckham, you know, signing by the Chargers kind of pissed me off. Right now, I'm kind of hoping for a Jenkins right now. I don't know if he's still out there or not, but I want a Jenkins. I want a bigger dude. The guy that was supposed to be like a left tackle. Like, you know, again, Beckham was a right tackle for the Jets, sucked ass, goes to Philly, kicks ass, but it's a big boy. I want big boys on our inside.
Chopper's a big guy, but like, forgive me if I'm mistaken, he had a woeful year. Like, we thought
He had the worst.
Exactly. So we're banking on this guy to start over Parham.
And you know what? But before that year,
I mean, Parham wasn't even all this and all that, but at least Parham wasn't all the way terrible like that.
You talking about Tevin Jenkins?
No, we're talking
about
Kappa. No, you talking about Jenkins. You talking about looking at him? He's still out there.
Yeah, Jenkins. Jenkins still. Yeah,
he's still out there.
I'm hoping for Jenkins. And you know what? AR, I agree. He was horrible. He gave up 8 sacks last year and gave up the most pressures too. But when he was on the same team with Tom Brady and Spycheck in Tampa, he played good. So I'm just hoping it was just a down year. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to tell you because I'm getting in now right now because I know that I've been waking up since in the morning because I just wanted to make it clear. So I just wanted to tell you, I know that I have a shorter time, so I just wanted to tell you, salute to everybody else. Avakasi, my brother, Too Sweet, Captain Jack, love you. Chris for Raiders, Jack Kenna, Jeff, and of course, Angelo. I know you see me, but next time, I mean, we can also debate because do you know that UFC could have lost a deal with ESPN because they're for the liking? But you know what? I just wanted to tell you. Ref in the building, out, and of course, I just wanted to tell you, Raider Nation for life. Win or lose, Raider Nation till I die.
Sir.
Almost, Rafa. Almost.
Salute, Rafa.
Lose a tie, Red Nation till I die. I'll give him a 6.
I'll be right back. I'm going for a smoke. Yeah, I got to refill my coffee.
All right, Jack, your show. Go ahead, run it.
No, he's not permitted. It is my show. I do not give him concessions.
Well, it wasn't Andrew's show a minute ago, so someone else got to do it. This Jack, the other Jack.
I don't have the controls, so if somebody I don't have controls to put comments in and out.
Go ahead, Avocasi.
Okay, you do.
Well, I have it.
What am I doing? I was kidding. It's not my life.
Oh, I thought you wanted to run the show. I was like, go ahead, bro.
No, Andrew, we can't run the show. No,
I was just being a dick. I was joking.
We had this show. Well, you know what? What the Reds doing now, I'm happy. They're not reaching. They're not overspending money. I mean, of course, we could have got Beckham, but he got, $12 million? I don't know if we want to pay that guy that much. You know?
No, exactly.
The Raiders trying not to overspend. But they still got place. They still got take care of Gino. See what he gonna get. You know, and after they're gonna build through the draft. You know, like Papa said, if they get Gente, so be it. Just build a whole lineup. Because you can get receivers later in the draft, you can get running backs later in the draft, you can get old linemen later in the draft. So we'll see what happens. I'm just happy we got a new regime there, not named McDummy. That's all I'm happy about.
McFire. Right, Cap? No, but I have a question because all you guys are my brothers. All you guys are my brothers that are on right now that I see. So the question that I have, it was Spillane. 3 years, I think it was I've heard different things. 33, 3 years, 33 million, 3 years, 37 million. And when Spicek said, hey, man, we're not going to let a good player walk. I feel like we let a good player walk who's a captain, another captain of our defense. What do you guys think of that? I'm so happy.
Well, if you're gonna
ask each one of you that question.
If you're quoting those numbers, if those numbers are correct, let's call it 3 at 36, which makes it 12 a year.
3 years 33. 3 years 33.
So yeah,
okay. So
I've heard differences. You're right.
So that's 11 per.
11 per.
Okay. What are other? Because I got to look around the league. What are other linebackers of his ilk getting? Because again, I want to know statistically or by the numbers, what are other linebackers getting? That seems a little steep. Okay. I mean, I love the guy. Like I said, I love the what he is as a captain, everything that he did, all of those good things. But I want to see what those numbers are in comparison to the 32 other teams. And granted, I know that there's 2 or 3 linebackers that start depending upon the scheme per team. So you're looking at numbers, okay? I want to see what those numbers are in comparison to other linebackers. I don't know that. So I need to know those numbers to know, okay? But if right off the top of my head, not knowing what the parameters are for other people, if that's a little high, I'm like, wow. If you wanna stay here and be part of an organization with Pete Carroll, with the guy that made you the guy that you are today, because he wasn't nothing in Pittsburgh. It was Graham in that defense that made him that money. It was Graham's defense that made Merrick that money. Okay, yeah. They took all of those good things and they made their deals. And Marcus
players had to do their own part as well. The players had to do their part.
Well, I get that, but like I said, people are saying, "Oh shit, we lost Marcus Epps." Big fucking deal.
Yeah,
okay?
Big deal. Okay.
Big deal. We lost Marcus Epps. Okay. Oh, we're gonna lose James to the Patriots. So now that like Jeff was saying, they're calling it the Patriot, like before when we had all of those fucking Patriot guys over here, and they were calling us the Patrators. The Patrators. Well, let them be the New England vague Patriot, whatever the fuck they want to call them.
So
okay,
here you go.
I don't care.
Chris,
here you go, Captain Jack. Here you go. Listen now. The Patriots are paying Spillman, let's say $11 million a year. Guess who else they paying a lot of money to? Another linebacker, Landry, 14.5. So they're paying 2 linebackers $25 million for 2 linebackers. That's what they're paying. $25 million for 2 linebackers.
No, I
Chris,
see that's
what you do.
Well, first off, it's overpaying. It's overpaying the position, and I understand why, because Vrabel was a linebacker, and he's going to build that defense in his way, whatever way that is. And by the way, Vrabel is getting a lot of the guys that he knows, kind of like Pete Carroll is getting a lot of the guys that he knows. Okay, right. He got Gino. Okay, and Mike Tech knows Kappa. We are building with guys, and that's done around the NFL. Vrabel overpaid for Spillane, and the Panthers overpaid for Merrick. See, I got it right this time because Diablo went to the Falcons. I got it right. Okay, they're overpaying for these guys, and we're getting value at who we're going in with. Okay, Spillane was a great Raider in mentality and where he is, but I don't think he's $11 million a year great.
So
you guys might be saying.
So Cap,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
That's what the Raiders used to do back in the day. They used to one player play lights out on one team. So if they come over here, we'll pay you $15 million a year. Come in and stinks the bed up. See, that's what the Patriots doing. Spillane was off the special teams, off the bench linebacker at Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh always had good defense, so he couldn't make team. So he free agent, came to the Raiders. Go in Patrick Gamp's system, become a great linebacker, a good linebacker. So as you see that they want to say, come over here and do the same thing. It might work, might not work, but they're overpaying them.
So, Chris, would you pay him that or let him walk?
No. I'll give him maybe 7, maybe 6, because I'm looking at these lists right now, and you got linebackers only making $4 or $5 million. So it's only 1, 2, 3. There's only like 6 linebackers that get over $10 million. 6. That's all. I'll give him 7, maybe 8, but not maybe.
So Angelo, same question then.
No, I'll say this, Jack. So I want to make sure that whoever's listening to us gets the figures right. And I'm looking them up. So the Robert Spillane deal, which is pretty high, was $37.5 million, and it's $20.2 million guaranteed, right? So let's average that out to be, let's say it's 12, okay, which is kind of close to the Landry deal, anyways. He's almost the same age as Elandon Roberts, who we got from Pittsburgh. Remember, that's where Spillane came from. Spillane came from Pittsburgh. And Elandon Roberts, who actually won Super Bowls, and Tom Brady knows him really well because he was coming from the Patriots. He only cost us $3 million. And he only scored a touchdown. He only cost us $3 million. So $3 million. And here's my theory on it. I think that they have more of an idea on Tommy Eichenberg. And if they are going to run a 4-2-5 system where they're only going to use 2 linebackers, they're going to run a NASCAR with the front 4, and then they're going to have 5 DBs, and it'll rotate to 4-3 every once in a while or whatnot, then honestly, having the experience of Elandon Roberts with trying to see what Tommy Eichenberg can do might not be that bad. That's my first take on it. The second thing is the draft's coming. We have 9 picks right now. We don't know. They might pick. I mean, if Abdul Carter's available at 6, they might go take him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. And there's also other good linebackers. They could get a linebacker into 2nd. Like, I don't know what I don't know yet. I'm trusting the fact that what John Spytek has proven, and I know you're going to put the caveat on it, Cap. So yes, you'll be right. I get it, but he's the guy that did all of it. He's the whiz kid. So, anyways.
44. Wait. He was involved in it. He is a whiz kid to a point, but it was the other guy, and God, I'm brain farting his fucking name with the Bucks. He's the guy that does the shit. Okay. And
yeah, he's the guy that pulls the trigger. Sure. He's the guy that pulls the trigger, Cap. Yeah. But my whole thing is with Spytek, if you paid attention to Tampa Bay, which again, if you'd only be doing it for research, 44 of the people that they drafted.
So Angela, to answer my question, you say walk, right? You said walk.
I said walk for all of them. I said walk for Morig. I said walk for like. I don't hate the fact that Nate Hobbs got the bag over at Green Bay.
Oh,
that's
Nate
great.
Hobbs got paid
or that Morig got the bag for what was it? Carolina, Cap? Was it Carolina or Jacksonville or something, right?
It was Carolina.
Carolina. Okay. Yeah.
But if Diablo got paid $5, he got overpaid. Based on what I saw.
You know, all I know, guys, is that the guys we've gotten so far, there wasn't one move that we've seen where it didn't fulfill the need of something that we lost, right? So Eric Stokes isn't that bad if you look at how good what his potential could be. And, you know, Landon Johnson sure hits pretty fucking hard. Seems like a Raider to me, especially if you put him in special teams. And Jeremy, I'm with Cap on Jeremy Chin.
To answer the same question. AR, what do you think?
Jeff, with all due respect, I want to answer that question, but Jeff, it seemed like it's your channel. You wanted to say something. You're on mute, Jeff.
You're on mute, Jeff.
I didn't hit the button.
You're still on
my headphones. No, I'm good. Go for it.
That's what she said after you didn't hit the button.
So can I have a take on there? Robert Spillane. Okay, look, Robert Spillane, the last 2 seasons, he came over to us and turned into what would be, in my personal opinion, the best true linebacker that we've had on our roster in terms of his play and consistency since Kirk Morrison and co. You know what I mean? That's how long it's been. Like, our linebacker core has always been a spot of weakness for the most part since then, and mostly due to his play. And there's others who were good in spots. Like, linebacker had been not as bad this year. I mean, I don't count Khalil Mack as a linebacker. To me, he's more of an end than a linebacker. So that's why I didn't mention his name. There's been guys that have come through the door that have been okay, but not like to the consistency and the play and production of Robert Spillane. So I wanted to retain him. He went elsewhere. Once a Raider, always a Raider. He served us well. 33 mil over 3 years. Yeah, Navarro Bowman, there's another name. Like, he was good, but he was only here half a season, then he retired. Like, I don't know what happened to him. He didn't want to come back, but whatever. Look, I wanted him to come back. He didn't. He's now with the Patriots. Okay, so we replaced him with a guy who's not a scrub, who's a similar situation. Like, this is a guy, Robert Spillane came from the Steelers. He's another guy who came from the Steelers. And I've seen a few of the Steeler fans react to the loss of Landon Roberts, and they weren't too happy about it. So, okay, it's always a telling story when, like, we can say this and that about these guys, but when it's the fans of that team who's in the know, who watches their games in and out, not just the highlight film, it's very telling when they're unhappy to lose a player of his caliber. So there is that. So I watched the tape on this guy. He shoots the gap very well. He hits the point of attack very hard. He's a hard thumper. You know what I mean? Like, he might not be the pass coverage guy that, like, Spillane, who wasn't supposed to be a pass coverage guy, but he actually turned out to be, for a linebacker, pretty good when he was with us. He got a few interceptions in that. But this is a guy who's not a scrub. And the other thing I really liked about him is, I rarely watch presses. Like, I usually don't really give a shit, but I watch the presses for some of these new guys that we brought in the door. Did any of you guys watch the presser with Landon Roberts?
Mm-hmm.
Now, tell me that this is a guy who's all football, no nonsense, no shit, no bullshit, wants to do whatever it takes to elevate his team to win and be a team player. I wouldn't be. Go ahead.
No. I'm saying he said what needed to be said, and that was it. Point blank, to the point. That's it. I'm here. I'm playing football, and that's all. That's what he was saying.
No games, no bullshit. You know what I mean?
Nothing.
So this guy is a no nonsense personified. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be surprised to see a captain's badge on his chest. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though he's only been with us, will be his first season. We desperately need a veteran presence in that linebacker core, because now that Spillane and Diablo, thank you for your services, they're both gone. Like, who have we got? Like, I mean, I wanted to address that comment about Tommy Eichenberg. Like, what the hell did he do his rookie season? Dude looks slow and couldn't shed blocks. Like, I saw nothing to be confident with that guy. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, yeah, it's his rookie year, like, granted, but, like,
so
that needs to be better. Amari Bernay needs to be better. Like, we've got Amari Gaynor as the other guy. Like, we need to bring some linebacker bodies. I wouldn't be surprised if we address that in the draft, man.
Bernie, whatever his name is.
Yeah, Amari Bernay, like a guy who did okay in spots, but again, a spot guy.
Hey, I love your take on that. Would you resign him or let him walk? I mean, he's like one of our captains.
So sorry, you broke up, Captain Jack.
Oh.
I didn't hear a word you said.
Okay. The name is Amari Burney from the University of Florida. And yes, I'm biased, but the kid can fucking play if given the opportunity. And I also like the kid that they picked up in the preseason that made the team. Was it Gaynor? I believe is his name.
Yeah, Gaynor.
Yeah, two Amaris that can run, that have the inside. I know Bernie can play. I know Bernie can play because I saw him in Florida. And yes, I am biased because of that, but I saw the kid play, and he's got heart. He can hit and he can cover. Okay. In fact, he was one of the reasons why Florida, I can't remember what fucking team it was. He got an interception that ended the game when they needed it. And because I saw that, I remember Amari Burney being that guy that got the pick in the end zone. Yes, I am biased, but I'm just talking the kid can fucking play. So they need to make sure, in my estimation, that they give him more of an opportunity. And I believe that this is his third year because he's been stuck, not being available. And sometimes it takes 3 years to get it. Okay. So I'm saying
totally there with
hopefully this is the year. And Gaynor, I think he's not a third-year player. I think this is his second year because I think he was a relative, maybe a walk-on or a rookie, and he made it off of his heart. Okay, but I tell you what, give me Weekend at Bernie's. Yeah, real close. Thank you there right away. I like that. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that Bernie can play. And I think that he needs to be given that opportunity. And I think we'll be pleasantly surprised with him. I know that he can play better than Diablo did. I know he can because Diablo, really nice guy when you see him at Raider events, but didn't do shit for me. Didn't raise my pecker meter an iota playing on thing. Eichenberg, in theory, can play, but he was injured a lot, so he's going to have to get through.
Didn't impress me at all.
No,
didn't impress me. At all. Captain Jack. Sorry. Can I? And this is with all due respect. Like, I mean, I know he might be your boy, and you watched him play in Florida and that. At the same time, what has he done with us?
He got no playing time.
What has he done?
They get any playing time.
He hasn't been given.
Bernie is a better. I'm sorry, Captain Jack. Bernie's one of the better coverage linebackers he got there, but they didn't play him. Because I see him in Florida too. He's one of the better coverage linebackers. Blaine was never a cover linebacker. He developed that during the time with Patrick Graham's system. But Bernie was a better cover linebacker than all those guys, but they didn't play him because he wasn't that good on the run. That's why they didn't play him that much. He wasn't a good run stopper like Spillane and now the new guy we got. He wasn't good. Wasn't as good at run stopping, but he can cover tight ends than anybody else. But like I said, no chance. I watched him in Florida.
If we had injuries last season, and he was coming in spots, but again, like, what has he done as a Raider? What has he done?
He had the worst coaching staff in history, man. Not history, but I'm just saying. And
I'm just saying too. What has he done? 2 seasons. What has he done?
0.
They didn't put him.
Okay,
got a point.
So let's. I got to ask
Diablo
you
and those two.
0.
Zero.
You can't do nothing if you don't get on the field. You can't do nothing if you don't get on the field. They kept Sublime and the double up there.
Thank you, Chris, for stating the fucking obvious. You can't fucking make plays if you're not on the fucking field. And it's not necessarily up to you to get on the field. It's the fucking management that needs to get you on the field. The coaches.
Or he needs to earn the right to get on the field. And if he can't beat out these other guys that aren't supposed to be that great, then
not necessarily.
You just said it. Diablo got hurt, and he's a coverage linebacker, and he's an off linebacker, and he's still not getting on the field.
He was on the field.
He was on the field.
And then what did he do? What did he do?
He was on the field. He covered.
What did he do?
Like, why is he not start? Why is Diablo coming back in and Bernie's not? What game were you watching?
Yes.
Bernie was covering.
He
wasn't. Diablo led the league in tackles because the guy caught the ball from him. He had to chase the ass down. Bernie covered well. Bernie covered. They didn't catch any balls. They got his stats when he was on that field. And I was like, why is he not playing?
Thank you.
Because they had their favorites. Mr. Dumbass AP, like, where we go. No, but the guy that's making plays. Bernie was making plays. So was Gaynor. But he wasn't on the field. So you can't get shit if you're not out there.
Okay, name one play he made.
I just want to counter with what Afakasi was saying about the Eichenberg thing. So this is just my theory, man. All right, this is just my theory. But Eichenberg was pretty good at Ohio State. He was a captain. I'm pretty sure people that know things about Ohio State probably called other people things about Ohio State. And all I was saying is the reason why I think we got Landon Roberts is to put the veteran presence back in that linebacker room. But to what Captain Jack and Chris is saying, we don't know how good Amari Burney's going to be this year. We don't know how good Eichenberg's going to be this year. And for anyone who wants to shit on a second-year player, may I remind you that everybody was shitting on Jacorian Bennett his rookie year, and he sure looked like Bennett Island last year. So we don't know what we don't know yet about second-year players. And we might actually have gotten home run talents, and they just haven't been utilized yet with the correct coaching team. And now we have a pretty damn good coaching team. So
yeah,
I'm not shitting on him. I'm not shitting on him. It may sound like it. Maybe I am. All I'm saying is that, like, you know, I just haven't seen enough of these other guys, including Eichenberg. And to be honest, like, even though we were just debating Bernay, where we respectfully disagree, like, Bernay, at least, like, I would have more confidence in Bernay than Eichenberg. Eichenberg, to me, was terrible when I noticed him on the field. Like, I have little confidence in Bernay, and I'm hoping you're right, Jack, and I'm hoping you're right, Chris Raiders, that this guy does take that third-year leap and exceeds my expectations, because my expectations are just not there like yours is. But anyways, I have more belief in Bernay than I do with Eichenberg. Like, I mean, I get it. Eichenberg's a fifth-round guy, but I don't know, man. When I noticed, did you see what I saw, guys? Like, he was pretty woeful, to say the least, when he was on the field. Like, he wasn't offering anything in run support, couldn't shed blocks, looked slow, and my God, like, I mean, I didn't notice anything from pass coverage, but I'm not sold on this guy one bit.
I'm not either.
Yeah,
I'm not sold
and
well, wait. Number one, let call Cap. I'm Jack. So when we're on the same show together, just so we can distinguish Cap and Jack, we're different guys.
Call you Cray.
Yeah, we'll just call you Cray, Jack. So
Cray, what's your answer?
but no, Afakasi, and again, that's why I made the point of we don't even know who we're drafting, but looking like if we don't pick up anyone else for linebacker, we probably are drafting a linebacker. You know what I mean?
I guess the bottom line is I think this is something we can all agree on. It's a scary situation with our linebacker core as it stands, being that
Absolutely.
We've got one veteran presence, and the rest of these guys, I know you guys believe in Bernay, but like the rest of them are unproven, right? So we're going with a very, very vastly unproven linebacker core, which I'm hoping one of these guys steps up. And if we draft another guy, then if this guy can be I mean, if he can start, that would be fantastic. But we really need depth there. So
you got to take.
Is that something we can all agree on?
You got to take one thing in consideration. Patrick Graham runs a not complex system, but he runs a very thinking man system, react system. Morgan played in the system for almost 3 years or so, whatever. It took him 3 years to learn to get the system right till he started coming good. Some of Corey Bennett took a year to get it right. Some of these players, you come out of college, the system's a whole lot different, especially linebackers. Linebackers got to do so much work. They got to watch the line. They got to watch people come down the middle. They got to watch everything else. And we have complex systems like that. It might take a little longer to learn it, unless you're a vet. I mean, like the new guy they picked up, he probably learned real quick because he's a vet.
I don't know. I guess
he's a vet. He learned it. But one thing, you're downplaying on Bernie. But with the games I watched, he's doing a damn good job on coverage. It wasn't as good against the run game, but he did a damn good job on coverage. So you got your linebacker one. What's his name? The guy we got from Pittsburgh. What his name is?
Landon
Roberts. You got your run stopper. You got your guy that gonna plug that hold up and hit and pop the running back. Got that. We need a coverage linebacker. Bernie did a hell of a job in covering linebackers. Like I said, the run game, not so good. But covering those tight ends or whoever come down the middle, did a damn good job. I watched them. I watched him in Florida. I like, I was ready to get that guy, and they got him. But did he start? No. That's what I'm saying. We don't know what he's gonna do next year because he never got the opportunity to play. He played in the games, but the games they played in were shitty games. They were like against teams that are fucking losers. So
do you agree with what I said then? Like, that this linebacker core is pretty unproven, and like it's it's a scary kind of situation at the moment. Like it could be an area of weakness until proven otherwise. Like hopefully you guys are right. Bernay is that guy, and he steps his game up and feels that other, because the other linebacker spot is wide open. And I guess, like, for me, like, when I make the comments about Bernay and Eichenberg, like, I see a guy like Amari Gaynor, who, like, he's an undrafted free agent. At least I saw and noticed him in spots doing some good things. And, like, I haven't had that as much with guys like Bernay and especially with Eichenberg. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
so I'll just say again, and you probably saw this too. So Kanai Moaga, he just got signed again too.
He got signed back.
Okay, so
yesterday.
But just linebackers alone, Alpha Kasi, and again, I'm not saying this is who we're sticking with. I'm just saying that as of right now, the linebacker concern for me isn't as big of a concern as O-line, but just linebackers. We have Moaga. We still have Brandon Smith. I don't know if you remember seeing him at all. We have that. There's Madison. That one kid. There's that one kid that used to be star. Let me see. So Roberts is linebacker. Roberts is with us. Jackson Mitchell is with us.
Who?
Still, he was a rookie from Connecticut, but and then Gaynor, Bernie.
He's still there too.
Yeah, Bernie, Gaynor. I guess Masterson isn't on it anymore. I'm looking at the Raiders.
Oh, is he gone now? They let him go?
I guess not, because I don't see his name at all.
To my point, gang, this is not a linebacker core that's going to move the needle for me until proven otherwise.
Well, yeah, right. I get you. We understand that. But then you got to talk about
we don't have any superstars. We understand what you're saying, dude.
All these rooms are unproven. We got to get another quarterback, because I don't think Jack Jones is there. People like him. He does take a lot of chances, but I don't think he's the number one. I don't think so.
You know what? I'll push back on you on that one, Chris. I think he could be the number one if we do the NASCAR front four. And if the NASCAR front four is insane, I think Jack Jones would actually be pretty good.
I could go out there and play cornerback then. That's the case.
But I guess, like, look, he makes number one type plays when he makes those good plays, but then he also makes number 100 type plays when he gets cooked. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing with Jack Jones. It's one side of the corner or the other. Like Jekyll and Hyde. Like, he's going to make an all-pro type play that's like, wow, like, out of this world.
And then the next
play
play he's going to do something stupid.
You know what I'm saying? And then the next minute he's getting cooked. Like, so it's Jekyll and Hyde with him.
Jack Jones is this version of Philip Buchanan. And I used to say this about Philip Buchanan. Philip giveth, and Philip taketh away. And that's what Jack Jones is.
That's exactly what it was.
Philip giveth, and Philip taketh away. He'll make a great play, and then about 5 seconds later will commit a stupid fucking penalty or let somebody go by him, and it's 50-50. Philip, love Philip. Philip giveth, Philip taketh away. And Jack Jones is the same thing. High risk, high reward.
He's not locked down. He's not locked down corner. He's not locked down cornerback. He's not.
No,
I don't care. I don't care what you say, Enzo. He is not a number one lockdown cornerback. He's not. The risk taker.
And we need a corner. Maybe it's Cam.
I gotta go, gang. Thank you for having me on the panel, guys.
No problem,
Jeff.
You're always
Chris,
welcome when I do
guys.
Right.
Jack and Jack, Captain Jack, and Angelo. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Alpha Kasi.
Okay, one more question. When's the next Vegemite bowl game?
Oh, it's
tomorrow.
Gonna be tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Okay.
I listen. That's what I said. It's tomorrow with what's his nose critique. He's playing critique, and the loser gets to fucking eat something awful. Now the problem
I did say that.
Is, the problem is if it's 7 o'clock tomorrow, that's 5 hours from now. So I probably will not be there to see it.
7 a.m. You're on the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
It's always fun to watch on a replay.
Hang on, that's 10
8
a.m.
hours from now.
Your time.
It's 8
10
hours
a.m.
from
your
now.
time.
7 a.m.
10 a.m. your.
And I love my boy.
10
10
a.m.
Okay,
Guys,
6 hours.
let me do it. Let me do it. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central,
10.
7 a.m. Pacific.
10.
I always give out times on American time. I don't give out my own times, so
Gotcha.
it's on your time. Like if you can pull up, say hello. That's all it takes. All good. If you can't, I understand. But anyways, enough about me. Appreciate you guys. And one last thing. I hope you're right about Benet. I really do.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what's going on next. They might draft another one. We'll see. Hopefully,
like I said, I don't want to be right about these things that are detrimental to my Raiders. I want to be wrong, and I hope you're right. I'm out, gang. Take care.
Take care.
Man.
Take care.
Love you, man.
Good to see you. And at that, I've been here for 5 hours and in about 28 seconds, 10 minutes. And Jeff was saying,
show you've done, Cap.
"Oh, it's not. I keep telling you, the show with Stu and Angela was the longest show I've ever done. Yeah. It was 6.
I'm about to take off too, Cap. So just so that you guys know. But I'll let you take off first, Cap, if you're leaving now.
Yeah, only because I do got shit to do, and I appreciate being asked. And thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, the gentleman that Angelo was saying, fucking, you poached them from him. You know,
Papa Rundown.
Rundown. Thank you. Yeah. So
hold on, everybody. Hold on, Cap. Go ahead and. Not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, Cap. I'm glad your health is going well, bro. I'm happy for that.
All right, Cap, go ahead and plug your stuff, whatever you need to say.
Yeah, there you go. And I get the big screen, and I wish Angelo would teach me how to fucking do this, because he does this when he does my show all the time, and I still can't fucking figure it out. Thank you, folks, and I definitely enjoyed doing the show. You know, if I'd come on again if I remember, or if I get invited, or if I'm not doing something else. I know I'm going to get an earful from other people for being on for 5 fucking hours, but that's okay. We're talking Raider football, and that's good. Remember, you don't want to have a pissed off Filipino or Filipina. That's true. That's Angelo will say that as well. But again, I appreciate everybody being here. If you haven't hit my channel yet, I'm one person short of 2,300, which is, I looked, so I did get some people to subscribe tonight. So come on over to Captain Jack Rackham Levy. And again, it just I like that nice round number, 2,300 over 2,299. It doesn't matter, okay? The fact is that I enjoy hanging out with you, talking sports and Raiders. And I'm sorry, I do raise my voice sometimes, but it's because I have to get over the din. And I love Avikazi. I'm not saying Avikazi's wrong. It's just that I saw Amari Burney. And we got to teach him. That's his name, Bernie. Do plays, and like I said, maybe we definitely need to make sure that his name gets bantied about. Gainer, but he is correct. Our linebacker core is sus right now. See, I can be. It's not cray, Jack. It's sus. You got to get the lingo right. Keep up with the latest.
I'm
right?
sorry, Cap. It's my kid's lingo.
Okay, I guess, but. Getting back to the point, thank you for letting me be here as a Raider fan. Get into the black hole. I don't make money off this. I'm just saying the black hole is an organization for Raider fans. You can be in whichever club you want, but the organization, the black hole, is taking all these clubs together, and we're trying to get unity amongst all of the clubs. And we're doing things not just in Vegas, but on the road as well. And there will be people that we do things with on the road, getting out there. I'm gonna try to be a part of it as much as I can for the after game stuff. We want everybody to come over and hang out. The game is done, and in Oakland, like I said, we used to just hang out, and they used to kick us out of the parking lot because we were there too long. Unfortunately, we can't do that in Vegas, but we say come over to Slice of Vegas, and come on over. I'm going to do my show right from there. We're going to have prizes. Black Hole is going to make sure we got some prizes there. So come on over to Slice of Vegas, get some good food there. I'm doing the show. I like to do interviews with people that are there talking about the game, talk about what went right, went wrong. But we're going to be doing that and have prizes. And again, 30-year anniversary of the Black Hole this year. So please go to theblackhole.com. There's going to be, and it's still in the beta version, but a Black Hole app where you can buy tickets from Raider fans so you don't have to go through Ticketmaster. Right from us. We don't have to pay all those fucking fees, okay? There's going to be a Black Hole store in Fremont, okay? And I don't want to fuck up the name of the hotel, so I'm not going to say it. I remembered what it is, but I'm not going to misstate which hotel. But there's a Black Hole store, and there's Black Hole events on Fremont, and there's Black Hole events Saturday night at Eye Candy, and there's obviously Raider events over at Carnival Court. We're doing things right. It's not Oakland. It won't ever be Oakland, but we're trying to make the Raider core values or the Raider thing that we were talking about with Chris. We're trying to make that happen. So please do that. Hit up my channel and hit up the channels of everybody that's here. And when Angelo's on my channel, you can talk boxing and other sports with him. And hit up Avikazi's channel. And I just love everybody here because it's fun. It's fun to be here. It is the community, just like Raider Way says. Go ahead and put everybody back in that squares, Jeff, and I'll say goodbye with everybody here.
No problem.
Thanks, Cap.
No, thanks, Cap.
Love you, Cap.
Thanks, Cap. So
Cap,
let me.
It's been a joy sharing the screen with you tonight. I've had a blast with you being in here talking old school stuff like we started the show off. It's exactly the way I expected tonight to go. So this was a phenomenal show, and I thank you for partaking. And you have an open invitation. So on a Saturday night, if you see we're on,
pop in.
You hit me up. I'll give you the link. You come right on in, man. Anytime.
Yep.
Anytime. And I'll be reaching out to you for being a guest, to be a guest again at some point.
This is my first time meeting you, Jack, and I say I was not disappointed. I watched your show, but actually talking to you and with you was great. I loved it. I hope we come back again.
Oh, please do.
I gotta get Wayne. I gotta get Wayne on here. I've been messaging him. He's not getting back.
Cap, sorry we couldn't meet this weekend, bro. But when
I'm trying to get there.
Back,
and
yeah, I'm trying. Like I said, my legs, I couldn't. I can still fuck, but I can't walk. Okay, let's put it that way. The important shit.
As long as you can do one of them.
I had to say, yeah. This works, but the legs getting there. I need my scooter or my cane or all that other good shit. But again, you might be seeing me on with my scooter and my power chair a lot more often because unfortunately my legs are not good. But hey, I'm honest. I'm fucking real honest, But thanks again, folks. I'm going to bow out. Angelo, thank you,
brother.
Well,
thanks, Cap.
Thank you. And
thanks, Cap.
When I'm here, it's Cap because Ken is Jack. And he has a point.
Cray. You're talking about Cray, Captain Jack?
Okay. He's going to start his own show called The Cray Show.
The Cray Show. Great nation.
You guys.
So let me do this real quick, Jeff, because I'm a bounce too. Papa Rundown's probably catching up on his boxing right now because there's
you better catch a lot Papa
today.
Rundown.
So Jeff, just for everybody who's listening to Jeff's channel, I am going to do a Trenches show with Jeff on Captain Jack Rackham's channel here. Last season, you guys saw I did it with Chris. So this time, me and Jeff are going to do it because Jeff is the man. When it comes to the trenches, that guy knows his stuff way more than any of us. So we're going to do a whole Trenches show coming up pretty soon, probably before the draft.
I'm chopped liver. I don't know anything about trenches. So.
I'm just saying, I don't know, Chris, because you don't know shit about boxing. I'll tell you that. I'm just messing around, Chris. But no, you're gonna go join Captain Jack anyways. on his show. So it's just that it's a thing that I set up. With,
I'm just messing.
Yeah.
I don't like you. I don't like you anyway, so I don't care.
All right, that's good. That's good.
No, I love you. I love you, Angelo. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know, brother. And then Jeff, so Papa Rundown, he's setting up his channel pretty soon. Mm-hmm. When it does happen, one of the contents me and him are working on and we're going to have in there is that's going to be more like shit talking, like not shit talking, but like more for the boxing fans who actually know what's going on. I was telling you, Jeff, the other night when I was on one. Yeah, no, I know. But the other night when I was on one, there was like 400 people on there because it's just a whole community on its own, right? And the thing I'll say to anyone who's on the chat right now who is, you know how we're all into the Raiders, but the thing about being a part of Raider Nation or wanting to be a part of Raider Nation is once you catch that bug, then it's kind of hard to get off of it. You know, like it's really in you, and then it's just in you all the way through, and then you die with the team. You're happy when they make great moves. You die when you don't make great moves. So the same thing happens, just so that you guys know, for boxing. If any of you ever catch the bug on it, it's the same exact thing. You'll never get off of it because it's very, very addicting. So me and Papa Rundown are doing that. And then me and Turf, when Turf is finally done, because I know he's got his whole gymnastics thing this weekend with the finals and all of that. He has a channel called the Knockout Canvas that him and I are going to be doing. And that's going to be more for the casual fans, where we're actually going to educate everyone on what's going on with boxing so that everyone here in the U.S.
Like my dumb ass. Okay.
Well, you know what? It's not so much that, Chris. It's that I think a lot of people have wrong context because in the United States, they don't show it on regular mainstream TV. So, for example, like, I don't know if you guys know who Piers Morgan is. Does anyone here know who Piers Morgan is? Okay. He's kind of like the Barbara Walters.
We know
I know who he is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Jeff and Chris knows who Piers Morgan is. So he's this famous guy, right? That does not cover sports. What he covers is human interest stories globally. He covers politics and all this other stuff. Well, yesterday, he just did a whole 1 hour on two boxers that you guys probably aren't going to know, but those two boxers sold 70,000 seats in less than a week. Like, that's what boxing is like outside of the U.S. So me and Turf are going to kind of try to just bring everyone to be educated about it so that they can actually watch it going into this year.
Anyway, I want to say something to you right quick because you're going to brown on my boxing for another 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm about to say goodbye.
You said Luke Batterson on the team. Luke Batterson, linebacker, is on the team.
Oh, is he? I was looking at the roster. I kept looking for a linebacker. He's still on it?
$2.5 million this year.
But are you looking at the actual Raiders roster, or are you looking at over the cap?
I'm looking
because I looked at the Raiders roster on Raiders.
He's on the cap. He got all the linebackers that's on the team. They don't even have what's come on anymore. So I'm looking at what they have on their team.
Okay. All right. Because, I was looking at the Raiders.com and his name didn't show up. So I don't know exactly what's going on with him. And then draft shows coming. That's supposed to be with oh God, why am I forgetting? This is bad. I know there's a draft show coming for Captain Jack's. And then other than that, Jeff, you're doing awesome, man. You keep doing these lives and you keep putting it out there. And I see your numbers climbing up weekly. You did the Sun show earlier today. That was really cool. So I
need 5 more guys. Come on.
All right. And help out Chris for Raiders.
Chris, man.
All right. Help him out. He's trying to grow. Okay. And then, Jeff, and then for me, I just keep asking everybody to just follow me on Instagram, Reyes Boxing, for you guys who just kind of want to talk football or talk, because I send football stuff all the time to everybody too, or boxing. That's fine with me too, or MMA if anybody's into that. But the channel, I'm getting closer, Jeff, because I saw how you started it. Everybody's been asking me to do one since last year. Even Richie Richey was trying to ask me to do one of my own. It's just I kind of want the content to be the to help with what all of you guys are doing, but I kind of want to try to. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what kind of content I want to put out there because I don't want it to feel the same. You know what I mean? I want it to be
no, I get you.
I want it to be a little bit different. But you're doing great, Jeff. You're doing
So,
great. You just keep
Angelo,
adding and adding and adding. So that's awesome, man.
I'll give you a suggestion, bro. It's like, going back to the old days with SC Raider.
Okay.
Like he had a show called the West Coast Dugout, which was like, just Raider fans talking about baseball and hockey and basketball. So it's like Raider fans talking shit on, our other teams against each other, which was super a lot of fun. So, but keep it separate. Don't mix it. So like, designate a night when you talk your Raider stuff, and designate a night for boxing. So you can have your boxers, like who you want to have, who the other guys want to have, but you're Raider fans, and you can talk shit about the other boxer. Just keep it separate. So it makes it simple, bro. It was a great show.
I think I'll be fine, especially once Turf and Papa Rundown start theirs. But you'll be surprised, Jack, at how many Raider fans I have that follow me that actually like Jesse Salcido. He's part of TNBC Texas, and he's doing an event over there. But he's huge on boxing, and I know Raider Paul was on the chat here earlier, and I text him all the time on boxing stuff. Sacktown. Mike, there's a lot of Raider fans that actually want the info because they're not getting a chance to see what me and Papa Rundown and Big Daddy Jose are getting to watch all the time because we own the zone. So you'd be surprised, Jack, at how many people at the Raider community actually watch boxing.
That's awesome, bro. It's like, SC started, D-Lo, Gravy, and Gabe. He started those channels.
Yeah, no. And Jeff, as always, shout out to everyone who's an organ donor, man. Appreciate you guys. Me and Gravy, we're cruising along. So it's a long road, but thanks to everybody. And then and Paul, you were the most fun drunk guest a few days ago, man. You should jump on because awesome. If you're drinking right now, then you should jump on because I'm getting off now. So,
805.
But Paul was 805 was awesome, man. He was so fun. So, and Chris, no, thank you, man. I love you, bro.
I know, man. It's all jokes. It's all good.
It's all joking. It's all joking. Jeff, thanks. Kenna, O-lines. It's all about the trenches, baby.
Thanks for coming
all
on,
about
Angelo.
the trenches.
Yeah, hit me up.
So Jeff, I have one question for you, which I asked like an hour ago, but it got spun off.
Make it quick. I want to get out of here. Quick answer: no. I have with the question. I was just giving you the answer ahead of time.
I just wanted to ask you about Spillane, if you would have paid that contract or not.
You wasn't here for that.
Oh, I heard it.
You went out for a smoke.
I was listening. Because I didn't want to walk back into a conversation. I didn't know what was going on, so I listened. No, I wouldn't have. I would have let him walk. I would have let him walk for that. I wouldn't have let him go to New England now, because now I got to deal with that with living over here now. So
yeah.
Still recovering from the Butler signing.
Well, then it would have worth been. Was
that 805?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Jack, what you got? You what? The Wild Wild West Wednesday night, and that's it, right?
Yeah, that's the only show I do. It's like I don't want my own show, bro. I like going on other people's show. I don't like have a commitment. I just love talking with my Raider brothers like you and Chris and everybody else. Like, it's fun to go on other people's shows. When I got the time, I do it. When I don't have the time, I don't have to commit to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we don't.
But I spend more time watching Raider stuff and like jumping in everyone's chats. Dude, I spend as much time doing that as like work.
Yeah, me and Jeff don't work, so we have plenty of time.
This is our work.
This is what we do.
Man, I'm jealous, guys.
5.5 hours. 5, 6. I actually did like 8 hours today between this show and the one with JT earlier. So, Chris, you don't have anything scheduled coming up, right?
Nah. I might just do a video now and then, nothing live.
Yeah, so make sure everybody hits.
I'll talk right quick for Jack Lee. When Jack Lee's on, talk to you right quick. Just real quick.
I thought it was cool. You know, three-quarters of the Wild West show was in the chat tonight, so I thought that was cool. Richie and DZ.
So make sure everybody gets over to Chris's channel over here. Chris 4 Raiders. Hit the sub, hit the notifications, thumbs up, hit the likes, all that crap.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate
it. Definitely the notifications, because him and I tend to go on during the week. He'll go on by himself sometimes and do some stuff, or we'll hit each other up. Hey, what are you doing right now? Nothing. All right, want to go on for a little bit? Yep. And we'll just get on and just start talking.
Actually, I think I got something set up with Jason tomorrow. He's gonna call me tomorrow morning, so he's gonna set something up. So I might have something tomorrow.
Perfect.
Tomorrow morning.
So that's why you need the notifications, peoples. Later, Jack.
Good night, Jack.
Yeah, man. The only thing I got coming up next would be Wednesday night, the Raider Connection. 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. The Thursday nights, it's the Raiders Coast to Coast with myself and LV Raider 10. Same time frame, 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Pacific. And then you can catch Chris and I every Saturday night here. Definitely Chris and I. Papa Rundown will be in when he can make it. Saturday nights for the Raider Last Call, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern time, 6 o'clock Pacific. And it's going to be just like this. It's going to go as long. The first hour or so will be old school talk. Then we'll kind of open it up a little bit more, and then pop the link out there for anybody that wants to join up. So it'll be a late night every Saturday night, just like this, unless one of us has to get up early the next morning. This Friday night, I believe Turf will not be around, so I will be hosting the Friday Night Live show. Chris will definitely be there, as he usually is on Friday nights. So you got anything else, Chris? You good? I want to get off of this.
Good. Yeah, this should say something right. We
should.
Yeah. Go Raiders.
Everybody, stay safe, take care, and go Raiders. And thank everybody for tuning in tonight. We appreciate you.